It's day 9 here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and chaos rules as nearly everyone is in with a chance of winning. Fabiano Caruana is clinging to a half-point lead, whereas in the women's, Hikaru leads by 1. 2 rounds to go, everything on the line, and anything can happen. Let's go. We are live here in Stavanger, ready for the beginning of round 9. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I am with the ultimate dream team, International Master Tanya Sajdev and Grandmaster David Howell. And I gotta say, Tanya, David, it's a madhouse out there. Nearly everyone can win.
This is going to be absolutely epic. I mean, the format at Norway Chess was built for drama, right? The leaders in either of the section, no cushion at all. Anything can happen. I'm expecting great novelties here. Nerves, no mercy on the board. It's anyone's tournament. What a final 2 days we've set ourselves up for, David.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We've been kind of giving ourselves headaches, trying to calculate all the possible permutations, who can still win the tournament, what's mathematically possible. So I daren't even think what the players are going through with what they kind of have in store, these challenges in the final 2 days now.
Yeah, totally. Some players have to win, some players have to just coast along. Let's take a look at the standings in the women's, because as you can see here, there is Hikaru at the top with 13.5 points. Ju Wenjun and Anna Muzichuk both in shared second with 12.5 points. It really is anyone game. But there is a big matchup because Anna Muzichuk will be facing off with the black pieces against Ju Wenjun. That's number 2 against number 3.
Yeah, and for Wenjun, it's an absolute pressure cooker, right? Her championship path is in her hands. It's run straight through her rivals. Today, she's got Muzichuk. Tomorrow, she's playing Humpy as well. And Humpy, that 1-point lead, that's not a guarantee for anything. That's barely any breathing space when you've got 2 giants just chasing behind. And then you've got the former World Championship challenger, Lei Tingzhe, Vaishali, all within sort of reaching distance. You know, yes, they need to start with a classical win today for any chances. But again, David, I look at our cross table, I look at our standings, and each one of these players has to be feeling the nerves today.
Definitely. And we should clarify that Humpy can't win the tournament outright today, but she can get close. And yeah, while the players, they can't necessarily bank it yet, you can definitely let go of your chances if you have a bad day today.
Yeah, Hikaru, she will be facing off against Lei Tingzhe with the black pieces. So again, anything can happen. Some players must win, some players, they just have to do the necessary. And it's absolutely the same in the Open. Because take a look at this, Fabiano Caruana at the top, 12.5 points. Half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen. And you know what? It's the dream pairing because Magnus Carlsen will be playing with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. Today, it's a huge one.
Huge one, and the party doesn't stop there, right? Because once again, striking distance. It's Hikaru, Nakamura, the world champion Gukesh, and Arjun as well, somewhere in the mix. For Wei Yi to have any shot, not sure if it's mathematically possible, but at least he needs a classical win today. I mean, Fabi, he was so close to getting that unsurmountable lead if he would have won that winning position against Arjun going into the rest day. Huge turnaround, and with that Arjun takedown of Fabi, the field is wide open. You know, Fabi leads, Magnus chases, these two play against each other. What a day this is going to be.
Yeah, it's been wild. Everyone's just been beating the hell out of each other in this section. And yeah, we've seen some crazy turnarounds. Nobody's been quite at their best, I'm going to say, but they'll need to bring their best if they want to win this tournament in the final 2 days.
Yeah, and they're obviously big matchups. Hikaru plays Erigaisi, and look, there you are seeing the players getting ready for the place where the magic happens. 12 players, 6 games of chess. And it's been an epic tournament. And there we're seeing the dignitaries getting ready to make the first move. We're yet to see an appearance of the players to the playing hall, but they are definitely in the building getting ready because today is a day where it all could shift.
And is that Arjun, I want to say walking into our playing hall, the first player, that's usually the case, but look at that. It's stormy outside, it's raining, but the fans are ready, the paparazzi are ready, as the Norway Chess cars, the very fancy one, will be arriving soon. What do we predict? Who's the first player to get out in there? We see it is indeed the women's world champion getting ready for her big matchup against Anna Muzychuk.
She has the white pieces against Anna Muzychuk, and ideally Arjun wants to be winning this in classical because tomorrow she plays off against Hikaru.
But let's point out, right before the rest day, Arjun had one of her very rare losses in Norway Chess, a Vaishali Ramesh Babu taking her down in that Armageddon. Arjun, after losing the first game here, had 6 back-to-back victories. Armageddon Queen took that very crucial classical victory as well against Sarah, but then yesterday against Vaishali, that was all put to a stop. So Arjun, she's got to be feeling, the pressure of again having to get back on that win streak. Playing with the white pieces, her strategy has been take it to Armageddon. What do you think, David? Does she try to fight for more in classical, or will she stick to the tried and tested?
She has to go for it here. She's got black on the final day against Humpy. Humpy is so solid when she has the white pieces. I want to see more from Arjun. I've got to be honest, she's been playing within herself. She needs to take inspiration maybe from Magnus, Fabi, Gukesh and all those who are just going for it in every single game. She's been playing with a safety latch on. Meanwhile, Wei Yi has won a lot of hearts in this tournament. Very popular figure. He always has time for the fans.
He certainly does. Even though it is raining outside, Wei Yi takes the time just to sign a few caps. Well, wonder whether he's in a good mood. He's got the black pieces against Gukesh. Gukesh very much in the running. Wei Yi, I don't think it's mathematically possible for him to win this event, but he can play the glorious role of spoiler because he knows Gukesh will be looking to take it and win it in the classical.
And how many times we've seen that story, right, in the chess world where a player who's at the bottom of the board just turns things around for those fighting for the championship. And Wei Yi has shown, he's not someone to take lightly, to take easy, especially in those Armageddon, taking down the world #1 Magnus Carlsen twice. When there's a will, there's a way. And he walks into the playing venue. This is going to be a fun one. You said he's playing against Gukesh. Gukesh, has he recovered from his disastrous loss against Hikaru? I mean, that was a one-sided show.
Yeah, just before the rest day, Gukesh, he made one big positional error against Hikaru and never got back in the game. It wasn't his finest hour, wasn't his finest moment, but he has proven capable of comebacks throughout his career and in the tournament so far. Wei Yi also, we should mention, has a great score against Gukesh in recent times in rapid games. So if it comes to the Armageddon, Wei Yi becomes a favourite. He beat Gukesh earlier in the event in Armageddon and defeated him last year in Tata Steel.
Yeah, and Wei Yi has actually notched up quite a few points in the Armageddon. There he stops to give a few words to Sverre, and it'll be great to hear what he's thinking, whether he will just simply enjoy his role of potentially being the one that ruins Gukesh's chances.
I love to see Wei Yi on camera. He's always got that smile, he's ready for a fight and always in that good spirit for the chess that he brings on, the entertainment that he brings on. We saw earlier the players coming in, signing some of the chess boards. We've all done that. Do you have a favorite square that you sign on, David?
C4 or F5?
Had to be the English opening.
C4 for the English and for Dynamite F5 because it's the corresponding square and knights on F5 and all that.
What about you, Yovi?
C6.
Caruana. How about you,
E4.
You, Tanya?
E4 or D1?
Very nice. The central square or the queening square. And there we do see this is such a huge matchup between Arjun and Anna Muzychuk, but we are waiting someone. Who do you think it is?
Oof.
Magnus.
Magnus.
Drum roll.
Yeah. Okay. Will the player reveal themselves now?
Let me help you. 3, 2,
they're coming out, and it is
Arjun.
1.
Oh, it is
it's
Magnus.
Magnus.
Well,
Okay,
that's...
so there we see Henrik Carlsen,
Dad.
the father of Magnus Carlsen.
Do you think Magnus is in the car or he comes in another one?
I see his hair.
Yeah,
see
that
the
hair
hair.
you can't
Yeah.
miss.
It's so important,
The
right?
satellite would catch that.
Yeah, it's so important in these events to have the right support network around you. And Henrik, very much there in Magnus's tournament career, always there, always willing to give a word of advice, some support, some good mood. And Magnus, still in the car?
Yeah. I mean, huge day for him, right? Huge day for him and huge day for Hikaru Nakamura as he plays on Arjun Erigaisi. Hikaru has to be feeling good after that classical win against Gukesh. And it wasn't just about getting the win done, just the style in which he did it. A mistake by Gukesh on move 20, and he just didn't allow him to come back into the game. Outclassed him, outplayed him, kept it under control. The fighting Gukesh was there, but not good enough to face the beast. So Hikaru stopping that slide, that 5 losses in a row, gets that win, a big one for him as well. And finally, we've got some more faces stepping out. And that's Vaishali and her mum.
That's Vaishali, and she also is in a must-win scenario if she wants to win Norway Chess Women. She's got the white pieces against Sarah Khadem, who unfortunately is having a very tough time, so she needs to win 2 games if she wants to rise to the top.
I'll tell you one thing about Vaishali. She's the kind of player who doesn't think about the finish line, but just what's the job at hand. She's got her focus on today's game. It's going to be 1 game at a time. And for Fabiano Caruana, I think that's the mindset he needs after his loss, his heartbreaking loss to Arjun previously before the rest day. He comes in for the big one against the world #1, and he's got Lady Luck by his side today.
That's right. So I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to say, but Fabiano bringing his whole support network, including Arian Tari, who was walking out the front there, whose birthday it was yesterday, his 2nd. Meanwhile, are there any other Carlsens in that car? Who let the Carlsens out?
No one's letting the Carlsen out.
Are the doors locked? Is it child lock in the back seats?
Do you think this is also just a way to make sure that, you just get out in time, rush to the playing hall? He doesn't perhaps want that distraction. He knows the fans will be there waiting for him. And I think this is perhaps the most important round of the whole tournament. I mean, for every one of these players,
And there we do see that Magnus is making his way out of the car. I mean, could also be some last-minute preparations because this is crunch time for Magnus. He has the opportunity to pull down Fabiano Caruana. And there we see the second, Peter Heine Nielsen. And finally, the world #1 makes his entrance, braving the rain.
And look at that, he points at the clock, he's saying he's getting late and he needs to rush through, and that's exactly what he does. Today, Magnus Carlsen means business.
He means business. Maybe doing some last-minute prep. The fact that he and his 2nd were the last to leave the car, very, very telling there. Magnus will face Fabiano. And here comes the world champion, Gukesh. Everyone making this last-minute entry. Everyone looking very focused, it's going to be said, very determined. Today is going to be huge.
Yeah, and there we see the world #1 stopping for a few words with Sverre. Can't wait to hear his thoughts about what he feels is going to be a huge match-up. And there we see the security checks by Lasse, and that's it. He's in.
Every round matters in a tournament, but some define the tournament. And today, this one right here, round 9, will be one of them. Magnus steps in. Surprisingly, he arrives before Fabiano Caruana. This is rare footage of Magnus being the first player.
Yeah, Fabi, maybe busy with interviews, enjoying the interviews a bit too much. One thing I will say about Magnus, I've noticed throughout the years, when he slicks back his hair, maybe it's just the rain, but normally when he slicks back his hair, it means he's been putting in all the preparation, he's been going through that grooming routine that warriors did back in the Dark Ages. Before a big battle, you make yourself as ready as possible. This is it. This is crunch time. The winner of this one, if there is a winner in Classical, will be a huge favourite in the last round.
And Magnus with the white pieces will be looking to press as hard as possible. And there we do have that beautiful view of all 6 boards. It's such a big match today.
It really is. I mean, this is the super elite tournament of the chess world. For Humpy leading 1-point lead, but it's just not enough breathing space. The same storyline for Fabi. And as we're waiting, we see those ceremonial moves come in. The players getting ready. Gukesh looks like he's done that meditation routine against Wei Yi. That's the top center board. Arjun finally arrives bottom right, takes his place opposite Hikaru. Hikaru looking nonchalant. He looks pretty chill.
Yep. I saw him yesterday on the free day. I actually saw both him and Fabiano. Both of them looked very chill in the mall.
Getting some shopping in, they say retail therapy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I heard Magnus was in the mall too. What are they shopping for? Magic potions for the last game?
You need to shop for those classical wins today because that could, in fact, clutch the tournament. Once again, Magnus chasing, Fabi leading. That game, bottom left, could decide everything today. Round 9 of Norway Chess is on.
It absolutely is. We're waiting for the handshakes. the clocks. There we have it. The handshakes have begun. And there we see Magnus Carlsen with his first move. And he opens up with the Queen's Pawn.
D4, D5. Magnus goes for the Queen's Gambit in this all-important game. Fabiano reacts by declining the Gambit, just defending his central pawn with E6. He's been doing this throughout the tournament. How deeply has Magnus prepared is the big question.
And how fitting it is, right, that both these players get a rest day to get that preparation in before this tournament-defining game between the number one in the tournament and the number two in the tournament. And we see, is this going towards a Catalan by Magnus? He hasn't yet taken out the knight to f3. He first decides to develop the bishop, but all the makings of the famous Catalan, something that we saw so much of in the World Championship matches.
That's right. Magnus's go-to these days with white against the best in the world. He plays the Catalan opening, just as some world champions did before him. And now is he going to bring out his kingside knight? He does. This is the main line so far of the closed Catalan. And Fabiano likely to castle his king.
This has to be something that Fabi was absolutely expecting. Magnus has chosen this opening at the highest stages, the biggest games of his life. What has Fabi and his inspired second prepared with the black pieces as a fight for this one?
Yeah, it wouldn't have come as a surprise because Magnus actually played this particular variation on the white side against Wei Yi. That was a draw, and then we're seeing castles. And now here comes the moment of truth. Is Fabiano going to capture the pawn on c4, or is he going to do something else?
He's going to take it. Fabi's a very direct player, usually, especially in these big games. He's looking up at the screen. Other moves for black include kind of just pushing the pawn forward to c6, solidifying things, but no, Fabi does take on c4, the main line at top level. Magnus here has done a bunch of things in an attempt to win back this black pawn. He's brought the white queen out. He does that again. This is the main line here. The white queen could have also gone to a4. Now Fabi has a bunch of choice. You can defend that pawn with your own pawn, you can ignore it, you can push any of these three pawns forward to one square. There we go. One of the main lines. Magnus will take the pawn back.
Fabi there showing that he is ready for this Magnus onslaught of the Catalan. If white was to capture on c4, black can then decide to push the b-pawn, attacking the queen, and gives a lot of harmony to get the bishop out as quickly as possible. Magnus doesn't take it just yet, so Fabi's still a pawn up. And now that the rook has a moving spot to a7, the computer points out that you could go b5 and make it more difficult. Magnus ready to gambit his pawn for that play of getting the big center pawns going eventually. I'm expecting Fabi to go b5 for a full bloodied fight here.
Yeah, if you don't play b5, essentially white is going to take back this pawn on c4 at will, and b5 played. I believe this is a gambit that Daniel Dubov, Magnus's former second, employed many, many years ago. I think he was playing it consistently around 2016. Now he brings the knight forward, Magnus. This is going to be sharp. This is a full pawn sacrifice from the world number one. He hits the rook in the corner, which can move, but you can also block this attack with your knight. I believe that's the main line, at least from my outdated opening theory, and pawn to c6 another way. But Fabi, this is definitely going to be a surprise. How powerful a surprise? That is the big question.
Yeah, and also the question for Fabiano, how does he react to this? Does he go for the most principled line, or does he try to vary? And here we have our other 6 games in progress, and so much action I can see on the top right. Hikaru, Nakamura, Arjun, the queen is out. It's actually David's favorite opening when he was emerging in the chess scene as a junior. I do remember David was always playing the c3 Sicilian. It's there on our boards. And we also have on the top left between Gukesh and Wei Yi, that looks like a Petrov. Looks like Wei Yi is definitely trying to play the psychological game. And of course, in the women's, there on the bottom row, I can see very closed positions. Vaishali, Khadem, very tense. And also a QGD between Lei Tingjie and Humpy and Ju and Jun. That's just very symmetrical English. So I've kind of just set the scene. Where do you guys want to go? Shall we honor our commentator?
Let's do it. David, you take a pick, but it's awesome to see a variety of openings appear today, and it just goes on to show that the players have spent the rest day, well, one in the mall, and second, coming up with some great preparation.
Yes, great preparation indeed. Magnus, by the way, has fully sacrificed a pawn by trading off the black pawn on c4. That's the middle board, the gold board. We'll we'll go back to that one later. Gukesh against Wei Yi, still a theoretical position. We'll dive in on that one soon. But let's go to Hikaru Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi. Two players who came into the rest day on a high. Arjun having turned around things against Fabiano and won what looked like a very difficult position for him. And Hikaru, who really smoothly outplayed the world champion Gukesh. And this is the position right now. Thank you, Ivanka, for mentioning my favorite opening so that I didn't have to, because my eyes lit up. I was smiling as soon as I saw it. Let's go all the way back to the start to talk about how we got here. We saw pawn to e4 and the Sicilian defense from Arjun. What I used to do as a youngster was always put a pawn on c3, and here black has a bunch of choice. Black can strike back in the center. Black can bring the knight out. You have a lot of options. First, though, Hikaru brought his knight out, and only after Arjun committed the pawn to e6, only now did he play the move c3. And there are lots of little move order tricks. Actually delaying it and only playing c3 when black has a pawn on e6, it tends to be an even better version because you cut out many of black's main options. For example, in what happened in the game, d5, we saw trade in the center. Taking with the queen now, taking with the pawn tends to lead to an IQP position, with black's d-pawn becoming isolated a bit later after some trades. So taking with the queen, more dynamic. And in this position, black often has the option to bring the bishop out if the pawn were not on e6. But since he's committed, Arjun, he's forced into a variation maybe Hikaru is hoping he hasn't prepared for. The black knight comes out. Now, what I used to play in my youth was bishop to e3, if anyone wanted to look at my games. But the modern main line, the modern trendy move is knight to a3, trying to bring the knight forward to land a nasty check on the c7 square, family fork. Knight c6 first, though. Bringing the knight forward isn't regarded as challenging here because black actually retreats the queen all the way back to her starting square, covering any forks, and black is totally fine. So instead, Hikaru brings his bishop out. A capture only now threatening a nasty knight jump, forcing the black queen back. And this is how we got here. The knight recaptures the pawn in the center, and Arjun just develops.
And because you're the expert, you're going to explain this to all of us, right, David? I mean, I see a queen and a king lined up on the diagonal. White hasn't yet developed the bishop. The first move, if you're white, that comes to mind is bishop to b5, wanting to put the knight to e5, and actually end up winning that pawn on c6. And I see the bar does not like it. But to me, this looks like a very attractive option to try to get something early on. Why does white not go for this?
Yeah, white has gone for this on the chess.com database at least 10 times. And yeah, I believe I've looked at this years and years ago. I rarely play it anymore, unfortunately. Me and my childhood love, we went our separate ways. But queen c7, I believe, is the move, covering the e5 square for now. And you can jump forward, I guess. But I don't think it quite works out because after knight takes c6, this bishop is hanging. So there are no pins, and black emerges with an extra piece. So yeah, as far as I know, the main move in this position, I was going to say, was knight takes knight.
He starts with bishop d3.
Bishop d3, interesting. Okay, lining up along this diagonal.
Keeps it flexible. You know, you've got this this pawn dynamic of 4 versus 3 on the right side of the board, 3 versus 2, and that's the first imbalance that we see in the position, right, which already promises that this is going to be a fight. It was interesting. I don't know if you guys saw Hikaru's post-match recap about where he spoke also about Arjun's style of play, right? Where he just says, it's crazy, it's insane. He's just constantly playing to create complications on the board, even if that comes at the cost of giving up a pawn, 2 pawns, 3 pawns. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but that's just how Arjun plays. Are we expecting that kind of an approach by both these players, especially Arjun if he gets that opportunity to create chaos, especially given, right, the tournament situation and where they are? Despite the colors, are both of them trying to push in the classical?
I think so, yes. Arjun's definitely trying to push, he always does. Hikaru with white is much more ambitious than he is with black. With black, he tends to be very solid these days, Hikaru. But second white in a row, beating Gukesh with white before the rest day, now white again against Arjun. He sees this as the big chance. Also, I should mention, there is a dynamic of the candidates race, a rating spot up for grabs. These two are maybe the most likely to get that rating spot, since Fabiano is already qualified for the candidates, since Gukesh is world champion, since Magnus doesn't compete for the world title anymore. And yeah, this move, aiming to get the bishop pair, very ambitious for black. And I have a feeling we might see Hikaru leave the bishop there if he's feeling super ambitious. He could retreat it, But you could also just move your queen out the way and castle queenside.
Oof, that's going to be fun.
I remember studying that one years and years ago.
Well, we might see it on the board. It depends on Hikaru's mood. And Tanya, you spoke about Hikaru's post-game interview, his thoughts on that. Let's hear Hikaru's pre-game thoughts.
Hikaru, you have the white pieces against Arjun, and it does seem, with how tight it is, that three-pointers is going to be the deciding factor towards the end. Do you agree with that assessment, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I think if anybody can get a win in Classical, that would be a good thing. Whether it's my game or another game, I kind of would hope that that it doesn't come down to who wins the most Armageddons. But, it's going to be exciting to watch.
What is your prediction before the day today?
Prediction? I don't really have a prediction. I think Magnus has white, right? I think against Fabiano. I mean, I think that's of course the biggest game, not just because of the standings, but in general, whether we see a fighting game or whether it's a very boring, quick game, which is always a possibility. So I think that game will probably set the tone. But predicting results, of course, is kind of silly, and the players just show up, and hopefully it'll be an exciting day.
But you are more willing to play an attacking game with white than on a normal day where you were early in the tournament?
You never know.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You never know. Well, we're going to see actually in a few moves whether Hikaru chooses to kind of drop the bishop back and go for that queenside castling, or whether he'll try something else.
Ooh.
But
he does make a decision, huh, Ivanka? Top right.
He
is
does.
giving up the bishop there. Good call there, David Howell. Let's do this. Get that long castle in, and then we're talking business.
Well, he's certainly come today with a game plan. Queen c2, bishop d3, they're lined up against the h7 pawn. And now the question for Arjun is, how is he going to develop the light square bishop? How is he going to handle these threats? And also thinking ahead, how is he going to go with his king if white castles queenside? So much to play for.
So much to play for, but the speed with which Arjun responded there, picking up the bishop and sliding his queen one square, it just feels like he's very familiar with this theory. So are we still in some sort of a mainline territory here?
Yeah, I mean, I need to dig through my memory palace, my mind palace, the memory banks, and try and remember. I will mention that when I was studying this, I was using a resource out there, chesspublishing.com, and it kind of gives lots of opening notes, opening analysis from very strong players. And this was one of the lines mentioned there. I hadn't seen it before. I never got a chance to play this, but just to retrace our steps, just 2 moves since we were last here. This move, queen to c2, it was suggested, it was at least a few years ago, kind of a novelty or a very new move, new idea at least at the time. Everyone before that was just retreating their bishop back, and at least according to the chess.com database, this was the only move that's been played at the top level in this position. Although by transposition, after Hikaru decided to part with the bishop pair and allow this trade on e3, Black has had this position before, but never the move queen to c7. Black was playing moves like g6, h6 to stop this pawn being taken. So I do wonder whether, first, Arjun's in prep still, or whether Hikaru is going to bite the bullet and say, I'm going to grab a pawn.
That's the baiting game, right? Another title for your book by Arjun. I mean, if this is our first novelty and the fact that Hikaru does slow down, there's a pawn that can be picked up. And I don't think that bishop can be trapped immediately. Maybe we can dig deeper into that, because that's usually what stops a player from taking a poisoned looking pawn like that. I think g6 would just run into more sacrifices. Bishop takes pawn takes bishop. Queen takes pawn coming in, and we can see that the black king just doesn't have enough resources. The knight's jumping forward, even a slow move like a castling, depending on where the king goes. I think this should be game over really quickly. So that's a free pawn. And Arjun's just done exactly what Hikaru mentioned that Arjun does in those post games, that he's willing to sacrifice 1 pawn, 2 pawn, 3 pawns just to create chaos on the board. So bishop takes pawn. What does Arjun have in mind? Where is the madman bringing the chaos? Hikaru doesn't take it just yet. He trades the knights first, but it's still a threat in the air.
It certainly is. And there you see Arjun recapturing with the pawn. And even now, you definitely, if you take the pawn on h7, you definitely cannot trap it.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous for the king. It's got no cover. So I think Arjun is just simply arguing, if you waste the time, he's going to get developed. And eventually, white will have to retreat the bishop, and then there will be an open h line to make use of.
Do you take it? Do you go bishop takes pawn?
I would, but I'm a pawn grabber. Then again, I love the bishop pair, so I don't think it's the worst pawn for black to drop.
I also vote for taking the pawn because why not? What about you, Tanya? Are you pawn grabber?
I'm really glad that Hikaru helps me out here before I have to answer. But I feel it would be so much to do with what time format I'm playing. Blitz, bullet, give me that pawn. I grab it immediately. But I think the dangers are there, right? And like you guys said, even if immediately that bishop isn't getting trapped, it's not much of a pawn because it just allows Arjun to activate that rook on h8 without having to make a move. Long castle, still very fun.
It's so much fun. And it's very confrontational. And it's so rare that we see direct attack straight out of the opening.
Yeah, it's rare to see white castle queenside in the c3 Sicilian at all. And despite the fact Hikaru has parted with the bishops, despite the fact he's castled earlier, it just feels like this is going to be kind of controlled aggression. He's not risking too much with white, but he will go for it if given the opportunity. And yeah, that's going to be a fascinating battle. I'm very excited about the beginning of that game, Nakamura against Arjun.
Yep, and we go back to our beautiful colourful, that's what I want to say, colourful multi-board viewer. And well, we checked in on Hikaru, Arjun, very exciting. Also very tense between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana in the middle. But maybe we kind of complete the open with Gukesh and Wei Yi, because I suspect Wei Yi just saying, I want to play very solidly and come get me, and then I'm going to win on the counterattack. So it started from a Petrov defense, very popular with the Chinese players. We saw Ju and Jun play it earlier on. But Gukesh is like, hey, I'm not going to allow some symmetry here. I'm going to mix it up. And we have opposite side castling.
Yeah, again, white castling queenside, second of the 3 white games in the open section. White's castled this way. I also feel like Wei Yi's walked into a opening bomb prepared by Gukesh maybe for the World Championship match. Let's jump in and we'll talk a bit about the psychology in a moment. But quick action replay, e4, e5. Knight f6 is now the Petrov defense, basically putting pressure on white central pawn, ignoring the pressure on black central pawn. These pawns do indeed disappear. White capturing, the knight getting kicked, retreating, the knight taking this pawn in the center. And yeah, there are several main lines. You can push your pawn forward 1 square. The main line is to push it forward 2 squares. Knight out to c3 is the modern twist on things, because after a trade of knights, white, despite the doubled pawns, gets very easy kind of play with the pieces, very active bishops that can come out to nice squares. The queen will step forward, as we see in a moment. And after some developing moves from both sides, black castles. Only now, once black's committed, does white move the queen and castles himself. I should mention queen to d2 is nearly an automatic. That's by far the main move in this position. So queen d3 already maybe a small surprise for Wei Yi. Very rare move. Only, 5 games I can see here on the chess.com database. In the meantime, the black knight comes out, white castles, the knight hits the queen, and already a brand new position after white has played the move queen to c4. To my eyes, this just looks weird. It looks odd, like you're walking into another tempo-gaining move. What's the white queen even doing? But it's definitely opening prep.
Ooh, Wei Yi getting caught by some potential opening prep by Gukesh. Well, just before the rest day, Wei Yi came to the studio, gave us an interview, left behind his player card. We were very happy to have it here. We did look after it, I just want to say. But Sverre caught up with Wei Yi before this game and was very happy to return it back to him. So have a look.
Hello, Wei. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay, and I'm ready to fight against the world champion.
It seems like Gukesh has had some very different games, but he's done well in time trouble. Is that something you've taken into consideration?
I think it looks like in time trouble he did much better than me in this time. Yeah, so I think at first I should not to be in time trouble. Yes.
Have you planned anything special today?
Yes, I think, yeah.
Good. Oh, and I found this. So you may have lost it, so now you can get in and play.
Oh, thank you. It's very important for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Wei.
Very casual about that.
Love it.
But he did say that, his goal is not to get into time trouble.
Yeah, and I just want to say, no, Wei Yi doesn't need that card to get through. I'm sure everyone knows who he is now in all of Stavanger, He's won a lot of hearts in this city with the chess that he's shown. But really interesting what he said about Gukesh and that time trouble thing, right? Because Gukesh has often been criticized for the quality of his play when he's got little time on the clock and how much that suffers. And I think that criticism comes from the fact that one of Gukesh's biggest strengths is his calculation. And for calculation to truly flourish, you need that extra time on the clock. But he's sort of broken that narrative in Norway Chess so far. He's had his biggest turnarounds by going on fighting and sort of demanding the most accurate precision from his opponents in those time scrambles, getting those wins in. So Wei Yi, interestingly saying that a strategy that would earlier work against Gukesh, get him low on the clock, might not be the best way to go anymore against the world champion.
Well, we'll see what will happen, but yeah.
Also, big threat on the board. Just want to point out really quickly, Jovanka, that queen move that surprised us all and perhaps surprised Wei Yi as well, as he's still in a think. Bishop takes knight. Now that the rook does attack the queen on the d1, d8 square, it's x-rayed, it's pinned. Bishop e6 looks like the most normal, natural, developing move, hitting that queen. And I wonder if Gukesh's point is he simply wants to transfer the queen to the king's side. I see an f4 square that you could get to, eventually also getting it to g3, lining up against the king. And sort of still eyeballing that knight on c5, ideas of knight d4 to the center of the board, hitting that bishop. I completely agree with you, David. This smells, reeks, everything of some world championship prep going on here.
Yeah, especially because we remember that the Petrov nowadays, the main adherents of the Petrov at the top level are Chinese players. Who did Gukesh play in a world championship match? It was Ding. Petrov hasn't always been his main weapon, but he has played it on occasion, and it's 100% guaranteed Gukesh spent hours and hours studying the Petrov. So this is definitely one of those ideas he's cooked up. Queen to d3 already wasn't a popular move. Queen to c4, totally unknown. And yeah, that's always psychologically tough for Wei Yi. He knows he's walking into something hot here. He knows he's walking into something that Gukesh, his whole team, computers have all kind of teamed up to study with. And yeah, it's not going to be easy for black. That's the reason I hate the Petrov, I've got to say, because white has like 20, 30, 40 different ways of playing against it, and you kind of have to either remember or figure out what to do against each one.
Yeah. That is one of the things with mainline theory these days. There's like so much to remember. And sometimes you just feel like you're trying to cover absolutely everything, and you still find yourself in your opponent's home turf. So difficult times. And there we see the most natural move on the board, bishop e6, where you're going on the counter-offensive, just dealing with this threat of bishop takes knight with the rook lined up against the queen by attacking white's queen. So now the queen has to move. She has to do some moving and shaking. Where's she going to go? There's not too many squares for her, let's face it. And I don't think she's going to be finding a comfortable home on the queen side. So it is to the f4 square she should go.
Yeah, it's the one I like the most as well. I'm slightly surprised Gukesh hasn't bulleted that move out just yet, as he takes a little bit of a breather, takes a sip, but I think queen f4 is what we are expecting. The one thing that I've noticed at Norway Chess this year, and I don't know how much that surprised both of you, that Gukesh has just gotten into trouble in so many games right from the opening or right out of the opening. And that's not been the usual with him over the last year and a half. You know, somewhere the opening preparation or just not getting the kind of positions he wants, it's just not happened at Norway Chess for Gukesh.
Yeah, it feels like he's been surprised early. For example, when Arjun played the Pirts against him, and I mean, he was lost with white after 12 moves, and that never happens at the top level to any of these guys. And yeah, a couple of other openings as well. Gukesh surprised. It feels like
against Hikaru.
Against Hikaru, exactly. Lost like one move after his opening theory ran out. He was dead lost already. So yeah, it just feels like he hasn't been reacting well to surprises, but here, Gukesh getting the first surprise in himself, it feels like he'll be on the front foot, and this already feels like a better start to the game for him.
And modern day chess is all about getting in that first surprise. So let's take a look at the bottom row where the women are playing, and I can see it's getting very spicy. I mean, two of the black players, Sara Khadem and Hampi Canary there in the middle, they've punted g7, g5, like completely different pawn structures, different situations. But I have to head towards that, one of those two boards, and I'm going to give you two the choice.
I just want to say I love it. Like on this bird's eye view, just compare those two boards, right? The center board, Humpy versus Tingzhe, and Vaishali versus Khadem. Like you said, one started from the queen's pawn opening, but still has the pawn advance on the king side. The other with the king's pawn opening, a Spanish position where we see 8-6 g5 a lot more. Both equally fun. A lot on the line, I think, especially Humpy, our tournament leader. And maybe that's where we start, David, to just check into that, because Humpy's made a move, jumping her knight, attacking the bishop, about to get the bishop pair, but also in the process has weakened some squares, you know, the king side. It's sort of a double-edged sword, this ambitious play.
Double-edged sword, but I don't want to be the, I don't know, predictor of doom, but this is a well-known draw at the top level if White wants it. White, the main move, most popular move by far, because the bishop is attacked, you don't want to forfeit the bishop pair without gaining anything. Bishop to e5, hitting the rook. Getting the bishop out of the way. If you take this bishop, White will jump forward, hitting the white knight and gaining a bit of time. This knight in e5 is going to become very strong, maybe after some f4s. So often Black drops back this knight, and White's bishop is hit. Sometimes you bring it back, the knight can come forward. So I do wonder whether there's temptation here for Lei Tingzhe. This is actually maybe more well-known with a black pawn on c7 and a black pawn on a6 instead, just by other move orders a bit earlier. But yeah, I do wonder whether that might be a continuation in Lei Tingzhe's mind, since her tournament chances are minimal. She needs a lot of helping hands, a lot of things to go her way.
Yeah,
to win
but that's actually what makes it super fun, because I don't think it's Lei Tingzhe's style to go for that quick draw. And I'm just going to say that if she wins both of her games and all of the other results go her way, as in everyone plays very quietly and does the Armageddon thing, then she might be in with a chance of winning. And I just think it's not her style. I don't think she's going to be repeating moves. I think she's going to go, game on, let's fight. Because also, she's got nothing to lose, right?
It's interesting, right? A player can have these two different approaches. When you're sort of not really in the run for it and have an outside chance, you could be like, you know what, I don't want a long classical grind. I want to take this into an Armageddon, sort of give my best there, see what happens. Your motivation and inspiration might not be at the top. But like you said, you could also be kamikaze mode, right? I've got nothing to lose anymore in this tournament. I'm playing with the white pieces, and sure that, you know, there is this line which guarantees a draw. But there's also other stuff where White can play, and maybe it's not objectively best, but it keeps the game going. And you're just like, I've got nothing to lose. I want to play this on. I'm playing the tournament leader. This could be my moment as well to strike. There are natural-looking moves here. Bishop e5 was one you pointed out. You could go queen to b3. You could maybe go rook to c1. I wouldn't want to go castle if I'm White here, because I want to take that knight back with the h-pawn. So keeping the rook on h1, for the time being at least, makes a lot of sense. If I had to make a prediction, I think Lei Tingzhe has the latter approach, David. I think she tries to play this on. What do you think? Prediction time.
Oh,
I'm looking at the clock, I'm looking at the body language, I think draw.
Okay, so you say repetition, play on. Yavanka gets to break the tie.
I said play on.
Oh,
I said play on. Yes.
All right, so let's go, Tingzhe.
I hope play on. I hope play on.
Your heart wants her to play on.
Exactly. And just to mention, bishop to e5 is by far the most popular move in this position, but queen to c2 is another one. And then you castle queenside, and then you try and blow open the center. Pawn to e4, it could get spicy, but it all depends on her move. She is the boss of her own fate right now. We all want to see her play on.
And the other thing is, right, I wonder how much of this plays into the dynamics. Probably not much, but let's point out, right, her countrymate, Zhu Wenjun, she's in the mix on top, and Humpy is one of the biggest rivals. Humpy is the one who's leading the tournament. So I wonder if Tingzhe wants to just kind of give her a little bit of a helping hand there. You know, say that I'm going to fight this out. I'm going to put Humpy more under pressure right now.
Yeah, potentially. Also, Humpy is 3.5 points ahead of Lei Tingzhe, but if she wins, she closes the gap there. Maybe...
Are you changing your mind, David?
I don't know. I'm talking myself out of it. I just don't want an early draw.
And the fact that she's thinking for a long time also indicates to me that she's looking for alternatives. I think she's aware that bishop to e5 could be that repetition, but she wants more. It's Norway Chess. You want to be invited back. You want to have fighting chess. You want to win the hearts and souls of the chess players. So, yeah, no draw.
Game on.
Game on. There'll be Armageddon in other clashes. We want this one to be fun, maybe decisive. It would definitely throw open the race for first place in this section.
Going back to our multi-board viewer, what other games take your fancy?
I mean, we checked out 186 G5. We got to go on to the next one, right? That is our bottom right board, Vaishali against Khadem. Now, Vaishali scored her first ever victory in round 8 against the women's world champion, against Vengeance. So a personal career highlight for Vaishali. She sort of had an up and down tournament. She's got her task cut out for any shot at a top podium finish here. She needs to try to get that classical win. And she's playing against a player who's been struggling so far in Stavanger.
Yeah, it's a must-win game for Vaishali. It's that simple. Whether she can impact the top of the leaderboard or not, winning this game for rating, for kind of, just for personal pride, everything is all important. I do love the kind of symmetry. Last year, Prague defeated Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, and this year, Vaishali defeating Zhu Wenjun. It did feel like there's a big breakthrough for the siblings, and I saw some nice posts on the Norway Chess social media accounts about that. But in the meantime, yeah, this position, wild, and it came from a Spanish.
And you know, Vaishali is not out of the race. There is a chance that she can get first place, probably a tie. Now, these are scenarios that must happen. It feels like a logic puzzle to me. It goes, Vaishali must win both of her games. So she must defeat Sara Khadem today and Anna Muzychuk tomorrow. Humpy, one of her rivals, must score at most 2 points. So no classical victories, and it can only win Armageddon. And Zhu Wenjun can score at most 3 points. So Zhu Wenjun's okay to win one classical game, but not another one. And Lei Qingjie must not win her classical games.
So the summary of all of that in my head is Vaishali needs to focus on her game,
Yeah,
get
exactly.
the classical win, and then just hope that other results work in her favor.
That's a good summary, Tanya.
That's my big takeaway.
Do your job, win both games, and let everything take care of itself.
I have a feeling she wasn't at home in the rest day, sitting there with a calculator being like, okay, Sara's out of the race. The other 4, they need this result, this result, this result.
But you
She'll
know,
be focused. She'll be locked in on this one.
I always assumed that chess players were like me. They were just like, you focus on yourself. And
I agree.
But they're not, Tanya.
Really?
They actually know exactly what the others have to get.
But maybe if it's just one other person who's in competition for the top spot, but when you need 5 different results to kind of go your way, then you just know the most important thing to do is to get the job done at your
totally.
board. And especially in this round, playing white, playing against Sara Khadem, I think this is a make or break round for Vaishali.
Definitely. And maybe we just quickly recap the moves from the start to see how we got here. This is move 11, but already some big decisions showing the players' mindsets. We saw the Spanish opening, the Royal pairs, white putting pressure on the black knight. This bishop was nudged backwards. And after knight to f6, maybe because we have seen some open Spanishes with the black knight taking this pawn on the next move. We have seen some of those this tournament so far. Here, Vaishali decided to play a quieter game, keeping the pawn protected. This is less ambitious, less direct maybe, but cuts some of black's options. The bishop now almost trapped, 1 escape square, and Sara brings her bishop out. So this one can transpose to other main lines, the Archangel, among others here. And pawn to c3, d6, the white bishop comes out to pin. This is kind of a cousin of the Italian game, I'm going to say, because the white bishop is on b3 here. The only difference is that maybe black's gained a move b5, but this isn't necessarily a good thing. Very provocative. The black king likely to castle kingside, so trying to ask the black pawns to come forward. Sara doesn't have anything to lose now in this tournament. She says, yes, I'm going to go for it. And now she retreats her bishop before she gets hit in the center. The white knight develops, and I'm going to say this next move, mysterious to me. Rook to b8. Feels a bit indecisive. I understand that white might play a4 and there might be some tension on the a file, but surely you wait for white to make that move first before kind of spending a full tempo on moving your rook. Black could otherwise have maybe used that tempo to move the queen, to bring the bishop out, maybe even to castle and put the king on g7. It does feel a bit odd playing rook b8 without being forced to.
Yeah, probably just the waiting game, as you mentioned there, you know, not really certain where to go with the king and waiting for white to commit to castling kingside. So just initiating those type of waiting moves. But the clock times also indicate that Sara is out of preparation. So Vaishali does have the at least moral victory here out of the opening. Well, we've had everything. We've had opening preparation. We've had extremely sharp positions right out of the opening and so much action already. And it's still only the opening stage here at day 9 at Norway Chess. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, well, during the break, there is an exclusive interview with Arian Tari, who is the second for Fabiano Caruana, who is at the minute in a critical game position. If you've subscribed on Twitch, you can follow and listen along. But if you haven't, remember to hit that subscribe button and then you can get an exclusive peek into the world of Fabiano Caruana. We're going to go on a break and we return. Action, action, action.
I've gotten the chance to sit down here at the prep room for Caruana. I'm with his second, Arian Tari. And Arian, what do you think about the opening so far?
It's scary stuff. Magnus is seems to be well prepared, playing his moves fast and trying to catch Caruana off guard in a Catalan variation. He sacrificed a pawn, and Fabi is spending some time. I'm actually a bit worried, but objectively speaking, he's fine if he finds the right moves.
Is this something you guys looked at before this game?
Not before this game, actually. We did discuss it a bit for some games before. But I don't know how much he remembers the details if he repeated this file before the game against Magnus. But it's definitely, this pawn stack is something he's familiar with, but how much he knows the details remains to be seen.
And Magnus hasn't played as much Catalan lately as he did in the past, has he?
No, exactly. He had a phase where he was playing Catalan in every game with white. I would say it was like 2022, end of 2021, 2022, he was playing Catalan every game with a lot of success. But now people started to prepare a lot, and then suddenly he wasn't playing it that much, but it's certainly an opening he takes up from time to time. And here, he's definitely testing Fabiano's skills.
That means that we are in charted territory for Magnus and perhaps slightly uncharted for Fabiano. Is that correctly to say?
Yeah, I will hope that Fabiano plays the right moves now. But so far, Magnus is in prep, and Fabiano has to show some accurate moves.
This is going to be a fun game, guys.
Welcome back, and it's been a wild start here, day 9 Norway Chess. It's the penultimate round, and the players are acting accordingly. Because if we bring up our 6-board bird viewer, that's not a 6-board bird viewer. My goodness me, Jovi.
We're bird watchers here. It's not chess.com, it's birdwatching.com.
Do you know the word for bird watching is Twitcher? I didn't know that until quite recently. But if we're bringing up our multi-board viewer, there you can see it's a beautiful array of colors, and I also see a beautiful setup for most games. We have the craziness that is Hikaru Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi, G4 being played, and we also see that Gukesh opposite side castling, and the game between Leiting-J and Humpy Canary. Humpy's like, no draw immediately. We are going to play it out. But we do have to check out Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. We heard from Arian Tari, the second of Fabi, who said that he was a little bit nervous because the position is dangerous. Magnus has sacrificed a pawn, and he's not sure that Fabi knows all of the intricacies in this variation for black.
I mean, I'm just thinking that our Marvel intro is just so cool. I mean, shout out to Big Big to get that even together. We got to do this, right? Avengers Assemble.
Hang on. Do that again so that people can clip it, right? That was just too good.
Yeah, you can just go back. Jovi, I can't repeat it again. I mean, I'll just look like an idiot.
No, but there was someone like doing this really deep voice. That was just like class.
That was Tanya.
All right, let's do it one each and see who gets it.
Avengers! Assemble.
Oh, wow, it was you, David.
Clip it and chip it.
Okay, let's go. Back to the chess. Okay, here it is Thor against Captain America. It's Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. And yeah, this game is heating up. Let's go all the way back to when we were last here. Just to recap the twists and turns we've seen so far. We talked about how Magnus was hitting this black rook in the corner. Fabi blocked it with his knight, blocked that diagonal, and Magnus said, okay, I'm a pawn down, I'm going to stay a pawn down, but at least I'm going to open some lines for my pieces. Pawn to b3 is an admission that he won't win back the c4 pawn anytime soon. There's indeed a trade here. On the plus side, white opens up the a file now. And after the black bishop tries to challenge for this all-important h1 to a8 diagonal, now a dark-squared bishop trade from Magnus Carlsen. He tries to achieve it, though, on his terms. If black captures, then white gains a bit of time to develop a piece. So Fabi first says no, maybe hinting that he might even take this knight later on. Now the capture on black's terms would severely weaken white's chances here, really improve black's position because this knight gets kicked back, so Magnus can't take. First, he drops the knight back, hinting at an outpost. This outpost, by the way, the c5 square, is going to be a key battleground for the rest of the game. It's maybe the main reason Magnus is happy to play a pawn down for now. That square temporarily covered by the black knight, e4, key idea in the Queen's Gambit. You give up a pawn, but you get the big pawn center. We see the blue arrow appear the first time today. That shows that black's best move by a distance is to capture the bishops. Of course, Fabiano does before he gets hit. Maybe with this pawn next move, there is a trade. And the black knight hit, dropping back. Magnus now, after developing his knight, is thinking after Fabi's move, pawn to a5. And yeah, I must admit this position is very familiar to me, but it's also very foggy. The last time I looked at it was 2016. When I was the second for Peter Svidler, we prepared this exact line, and we came to the conclusion that black should be totally fine if they know what they're doing. And that's basically what Arian Tari said. He's like, Fabi's definitely looked at this before, but can he remember? Does he know what he's doing? If he can, then he'll be fine. Otherwise, it's just very scary facing the big pawns.
You looked at it 9 years ago. This is round 9. I wonder if there's something to that number that might be brewing here. I will point out one thing in this position. This last move by Fabi, it echoes what you said earlier. Give white one more move. Give Magnus one more move. If you just back up to this pawn being on a6, if Magnus gets b4, and he couldn't play it previously because the e4 pawn was hanging, so knight d2 had to be played. And David, you're highlighting just how we could get that. 8-6, an improving move. b4 just clamps down on the position. No more a5, no more c5. And I think here, your notes, your files of 2016 would probably have a very different evaluation that white is doing great once you get this bind in. So a very importantly, crucially timed a5 by Fabi. And very often in these structures, black doesn't stop there, right? To get rid of the problem on the dark squares, to get rid of that problem of the backward c7 pawn, we might even see a pawn sacrificed by Fabi. He's just giving the pawn back for a better position of pieces to open up the c line, exactly how you're pointing out. c5 at the right moment, defending that a5 pawn in case rook a1 does happen as well. And if you were to take that pawn, the queen lines up on c7, the rook from f8 will slide over to c8. Yes, we could do it like that, rook fc8, and suddenly you feel like there's a lot of play. Also in the Catalan, with the black pieces having played these positions, another idea to always have on your radar is the rerouting of the knight from d7 to b8 back to c6.
Nice.
Just some plans in the air.
Blockader.
Yeah. You play this with black, I take it.
Yes, I haven't played the Catalan with white, but with the black pieces a couple of times, and it's always... I actually quite like facing the Catalan. I think it's really, despite having a very solid positional sort of an approach to it, it feels that black has so many small possibilities and ways to sort of counter it that you can really try for more even with black.
Yeah, I tried for so long to play the Catalan with white, and then I just got confused, all these move orders, all these different ideas, like you say. So I started playing like one knight f3 first, g3, and only going to the Catalan if they commit to like specific systems. But yeah, Magnus, of course, normally knows what's going on. And here, I'm going to say his first real big think of the game. We see on the top left of our screens, Magnus has been thinking for 7.5 minutes, but he's still 15 minutes up on the clock. So key position.
And by the way, Magnus did visit the confessional early on, and we will be showing it. It's just been edited right now. So, of course, I would love to hear what Magnus Carlsen is thinking about this position and what chances he has, you know. Oh, hang on a second, I've got the word. It's now available to hear, so let's listen.
I'm really interested to see what Fabi has up his sleeve here, since what he's chosen here is like, it's not the most obvious continuation in the last few moves if he wants to kind of try and simplify everything. The way that he plays, I think, I don't like, since this is not like the biggest problem generally that white has in this line, this is not something that I, off the top of my head, like know a lot about, more than that it's kind of not worse for white, and the game doesn't end here, which is kind of generally what you hope for in the opening these days. So maybe he's worked out some solution. He's thinking a little bit. That could be because he's just trying to recall something. But I would say overall, it's been like a moderate success so far.
Ooh, them words, a bit fighting. A moderate success so far, and now suddenly Magnus is the one thinking because a5 has come as a surprise to him.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, there's so many options earlier for black as well. Black didn't need to play that move, bishop d6. Black could have traded bishops earlier. Black could have also given back a pawn, I think, a few moves prior to this as well. And like Magnus said, there are so many ways black can play, just as Tanya said as well, a bit earlier against the Catalan. But yeah, we'll see whether Magnus's words ring true.
We will, and we'll see whether Tanya's plans for the black pieces come to fruition. But it is certainly a critical moment there for the world number one. And looking back at our colourful board viewer, I mean, there's one game that is just screaming to me, and it's the top right. It's the one in green. And look, we have to go to Hikaru Nakamura against Arjun Erigaisi. Hikaru trailing by 1 point to Fabiano, so he wants to go all in. Arjun has had a kind of topsy-turvy event. Some highlights, some lowlights, but Hikaru, g4, h4 on the board, queenside castling. We've got to break this down.
Yeah, I love it. C3 Sicilian for the win.
I mean, this is the most non-Alpin position I have ever seen in my life, David.
That's not the point. C3 Sicilian is rich, full of possibility, always surprises you. That's the key. But yeah, let's break down the last few moves, because we last saw Hikaru castle queenside, and we already said it's quite fiery. The main problem for black is where to put the king. And right now, of course, you can't castle to the king side because you will drop this pawn, the h7 pawn. White will land a check and then run away with the bishop, having pocketed a pawn there. And for black, if you want to prepare castling, a move like h6 comes with serious kind of risk because of actually what Hikaru has just done in the game. Often you play a move like g4. If black ever castles, the h6 pawn will act as a hook. White will break open the king side by playing a move like g5 next, and the black king feeling the heat. Likewise, you can't play the move g6, or you can, but you might regret it later because of the move pawn to h4 and harry the h-pawn, marching up the board. Rogue arrow there. But harry the h-pawn, trying to trade pawns, trying to open the h-file. This is really risky for black as well. Note that h5 will always be met by a piece sacrifice, as we showed a bit earlier in the day. Bishop takes pawn and a check, and this looks terminal for the black king. So Arjun keeps his options open by playing the bishop to d7. And although he has the bishop pair, it's actually this light-squared bishop that is the problem piece, just as it is in a lot of openings. And, Hikaru decides to kickstart his attack. He gets a head start here with g4. The black rook moves. Castling the other way for black, I should mention as well. Possible, but it does feel like the king's a bit open here. The white bishop has some inroads in, and the white queen has easy access, maybe the knight coming this direction as well. So, Arjun tries to seek some counterplay, and this is the game position after pawn to h4. I don't really see where the black king's going. White's next moves are like autopilot, push the pawns and attack.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. King safety is super important. It just reminds me of the time that I was writing my very first book back in 2007, I want to say. It was a long time ago. But I remember I had like these 6 principles, and one of them was king safety. And then when it came to writing about king safety, I thought, well, you should protect your king. And then I was going to leave it at just that. And then I suddenly thought about it and thought, no, you can expand on this very important topic a little bit more. And it's all to do with actually having to justify to your king at all times that it's safe.
It's one of the most crucial factors in chess that define evaluation, I think, in every single stage of the game, right? Whether it's opening, how much of a success it's been, so much depends on whether you've castled successfully, connected your pieces. Middle game, who's better? The initiative against the king. Endgames, is king the piece? Is it the active piece coming in? So I think king safety is really one of the key points that we continue learning about in chess and plays a big, big role. I think in this game, it's going to play a huge role as well. Arjun moving that rook to b8. There's not going to be any castle on the queen side. And I don't know how good you're feeling about chances of getting that king to the king side, to the right side of the board. Great emoji there, David. The king not really sure where it wants to go. I just want to highlight, you can't even go short castle with h7 hanging. If you were to push that h-pawn, trying to get the short castle in, white is beautifully poised to either strike with g5 or create more weaknesses on the king side. If you play g6, you're anyways running into an h5 break. If Arjun's king stays at the center of the board, he's essentially playing without a rook on h8. And that's sort of a big handicap to have in this position. So what are the dynamics that Arjun's trying to rely on? Because you mentioned the problem of the bishop, you need to activate that sooner or later. How do you get that going?
Well, my vibe, and I don't know whether it's the correct vibe, but I would be going first up, improve the minor pieces. Is the bishop on d7? It's not doing very well. I think the rook on h8, I'm going to give it up for a lost cause for the time being.
Give up on your kids like that when you're playing, Ivanka.
Well,
you have to talk to your pieces.
It's disappointed me so far. It might improve later on. But what I'm going to say is I was thinking moves like e5, go bishop to e6, and then go queen to a5, trouble the white king a little bit. Oh, the evaluation bar doesn't immediately go, not a good idea. And then when you need to, you can castle and then get the rook involved. That was my thinking. Queen a5, king b1, bishop e6, haha, checkmate. Don't you always get a rush of blood to the head when you threaten checkmate?
It is. I think we'd have to go castle and then rook c1 and then checkmate, because it would be winning after queen.
Okay, it's not checkmate, yeah. Okay.
But I do get a rush of blood if there is checkmate on the board, and there it is.
There you go.
They would be completely. I love it. I don't even know why the bar didn't like your movie 5. I think it just makes so much sense because it comes with the tempo, right? You're also hitting g4.
Right.
And you're asking questions. And the next move, you're hitting a2 and asking questions.
Yeah.
So that looks good, but that would only solve the problem of one of the kids in the position, right? The bishop. I still don't see how Arjun will ever get his king to safety.
Yeah. Unless it's like one of those Marvel movies, the plot line where it all looks hopeless, it all looks lost, but then there's one last superhero that's going to ride to the rescue later. It's like you wait 40 moves and then eventually you castle. And this rook,
It's the Ant-Man, right? Wasn't it Ant-Man?
I feel like it's Gukesh this entire Norway Chess tournament.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
just worse for 40 moves, and then last moment he finds this way to fight back into the game.
You're not a superhero unless you have some hopeless situation somewhere along the way, along your quest, the superhero journey, and then suddenly things turn around.
But it was Ant-Man that saved the day, right?
He saved the day in many occasions. Most of them have saved the day at some point.
Oh, okay.
Thor, Infinity War.
Avengers assemble.
Well, definitely that rook on h8 needs to get into the game at some point, but it's not looking great for it at the moment.
I have a question for you both, right? You mentioned e5, and that gives me another way to improve the bishop. You could do it from the queen side. You could go c5, bishop c6. And c5 also in some positions could threaten c4 as well, getting to that bishop on d3. So I'm just wondering which... okay. The bar just shoots up and says, no, it's got to be e5.
Yeah, well, okay. It's very interesting to see Arjun Erigaisi. He's thinking as to how to come up with a plan. But we have his opponent, Hikaru, in the confessional, so let's listen to what he has to say.
Okay, thought I would come in one time today. My game is quite interesting. Arjun played this bishop d7 move. I know that I've seen this position with this g4 h6. I wasn't sure whether the order he played was precise or whether it was inaccurate. I spent a lot of time considering bishop takes h7. It's a situation where either it's probably completely winning for me or it's completely losing for me, and it's kind of just not what I was in the mood to go for, especially because Arjun's time usage, he was moving very quickly, so I suspect he's still in prep. Depending on how long he thinks here, will probably go a long way towards like being a sort of tell, to use the poker analogy, in terms of what he does, because I didn't see a clear way for black to be better after bishop takes h7. These queen a5, rook b8, and some rook h5, rook c5 type stuff. Optically, it looked scary. I really don't know if it was scary in reality, but it felt kind of iffy. So I chose to avoid that and just play g4, and probably after h6, h4, we'll transpose back into some preparation. But it could be a very interesting game. Well, we'll see.
Interesting there. Hikaru saying it's a tell that Arjun has spent some little time in the beginning, and now he's spending a lot of time, and he was predicting h6, h4. h4 has appeared on the board, and David, h6, is that really a move?
Probably not a good one. I should mention that when this position first arose on the chess.com database, a lot of people were playing a very early h6 just to castle as black, but they would walk into this pawn storm. I would be more tempted as black to play the move h5 somehow. In lots of openings, including the Caruana, Ivanka, when the opponent starts pushing the h-pawn forward, if you have to block it, you want to block it with pawn to h5, just to put this on the board. Because now either there'll be a capture, and the black rook, at least like an Avenger, will rise to the occasion, swoop over, save the day maybe, even go for the enemy king. Actually something that Hikaru mentioned in a different line. Or white will possibly block it up, and now it still feels super scary. But you might feel better, at least now there are fewer open lines on the king side, you might feel better later about castling king side. So we'll see. I have a feeling Arjun doesn't want to touch anything here. They do say don't touch any pawns on the side you're weaker or that you're about to get attacked on. But no easy other decisions to be made here. Not his type of position to defend Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, I mean, we were struggling with coordination, right? To kind of make use of the bishop pair and the rook on b8. I mean, I came up. I'm not going to give credit.
Yeah, you literally checkmated white in 4 moves in this position, and I love that plan, by the way.
All forced.
Well, it was like a very straightforward response, and I shouldn't really...
I would actually play e5 here. I mean, I think that's the first move that comes to my mind as well. Plant that bishop on e6. You're eyeing the king side, hitting that g4 pawn, like you mentioned, queen coming in. Because you have to create your chances, right? You sit still. Hikaru is not stopping here. g5, h5, g6 coming in. Give 3 moves and your king is in a lot of trouble at the center. So Arjun actually has the next 2 to 3 moves to build something of his own on the queen side.
Yeah, agree. And just to put this on the board as well, e5, I do think it's one of the most logical moves. And likewise, c5, very logical. But maybe what he's calculating is the white bishop coming into f5, challenging the bishop. So no more bishop pair for black. That was maybe the long-term trump, the ace card up his sleeve. This forces an exchange. And now he might be calculating what happens if the queen takes, what happens if the pawn takes. A position like this, it does feel like the white king lacks a defender now. But unless you can attack, you might just be dropping this pawn. I think the good side is later, it's more likely you'll be able to castle with the white light squared bishop traded off. But yeah, you can't castle immediately, unfortunately. Or maybe you can, actually. I was going to say rook d7 and you get forked, but whoops.
Queen d6.
Queen b6 and not one-way traffic. So yeah, I think he needs to go for this, Arjun. Even if it does look like anti-positional to trade off your bishops, you just need to get your king to safety. You need all your pieces to play, especially this rook. And even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, I think that's a price worth paying.
Right. And since this position is so complicated, can we check with the all-seeing oracle to find out, first up, how tricky is Arjun's position and how narrow is the path to safety?
Yeah, I've just turned on my computer. It's not the strongest depth. I'll maybe let it think for a while, but e5 top move.
Oh, okay.
Followed by h5.
Oh.
Third move, h6. Oof, scary. And just to mention c5, I think maybe the other most logical move we were contemplating, that does allow bishop takes h7, something that Hikaru Nakamura was talking about in his confessional. And if the black bishop tries to activate now, white drops back, trades off the bishops, and will be a pawn up in the middle game. So I think that's the one move for now we don't really consider. e5 at least counters the g4 pawn, and other moves save the h pawn.
I feel like every single game of Arjun in this tournament has been sort of a story in its own self, right? Playing very strong, coming up with these great novelties, opening preparation has been apt. But let's look at what happened with Gukesh, right? A huge turnaround that lost eventually. Against Fabiano, being under pressure for the most part, but then finding that resourceful resilience at the end, he turns it around and gets the win. And then today, coming up against Hikaru, a position of chaos from the very start. And again, it's one of those positions where you feel that it's a game for 3 results. You know, whether he chooses e5 or he goes for h6 or the other line that you're pointing out. But I wonder, you know, because Hikaru mentioned that when you're playing against a player and they start taking that much time in the opening, you start feeling a bit more confident about your chances that you manage to get them out of prep. And I think especially against a player like Arjun, that holds a lot of value. Seeing Arjun think can give the opponent a lot of confidence in their moves.
Yeah, definitely, because this is perfect. You've got the initiative and your opponent is thinking, burning the time, and you feel the moral sense of advantage. Well, it's a super sharp position. We see that Arjun has to tread very carefully because bishop takes h7 is a big threat. Maybe we check up on the other games because this round so far it started off in a crazy way. There's one game we haven't really checked in on, and I'm just going to ask you, can you see any wildness anywhere else before we head on to Ju against Anna Muzichuk there on the bottom left?
Speaking of wildness, just really quickly, I mean, 4 boards on fire. We'll go to Wenjun and Muzichuk next. It's a big one for us standings. And then we'll also go to Gukesh and Wei Yi. But those top 2 boards, you know, the one in the center and top right, bottom 2 boards, bottom center and bottom right, I think all 4 promise to be super exciting fights. Let's go to the world champion, as you wanted to, Yovi, because it's really a big one, but one of the slower starts.
Yeah, one of the slower starts, but I do like the fact that Jun isn't playing a totally symmetrical, super slow game. We said slow start, but this one could heat up at least. There's some imbalance here. I don't know if we go all the way back to the start.
Let's do it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you didn't want
It's the English opening, of course. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, Tanya. Knight f3. So it started as the Reti opening and soon became a symmetrical English with c4, c5 being played. And pawn to g3. Here, black has many moves. You can put a pawn on g6. You can play pawn to e5, pawn to e6. Here, Anna Muzichuk plays a line that is well known to be super solid with black, but doesn't give so many dynamic chances. It's known to be one of those. It's like you just want to lock down the center, kind of make a draw. So d5, and after some exchanges, bishop to g2, she trades on c3. Again, you can do many things. You can put a pawn on e5. You can bring your knight back, play g6, but a trade of knights, giving white an extra central pawn. It's 2 center pawns versus 1 for black. So white with much more flexibility when to push, whether to push. First, Anna plays e5. We see some developing moves from both sides. The white rook landing on b1. And from my experience of this, pretty much only on the white side, it's all about this bishop, and it's all about the d5 square. Like, this is a hole in black's position. You can't occupy it anytime soon with the white knight, which is 4 moves away. You need to slowly relocate it, like round. So like d2, c4, e3, and d5 eventually. But black here has 1 bad piece, so that gives you hope long term with white. Although black doesn't have too many weaknesses for now. Queen to c7, the knight retreats, starts this long journey, coming round into the d5 square. Black occupies the open line. Big threat to take this knight. Behind that knight is a pawn that bishop is staring at, so Zhu Wenjun develops her queen, and bishop to d7, indirectly trying to kick this queen away. I must admit, I'm a bit biased towards white, just with experience here. I don't really see what black's plan is long term. It's very hard to play on the king side, like with f5, because that's very weakening. Hard to play on the other side of the board because white has this side locked down. But for now, it's all about the pieces.
Right, and with this bishop retreat, bishop to d7, it looks like black is threatening knight to d4. But once you dive deeper into the position, you understand that the queen can just drop back to d1. Everything's covered, and the knight just has to relocate itself.
Yeah, so not a huge threat. So, for example, if white just makes a move...
I'm thinking knight e3.
Knight e3, yep, I like that one. Coming in, if black jumps out the way, hitting the queen, hitting this pawn, white can simply retreat, and the black knight forced back. Yeah, forced back where it came, actually, because this pawn also now suddenly under fire twice, and now white gets, for free, a hit with the knight. I don't know. What does Khadem Muzichuk have in mind, then, if the white knight does retreat? Big threat.
I guess you have to go b6, and... No, I don't know. No.
Maybe.
I don't really want to be going b6, actually, David.
You can. I just want to show why not, maybe.
Yeah.
Hitting the queen. And if you go this way, after some exchanges, after a trade here, you have to take with the knight, otherwise your knight is hanging. And then this pawn in the corner drops.
Yeah.
I just want to show the other one, Jovanka. Queen to b8, just to keep this pawn defended. I see the bar rising. I'm pretty sure it's queen takes knight. Yes, queen sacrifice. You get one piece, you get two pieces. King has to move, it's a check. You get three pieces, and at the end you land
You get them all, really.
Yeah. Gotta catch 'em all.
One too many.
Okay, so I don't know. I just really like Zhu Wenjun's position.
Very healthy. And all the ideas coming in, rook and queen beautifully placed, no big threat. Knight e3, because it's coming in with d5, I wonder if Anna would sort of just take a breather, a pause, and get her bishop out of the way, either put it to d6. I don't think you want to place it to f6, just defending the two pawns and trying to sidestep the threat of knight d5 could be something that she could be looking at. And then eventually getting the f-pawn up the board. I also find it super instructive that, you know, not always you have to defend against an opponent's threat, as you pointed out. Bishop d7 at first looks really scary, but then you understand that it's actually an idea that you don't need to counter on the spot. But that said, the one thing that I think white needs to be careful about, for example, for me, instinctively, what I wanted to play was queen to c2. Just come back. And then I'm looking at, can black actually make a move like b5? And are these ideas that you really need to stop and be careful about? Because rook takes pawn suddenly runs into knight d4 or knight b4 tactics. May or may not work. The bar says it's probably not the best way to do it. All right, knight b4, more precise there. But perhaps that's the trick combined with bishop d7 that you need to watch out for, is the b pawn moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. And I suspect that Anna just retreated the bishop to d7 because she just wanted to stop any ideas of bishop takes c6 and being forced to double pawns.
But I love it when my opponent gives up that fianchetto light squared bishop, and I've got a light squared bishop to try to come towards the queen side. It's such a difficult evaluation to make, right? Long term, you have this terrible pawn formation, but short term, it gives you a lot of dynamics because of the bishop pair.
Yeah, and the bishop coming in, some nice squares. Yeah, that would have been fun, but bishop d7, this is, it's going to be all about piece play for the near future. I think this is going to be tense for a while, but I don't see it fizzling out. That's the thing. A lot of Zhu Wenjun's games so far, it's been symmetrical piece trades, and it just goes down to a level-looking endgame very, very quickly. This one is kind of full tension. Still most of the pieces on the board.
Yeah. Ooh, dangerous stuff, but it's dangerous in a different way. Can we check up on the remainder of the games? Because I see that Tanya, I'm looking at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. You can give yourself a pat on the back because it's exactly as you predicted.
C5 on the board.
C5 for the score, and then we have
you can't say C5 for the score. That's G4 for the score,
or
F4 for the score. C5 is
we're live.
High five.
Oh, we're live.
Or C5, and we go high five.
Okay. Look,
you can't go C5 for the score.
Literally, it just came out of my mouth. But okay, so it goes F4 for the score.
Yes.
Anything with 4 for the score.
Anything with the 4 for the score.
And what about 6? Just break down the lingo.
And we're in the mix.
Exactly.
We're in the mix. Okay, 7.
Heaven.
8.
I hate. No.
Knight on F8?
You don't get mate.
Knight on F8, you never get mate. What was it? You say it all the time.
Knight on F8, there is no mate.
There is no
No
mate.
mate, yeah.
You await your fate. You can't be late.
Can't be late.
I heard something from the producer.
Vic,
Go again.
what did you say?
A date with an 8?
Oh,
Yeah, we can't repeat
a
that.
different kind of show, guys.
Yeah, it's a hot date today with,
With 8.
big games in round 9.
Do you want to jump into Magnus and Fabi? I think it's a big move that sacrifices the pawn back. And let's also point out that, wait, I said sacrifices the pawn back. Yes, it was an extra pawn for Fabi. He gives it back for strategic positional gains there. David, will you break that down for us? Because to me, it was more of a plan and idea, but now it's been executed.
Yeah, and Fabi maybe felt he had to execute it here now before he lost the pawn back in a less favourable manner. Just to recap the last one move for each side, Magnus did play what I'm going to say is the most natural move in the position. Black's A pawn has just marched forward, but it is slightly vulnerable. So Magnus brought his rook across to attack it. The only other way to save this pawn would have been to play the move c6, but to my eyes, this looks extremely ugly. The black bishop now is just stuck for eternity. We could even see ideas, I'm not sure immediately or not, but like pawn to e5, a typical Catalan move. It looks like you're losing a square. The black knight gets a beautiful post, but so do the white knights, more importantly. And c5, an eternal outpost on the dark squares. d6, an even stronger outpost potentially. And this black bishop is just wincing. It's crying, stuck behind its own pawn. So Fabi felt he needed to. And he's going to lose a pawn back anyway. But you're a pawn up. You can give it back and try to seek some activity in the process. So c5, the square was covered 3 times. So Magnus, yeah, it looks like he's about to win the pawn back, but the question is how to capture. If you take with the knight, maybe Magnus will feel like this alleviates some of the pressure. We'll see a knight trade. And again, there's a dilemma, queen or pawn. Ideally, you want to take with the queen. He actually takes with the pawn, Magnus, first of all. But just to break this one down, we would have seen maybe the black rook come across and the white queen now. If it takes, there would have been some action, some complications. Instead, Magnus took back immediately with the pawn. And the idea of this marching forward was stopped. So Tanya predicted this exact position. And white has to do something quick before the black rook comes along and knuckles down on the c5 square.
What can white do then? This is the big question.
I mean, I'm already looking at some tactics around c6. Just simply, yes, I see the queen on c2 is pinned, and maybe that's why it's not ideal, because after c6, you can maybe continue with the same idea of rook c8. But I wonder if you can take, yeah, and then you just, I was thinking you could take the queen on c2 if anything was captured, but if you take on c6, there could be some potential issues, right? With this g2 bishop, can we just check that out? Bishop takes pawn, e5, does that win on the spot?
Then there's knight d5.
Uh-huh.
And we're still live.
Yeah. Knight d5, we're still live.
Although I think that's the wrong usage, right? You're meant to use it for like, let's go, we're having fun.
But this is literally we still live because you don't end up losing
Exactly,
the bishop.
yeah.
Do you want to see a cool move?
Oof.
I don't know if it's good or not, but
Whoa.
knight b4.
What's going on here?
The bar drops. Whoops. I just wanted to point out there is a pin on this bishop, and if you take the knight, whoops, you capture the rook in the corner, and the black bishop is pinned, so cannot recapture after some checks. Back, rank, spank here from white, but I don't know why I said that. Knight b4, and yeah, I guess black can defend just with the rook, and in other ways.
It's been that kind of show, David. Don't worry.
That kind of tournament.
Getting that.
Okay, so
c6 is probably not working as we were talking. Queen c2 is still sort of pinned there, so it doesn't come with any ideas. Rook c8 is the big next move for Fabi. How do you respond? Because rook c8, and then you're just threatening to pick up the c5 pawn.
Okay, so we c6. That was like such a cool move, Tanya. I love it. It's like an invisible square. You know, you think that there's no way that white can play this. Because rook c8, one rook c8 would be, I thought that was a howler because, sorry, David. It just takes, pawn takes
schoolyard
bishop.
nickname. Pawn takes bishop.
Yeah.
And queen takes queen.
Oh, queen takes queen. Why am I'm hallucinating because I thought rook takes queen. But the
And then pawn takes rook
Pawn
wins
takes
the
rook.
game.
I'm-
Another bank rank.
No, I made the howler there.
But I did see
overuse my
the
name.
bar thinks that that's fine. I mean, somewhere instead of pawn takes bishop, there is something else here, Yobi, for white. Something stronger.
Wow, okay. I've been naughty. I just checked because my brain wasn't seeing any good moves here to defend this pawn.
E5.
E5.
Yeah,
Nice.
let's go.
And Jovanka, just to show your idea, if this pawn on E5 is captured, now after a trade of knights,
Now.
This
Now
is what
your
you
idea.
wanted.
Exactly. So I knew my brain was functioning some way.
and now you
Yeah, now I get the queen.
reborn, and with a back rank checkmate. So E5 forces the black knight to block the newly opened diagonal. And now the best move for Magnus would be to bring the white knight forward and to try and plant it in on this D6 square. This is not easy. This gets mega complicated.
It really does. I mean, this position is just so complex. There's just no clear path here.
Yeah, you know, with pieces kind of being loose and undermined at every opportunity. Not easy. So C6.
C6.
Is it the best move, David?
Ooh, good question. I'm going to turn Mr. Fish, Mr. Stockfish back on. Okay, two moves, roughly equal value, C6 and B4.
Which one's better?
0.00.
Both, yeah.
Both equally good.
I must admit, my kind of knee-jerk reaction was B4. But the only reason that I would not play that was because I feel like there's going to be a lot of trades. And we're going to be seeing like this fizzle out big time.
Yeah, just to show exactly what you're talking about, Jovanka, all the rooks will come off the board. White can't even regain this pawn yet because the pawn on C5 drops. And actually, apparently black is just better here, unless white finds the move queen to A2. And even then, I'm not sure how much advantage you're playing for with white. Although you can maybe keep this C-pawn alive for a bit longer and later try and corral these two B-pawns. So Magnus, if he doesn't want to play with any risk, maybe he'll go for this if he sees the move queen A2. If not, just to continue what we were talking about, C6, black's best is to take it with the bishop. And now, if white just pins this bishop, then black brings the rook across and black is just a pawn up. But I don't think there's any way to take advantage. But after C6, bishop takes, apparently white needs to find the move B4 due to the A-file pin. And if black blocks, creates a protected pass pawn, now the A3 rook has opened up. And now, again, the move order, unclear which one's better, but suddenly we'll see like a tripling and just like a traffic jam, congestion of all the pieces on the C-file.
He goes for it.
Yeah,
B4.
he plays B4, but
Good
as
spot.
we saw, he has to be precise about this one. So definitely the complexities, they continue. Wow, we're going to see whether Fabiano Caruana recaptures that pawn, but I'm going to leave you there because we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we're going to, of course, dive into this game, and of course, every single move, drama, you got it, you name it, we're going to cover it. So stay with us.
Okay, so I'll show an opening called the Ruy Lopez. It starts when we take this guy in front of our king. This is our king. And we're taking, these are like the foot soldiers. They're the weakest guys on the board, the ones that we can most easily sacrifice, so we kind of throw them forward immediately, although we don't always want to give them away. And then black just does the same thing. So same idea, copying us. And now we take this guy out, our horse, should I say horse?
Yeah.
And then he is attacking this guy right in front. So basically, if our opponent doesn't do anything, then we're just going to, next move, just take it off the board. And then we're going to have more material. So our opponent is probably going to not copy us, but they're probably going to try to stop us from doing that. So they're going to kind of mirror us, and they're going to take their horse out, which it doesn't threaten us, but it makes sure that we can't, if we take this guy, then we lose our horse, and we don't want to do that because this is much better than these guys. This is really important. So we want to keep those, and we want to make sure that this horse is really not comfortable. So we take this guy out, and then we slide him along, these guys can go really far, so he goes almost the whole board, and now he's looking right at him, and there's nowhere for that horse to go, really. So it's, we can take a next move if we want. There's pretty much no escape, and that's the real opus.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivan Gahauska, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann.
Join the community club on chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round up the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on chess.com.
are back, we are ready, and for all of the action that is coming, and the tension is building big time. Not only here in the studio, no, I was just joking. but the games as well. I mean, this is such a big round, and the players, they're rewarding us with some fighting chess.
Exactly what we were expecting, right? You've got these last 2 rounds remaining. The tournament is up for grabs. Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Anyone can take it away. And the fire on the board we have, it just shows the fire that the players have come in with today. Incredible preparation. Amazing middle game growing up. I'm loving it. Look at what's happening in Fabi, Magnus. Look at what's happening on Hikaru, Arjun. Look at what's happening in Tingzhe, Humpy and Vaishali, Khadem. It's awesome. I mean, hard to pick a game that we want to go to next.
We have been reminded by a kind viewer that we need to place our bets.
We do need
the tension in the studio you were talking about.
Oh, I was just joking.
Now I'm feeling it. So where are we? Let's remind everyone.
Okay, I got my first point just before the rest day, and I still want to thank the 15% of you that voted for me on chat, and all those people who believed in me, and hopefully we can do it again.
You know, I feel that when you're really down at 0 and then you have love of these people, that's true love, Yovi. I mean, you know, that's them really standing by you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that means something.
Yes, it does. It
Even
really
if you
is.
lose to a chair.
I think Danny Wrench is going to get this Armageddon prediction right.
The chair, yeah, we should have like the option of the chair, and I bet you the chair gets more votes than me.
That's true.
So what are our predictions today, guys? David, you go first.
2 Armageddons.
2 Armageddons. Do you want to break it down? Which ones you're expecting?
Carlsen, Caruana, and Zhu and Jun, and a Musichuk.
All else decisive. All right, 2 for David. Yovi?
This is difficult. I'm going to defer to you first.
Well,
you go first.
You're such a trickster with that. Fine, I'll go first.
Yes,
I'll
thank you.
take on the challenge. All right, so you've taken 2. I think that I'm picking might. Fine, I'll go with 3.
Oh no!
Don't do that.
Such a bad
threw it to
thing.
me,
I
alright?
did.
This
I
is on
did.
you.
It's
You can't
completely
blame
on
me
me. Yeah, because now I have like it's like super sharp everywhere.
Always
I
go
can't
first,
go. I can't go 4 because I really don't think there's going to be 4. Can I go? I can't go 1. I'm gonna.
You can definitely not go 1. It's between 4 and 5. Let me help you.
But I'm going to lose anyway, so I might as well go 1. 1 Armageddon.
What? 1?
What you did? You took 2. He took 3.
Go for 1, and then you're upset that there's only 15% of chat supporting you. You say things like 1. What else do you expect?
Gukesh Wei Yi might also be a draw, Ivanka.
Yeah, but I can't say. Shit, you've literally taken 2.
But
But you
And she
did-
took 3.
But 4 is not. It's not impossible.
But look at these positions, Tanya. Look at them. They are wild. Like Hikaru and
want
Arjun
3?
is like the furthest.
Do you want 3?
No, no. I don't want to.
you're sticking to 1.
You can't stick to 1. Please take that back.
I would love it now if you change your mind to like 4 and then it's 1.
No, I'm going to stick with 1. I'm prepared to lose. I'm going to go all gung-ho and say 1. I'm just going to unsettle you guys.
That
And
is
if you want to
very
back
unsettling.
me, if you want to back me in chat, that's fine. If you don't, back the chair. I don't mind.
So basically, therefore, the chair gets
5 and 6.
4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
No wonder it's winning every day. But you know what? Let's get our chat into this and let's get that poll running. Does David get it right, Ivanka? Or of course, you know who wins this one. 3 for me, 2 for David, and 1 for Ivanka.
Wait, what? I was
You
on
said
3.
2. Oh, you.
Oh, I
No,
thought you meant overall wins. Yeah,
No,
two-
I meant
two.
2, yeah. So 2 today, 3 and 1. Ivanka, seriously, I mean, that's honestly, I don't even feel like allowing that prediction to be legal.
I think it's going to look like genius come the end of the day.
Do you think?
If you win, I think Ivanka deserves 1 extra point for that. Well, Vic just
What just happened? What's happening
We're
here?
joined by...
being
We're joined
fired?
by producer Bic. Is my vote on?
It's the Fantastic Four now,
Unacceptable.
just to mention.
Avengers.
You choose 4. Okay, Bic.
And he did defeat me in Blitz yesterday, so if he wins this, then tomorrow, final round, I'm out, I'm producing. Bic is sitting here.
Wait, we need to talk about that. You lost to Vic yesterday?
That wasn't my finest moment. Moving on.
Wow, that's great. I mean,
Yeah.
were
what
there
can I say?
odds?
No.
What?
What can I say? I underestimated him.
Was there drinking water or anything of that kind involved?
The night before, I didn't drink enough water. That's all I'll say. But
that is insane. But that's a big win. And if he gets a win today, that would be a big one. But in our overall leaderboard, it's 3, 2, and 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. And on our predictions,
Yeah.
you guys didn't follow the pattern because he chose 2.
I chose
chose
3.
3.
Because you handed me the power to go next.
I know.
We've never had 1, right?
We've never had 1. We've had 5.
But we've had 5 Armageddons.
2, 3,
and
4.
we also had someone predicting that would be. You've predicted there's going to be all Armageddons.
Yeah, but that was because I was trying to throw the vote.
I'll tell you one game that doesn't go into Armageddon, it's Hikaru versus Arjun. I mean, that top
That's
right
crazy.
forward, look at, I see the bar, it's screaming for white. And that last move that Hikaru played, I think it was the best move because the bar didn't move at all. So Hikaru really showing his A game right now. Is Arjun in big trouble already out of the opening?
It's just not pleasant at all for Arjun here. I think opening prep, maybe he was kind of betting that Hikaru would go a bit more risky or that Hikaru would do something different along the way. But Arjun's opening here looks really shaky. Just to break down the last 2 moves, we did see the one that Hikaru himself was talking about in the confessional. Pawn to h6, given a question mark, and the bar rises even further, inches up for white here. Hikaru was talking about this move, I think it was in his prep from around 4 or 5 moves ago already. Hikaru was being baited into, or tempted into taking this pawn on h7 over the last few moves. Eventually, Arjun said to himself, I can't afford to hang that pawn any longer. He pushes it forward, but now Hikaru just improves his rook. A nice move. This is a semi-open file after all. And he's saying to Arjun, if you ever castle, then I'll play the move g5. And if you try and block it, I'll push the pawn even further to g6. And any addition here of the queen, of any other pieces, is just going to end in checkmate. For example, if black tries to keep things locked up, you could imagine the white queen coming, moving the knight out the way, and sooner or later, queen takes pawn, queen to h7. I'll just put this on the board. You can even give up a knight at this point. Oh, maybe you can't. Oh, look at the bar. I shouldn't be so complacent. That's why I lost a pick yesterday. Knight d4. Let's make a sensible move instead of being flashy. And yeah, next move, queen takes pawn, and checkmate is coming. Queen to h7.
Wow. That is very terrifying, and I just want to say it feels as if Hikaru will be the first to Arjun's king in these opposite side castling if they were to occur dynamics. But even with the king in the center, you just feel that Hikaru's made so much progress. The problem in Arjun's position is that you don't have any good breaks on the queen side. You know, you don't have that b5, b4 hook. You see the c3 pawn, but there's really no way. The queen on c2 is not only an attacker, but a great defender to b2. I mean, this would really help Arjun's cause to try to get that attack going. With none of those pawn breaks in, with a very difficult situation of how do you triple on the B line considering you're playing down one of your biggest toys in the nursery, it's hard to imagine an attack, or at least Arjun needs a lot of time, and Hikaru is essentially 2 moves away, right? g5, g6.
Yeah, and I also want to suggest something really radical, just like my Armageddon prediction. Bishop to g6.
Oof.
These are the kind of ideas you really need to be worried about at the right time, you know.
What are our sound effects for bishop to g6?
Okay, it doesn't work right now, but it's definitely in the air, right? Because you can imagine a scenario, say the queen moves away from c7, you see bishop g6 lands on the board.
Oh, it's good, it's good, it's good. Oh, it's good. It's not winning, but it's good.
It's not winning, no, but it's definitely in the air because I'm just looking at ideas like f takes g6, the queen moves away, and then the king has to. You can look.
I love it.
Boom.
And the
King runs and
knight just.
Take on e6.
You can take on e6, right?
And knight e4. Oof.
How about this one? Wait.
Oh.
I want to take here, but I don't know if it works.
It looks tempting, right?
What is wrong with queen takes e6 is what I'm wondering, because knight e5 is coming next. You can't go king c8 because e7's hanging.
What is wrong with this? That is a good question.
Maybe you go for b2. I don't know.
Queen b7 or something?
I was curious. So rook b5, of course.
Of course. I mean, that's an easy
stop
fine.
e5,
That has to be it.
Stops knight e5 and threatens, well, I guess you throw the rook in the way, save your life. But just to point out, this is winning because just queen takes g7 instead. And when the rook moves, you've also prepared knight e5.
Yeah. And maybe you also get a second queen on the board. Take the pawn on h5, h6, h7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greedy.
But it just goes to show so much danger, right? You got g5, g6, you got bishop to g6 coming. And it's all about that black king, which is stuck there in the middle. And there's no safe way to handle this. I mean, okay, what are the moves to survive here for Arjun? Because we are talking about survival, right?
I think we already are. You're absolutely right. And it comes down to that point that Arjun's just not managed to create any counterplay on the queen side at all. Meanwhile, Hikaru's just got everything in. Speaking of survival, it's the kind of position that screams, develop your pieces and castle, kids.
Yeah. Arjun, he's broken so many rules. Actually, if we think about it earlier, he brought his queen out. He's moved his queen 3-4 times at least. Like, his bishop's never moved. He put his rook out instead of maybe getting the time to castle earlier. He's got shattered pawns here, isolated pawns, which don't help create those breaks that he needs. He's hating life, I'm going to say it. Arjun Erigaisi, he would love this position with white. I think he would beat anyone in the world if he had the white pieces. He would just crush them from this position, but he's on the defensive side, and he's about to make a move. It is pawn to c5. I will mention that was the top computer move. Everything else, and white's advantage was shooting through the roof almost. So at least he's trying to seek some counterplay, maybe to get his bishop to a better square, maybe to kick white's bishop away, but also to take this square away from the white knight.
Are we going to see Jovanka's brilliancy here? Because I can see the makings of it. For example, we continue with the plan g5, right? Hikaru's idea is very clear. He wants to break through g5. I don't know if you take or not, but the point I want to make is c4, you hit the bishop. And it's bishop g6 the move. That lands.
Boom.
It's irresistible.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Nice.
Almost.
I mean, it's very good. It's very good. And especially with the pawn move to g5, because normally as black, you might want to defend f7 by castling, right? Defend with your rook. But now with the pawn on g5, I mean, you just don't even consider anything else. You just take it, you open up the g file, and you just go for the black king. Still a bit away from checkmate, but this just feels killer, this attack. Oh, I love it. Jovanka, that was not on my radar, but maybe it'll be on Hikaru's radar.
Now it's all I can think of, bishop g6.
It's good, isn't it? It's kind of really tempting in this type of position. You are looking for a breakthrough, you want to open up lines. It's the currency of an attack, so you're either going to break through, bulldoze the position with your pawns, or the bishop. Do it in radical ways. This is really, really dangerous for Arjun here, and g5 looks so natural, Tanya. It looks like such a great move.
The last 5 moves, he's kind of set that up, right? With h4, g4, bringing the rook on f1. And maybe it is, like you said, on Hikaru's radar, because that rook from f1, bishop g6 becomes that much more stronger because you're eyeing that tender spot on f7. You're looking at sacrifices like bishop takes pawn. So I think Hikaru was setting these plans up to come together. You know, you get g5, you get bishop g6. And I want to ask both of you, because there's also so much of a psychological warfare going on in this game right now. Both have come from a win, right, in round 8, but very different kind of wins. For Arjun, he was under pressure throughout the game. He was worse against Fabi, and it was a time scramble that paid to his advantage. And David, if you spot any big moment, like, just take us there immediately. But I just wanted to say, for Hikaru, the game that he played against Gukesh, that's got to be a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, totally.
Like, you know how chat says bro thinks he's Hikaru? That was one of those games that we had.
Yeah, totally agree with you that it was a big game. You know, you could see it on the smile on his face. But I'm going to take us back to the game board viewer, because I just noticed a big moment, and it's really wild there in Norway Chess, because top left between Gukesh and Wei Yi. Well, Gukesh kind of uncorked some home preparation, queen to d3. The queen got kicked around to f3. But question mark here, because Wei Yi's last move was f7, f5, g5, locking the position down was the response. But we've got to break down, like, how did the queen get from c4 all the way to f3, and then what happened in the meantime?
Yeah, and I'm going to pose a few questions as well, because mostly to Gukesh's opening prep, because let's backtrack and talk about what did happen. Queen c4, remember everyone, the queen came from d1, it moved up to d3, moved up to c4. Now the bishop came out to hit it, and we left it after the move queen to f4. And still a big threat on the board. We talked about this one earlier. Bishop takes knight due to the fact there is a pin along the d file. Wei Yi defended this very nicely, actually, by playing pawn to d5, so gaining space while also defending with his bishop here. Knight into d4, trying to gain the bishop pair. The black bishop now improved itself, hitting the white queen, which only has 1, maybe 2 safe squares if you count g5, but definitely not trading queens here if you want an advantage. So queen back to f3. Queen d7, threatening bishop to g4 with a skewer on the queen and rook. That had to be stopped. h3, c6, solidifying the center. White goes for it, g4, f5, and yeah, now g5. And I just want to mention, there are some lines in this opening where, with the white queen on d1, you move your knight out to d4, then you get queen f3 in one move. Here, he's gone queen d3, queen c4, queen f4, queen f3. It's taken 4 moves to get there. And g5, the question mark move, just to confirm, white should actually objectively be taking the bishops off the board. Get rid of the bishop pair and opening up of the position you don't have to worry about anymore because the white bishops will love that. g5 allows what Wei Yi has just played, f4, forcing the white bishop back. And positionally, this looks odd for white. Like, this bishop is now caged behind its own lines. I mean, maybe you're still going to get the bishop pair at some point, but it does feel like your queen is just a pure blockader. Queens are the worst blockaders. And my question is, why is he doing this? Why is he provoking Wei Yi forward like this?
It's very strange, right? Because you want to have that tension to be able to open lines towards your opponent's king. And here you've just blocked all possibility. You've also created some light square weaknesses. If Gukesh wants to hang on to that knight and bishop, I want to also point out a plan that's always in the air of bishop f7, queen e8, and bishop h5, taking advantage of the squares that have been left behind. And then, Jovanka, this is something that I've learned from you. I think, David, you also mentioned it earlier from both of you, really, that, you go back, I go forward, bishop d2. The knight can jump forward to e4 now, again targeting that bishop. I mean, it just looks like such a healthy position. You're attacking the pawn. Let's say you go rook g1, a natural move to defend it. And now black can fall back with the bishop with the other plan that I was talking about. And it just feels like, where is Gukesh's attack against the black king? And look at Wei Yi's forces at the center of the board. Yeah. Just beautiful harmony with the minors and the majors.
Yeah, totally agree there, Tanya. And I just love this move, bishop f7, queen e8. It's not necessarily that intuitive to go back, but once you spot the idea of just pouncing on the queen on f3, just attacking it, it's wonderful. And it's actually makes perfect sense because, as David says, the principles are the queens are the worst blockaders. Why? Because they can get kicked away very easily.
Yeah, anything that hits them, they have to run.
Yeah.
They have to lose even more time. And that has been a theme. We talked about Gukesh's openings this tournament. Most of the bad positions he's had, Gukesh, it's because it's very move by move. It's like very calculation based. So he'll move his queen because it's the best move there and then. But then the next move, he'll also move his queen because it looks like the best move. And I remember against Magnus, his position over the course of like 10 moves, only one move, only one piece kind of improved. Against Fabiano, course of around 10 moves, only one piece improved. It feels like he's playing for specific lines, specific tactics, and that really has helped him in those. I mean, he's been fantastic in the kind of time scrambles because he's seeing these tactics. But the strategy, especially against Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus, there have been moments when it's very questionable, maybe here as well.
Absolutely, because just optically and visually, right, like you said, white only has the knight and the queen into play. And there's really nothing else to count for in this position. Your rooks are not connected. It's not like white has a pawn on h5, g5, ready to strike. You're still far away from all of that because you've spent so much time with the queen dance earlier. And again, this is move 16 with the white pieces. Meanwhile, look at all of Wei Yi's forces, everything playing in the center, knight jumping forward, maybe even the rook coming onto that open line that you're pointing out. It feels like Gukesh has made just a few moves, while Wei Yi has made 10 moves in a row and improved every single piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it certainly works as well. Follows the principles because what Wei Yi has done is says, if your opponent works on the wings, you strike out in the center. And that's exactly what he did with f5, f4. I really love your knight to e4 because it completely contains the white queen. And there's just no path of attack, because white is attacking with h4, h5, g6 or h6, but it's literally just a pawn. But nothing scary. Nothing scary
at all. And I'm just wondering, Jovanka, if knight e4 does allow Gukesh the bailout of getting rid of the bishop pair, like let's say knight takes bishop becomes a possibility. So is Wei Yi in fact considering to just take that away? Instead of immediately jumping to the center of the board, the most natural move, get that knight to e4, is he thinking that perhaps it's time to just retreat with the bishop and keep knight e4 as a threat?
Looks good. I also see another path for the bishop into e4.
Ooh, nice.
Oof, this looks a bit scary.
I actually like bishop f7 a lot.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I mean, white really has to do some contorting here because I'm thinking h4 to get ready to meet queen e8 with bishop h3. And you fight. Can you go h5 as well?
Yeah, h5 as well, I was thinking. Looks good.
Oh, wow, and it just turns around. So black still has to be precise. It's not as easy as it looks.
But maybe your idea, bishop g6, are we in time to get that e4 square instead?
Yeah, and then maybe bishop h3.
h3 maybe.
Still tricky.
Yeah. I think this is the downside to like vacating this diagonal so soon. The bishop comes out to h3. Although I wonder why black is doing so well here. I'm being naughty today. I'm checking Mr. Engine a bit. The h4. Apparently knight e4. You just chill. You just move, and it's not such a big deal actually getting the bishop pair for white. Apparently apparently there's something even better here for black. Knight e6.
Queen a5.
Wow. You switch focus, and then you just play rook e8 next move, kick the knight out. And I mean, it does get complicated. Like it's not like totally one-way traffic.
No.
We should mention. But it does feel like Gukesh has been very, very kind of liberal with his moves. He's been kind of giving chances to the opponent. I mean, that's what you've got to do sometimes if you want to win games. So I kind of understand what Gukesh is doing.
I'm still so surprised at the amount of times in Norway Chess, Gukesh has just come in a worse position right out of the opening. Whether playing white, whether playing black, sometimes an early mistake, sometimes right at the start of a middle game. But this is just something that I think we're not used to from Gukesh. You know, we see those mistakes happen, of course. Everyone makes them. But it's at the later part of the game. I don't know how many games. I think, you know, whether it's against Magnus, whether it was against Arjun, just every single game, Fabi as well. And today, this one against Wei Yi, against Hikaru yesterday. It's like he's just not getting his positions. And then he's trying to kind of fight his way out from a position of weakness every single time.
But he has kept the necessary complexity to hold his nerve and does take those opportunities when presented to him. But Hikaru said it himself, you know, Gukesh has been pretty shaky in this event. You know, there's been moments where he's really been on the back foot. And today, he finds himself once again having to find those accurate moves to retain the balance. And h4 was an important resource for white with the idea of going h5, maybe bishop h3 at the right time.
But that's the thing, right, Ivanka? If, like, so early on you're playing white and you're already thinking about what resources I have for counterplay, it's just not a situation you want to be in. You want to be able to play a position that has balanced chances for both players. And even just, yes, it's far from over. Like you said, not one-way traffic. But Gukesh can't be happy about this opening outcome.
Yeah, I think he's just calculating, and he knows he's not, like, immediately in any trouble in any concrete lines, so he'll probably just say, okay, it's a position. But yeah, we have the eval bar. We know and we see that white's been kicked back a lot over the last few moves. So it definitely feels like Wei Yi the happier of the two. Although Wei Yi, I don't think he's got any classical wins so far in this tournament. So winning this position with black is still going to be a whole nother matter. Can I make a request for the next game?
Do it without making a request.
Okay, let's do it.
Surprise us.
Surprise. Let's jump to... Boom, Humpy against Leiting J. Because last we left it, okay, actually a lot of moves. This is the live position. Fast forward, this was earlier. Fast forward to this position. Look at the bar. Black with a decent advantage. She's the tournament leader, Humpy. So this is looking very good for her. Let's go all the way back to when we last left it. We saw bishop to e5. Here, the most popular move for black, we should mention, is knight back to f6. And it's still unknown whether Leiting J would have retreated her bishop, but if she had, we might well have just seen a very quick draw. But Humpy, instead, she is the one to say no repetition for you. She eliminates this bishop. And I'm a bit surprised now that the pawn took on e5. I would have thought the knight would capture, gaining a bit of time as well against the black knight on the edge of the board. But no, pawn takes, black queen moves, queen to a4, stopping black from castling queenside. The a pawn would be hanging if black decides to go long. So bishop to d7. Instead, we saw something very similar played by Anna Muzychuk. The bar hates this move, I've got to say, but the position is still very tense. Pawn to h3, maybe preparing to boot the knight away. The knight moves. Now e4, given a big question mark. And Humpy, the reason I wanted to take us here, not just because she's got an advantage, is because she played a brilliant move. Pawn to d4. Blue arrow shows it's by far the best. Essentially giving up a pawn, at least for now, but closing down the white position, especially these minor pieces. If she had taken this pawn, everyone at home might be wondering, why not take a pawn? Keep the material balance. But suddenly the white knight gets in the game. Big checks in the air, and this would have been fantastic for Leiting J. But d4, closing things down. The white queen has to move again. Knight takes pawn, allows a capture of the white pawn, level material, black with the bishop pair. So queen takes pawn, knight to e6, blue arrow marks it, Humpy plays it, and the queen moves. So here we are, black with the advantage, but she still needs to prove it.
Yeah, she still needs to prove it. She also has to decide where to put the pieces because, you know, this pawn on e5, it would annoy me as a pawn grabber that it still exists on the board. Like, are you going to go bishop to g7? Are you simply going to castle queenside? What direction to take?
This has been really...
Sorry, go on, Tanya.
No, I agree. You could mix it up, start with one or the other, but I do like the idea of going long castle with the king at some point. I mean, to your point, you know, sacrificing that central pawn, key move, and then immediately making sure that Tingzhe doesn't have the opportunity to sacrifice it back with the move e6 and planting your knight there. Very precisely played, because e6 would actually free up white's position. For Humpy, being down a pawn and having those e5, e4 works in her favor. It's sort of the pawns that she wants on the board and not off the board. The bishop pair, super important. The bishop on d3 stuck. The knight doesn't have an e4 square because there's an e4 pawn. The knight on f3 doesn't have an e5 square because there's an e5 pawn. Down a pawn, the bar gives Humpy quite a bit of an opening advantage. To me, it's a bit of a surprise because it looks pleasant. But is it that much obvious why it's so better for her? Yes, the bishop pair, but what more, David?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's anything concrete. Just to mention, there are tactics in the air, like b5 is possible, kicking the white queen back, and then you jump in with the knight. Sorry, coughing. Sorry, everyone at home with earphones especially. But I think it's essentially, it's similar to what Arjun Erigaisi faced a bit earlier in his game. If you castle on the king side with white, then the black pawns are ready to storm that flank, storm that side of the board, and you might just get attacked. If you castle to the other side, you might get attacked by the black pawns on this flank as well. So it feels like you're just caught in no man's land. The white king is flexible, hasn't committed yet, but no matter where you go, you'll be facing an onslaught to pawn storm.
And there's a limit to what kind of waiting moves you make. Because say you have bishop to g7 on the board, what is the next move for white? Like if you castle queenside, then David's idea of b5 and, you know, potentially harassing the king on that side of the board is relevant. And there you can see the evaluation bar is saying, yay. It is all systems go there for black. And if you castle kingside, well, that's not really attractive either because suddenly h5, g4 appears and there's a ready-made attack down the h line. So I'm struggling to come up with a really good waiting move if black were to go bishop to g7. Not with the idea necessarily of going bishop takes e5, but actually just to say, your turn, white, what are you going to do?
I love it. I think that might be the reason castling queenside for Humpy is attractive. It's probably just a good move, but it might be better to wait because if white does the same, then it's very much harder to start pushing your pawns, although still very possible to push your pawns. Yeah, maybe keeping options open, bishop g7 would be the best practical try.
By the way, guys, we have lost the faith of chat.
What happened?
No.
The empty chair has beaten all of us.
What?
How can
we need to get this up.
Okay.
This is just embarrassing. Yeah. What does that say
We're
about us?
We're going to prove chat wrong. Us versus chat. It's the end game.
It's the end game. Okay, I got 12%. I'm not surprised by that because I had a very gutsy prediction. No, I predicted just one Armageddon. David predicted 2 Armageddons. He gets 28% of the vote. Tanya, 23%. This dude over here, 37%. So you can't even see the invisible man.
The invisible man who predicted 4, by the way. Vic did come in and said that
on behalf of the chair,
chair predicts 4. And there we have our 4th commentator, the invisible one, right there with
37% of the vote.
Bye, Ivanka. Okay, bring you back.
Yeah, okay.
Empty chair.
Oh, empty chair is the winner. Well,
I mean, we'll all be out of jobs. Not only is AI taking over the world, empty chairs are taking over the world.
I think I got this. I'm getting the 3 Armageddons and then chat can eat their own poll.
But what happens if the chair is right? What do we do?
Oh my God.
We have to come up with a scenario. Why? If the chair is right, what?
I mean, honestly, Ivanka, you could have just said 4. And then the chair would not have been right. Now it's an actual possibility that the chair would be right.
Chat is not going to be right.
Are you blaming me? Are you blaming me for this existence of the chair?
This problem that we find ourselves in, you know?
Okay, I take the blame. I'm sorry. I was reckless. I did not think of the long-term possibilities. I'm sorry for introducing the chair into the equation.
I'm almost hoping we get one now. That would be epic.
It would be unlikely, but
But epic.
would be epic. Yeah. Okay, so where to jump next? We see the rainbow-coloured smorgasbord of positions here, and still very tense on most boards. The only real kind of eval bar swings are Gukesh being in a little bit of trouble potentially, and Hikaru with a fantastic, beautiful position, and Humpy, as we talked about, with the advantage with black.
Yeah, after that very strategic pawn sacrifice, right? Usually you give up pawns in the opening to get the tactics going, but Humpy for those positional gains. Very classy stuff going on there. Vanjun, the world champion, to me, looks like could be in trouble. I mean, I look at that F-pawn that Anna Muzychuk has just rolled up the board. And yes, still too early to call, but optically looks good. That's the bottom left board. Meanwhile, on our bottom right board, Sara Khadem playing with her knights, eyeing those dark squares. Also a very complex position. Not a single trade has happened there. Where should we jump to next, Jovanka? Some rich picks.
It's definitely some rich picks, but I think that Zhu Wenjun against Anna Muzychuk is so important for the standings. Both of the players tied in second place, so we do have to head there. And especially because there's been a change in the position, because we thought White was doing very well. It looked very, very comfortable, and now we have a complete change.
Yeah, and interesting mind games afoot here. We should drag it all the way back to when we last left this, because we had a bit of a bluff maybe by one player and a big decision by the other. We last left it with the black bishop having just dropped back. I'm going to put that on the board actually, because this was the position just before we jumped in earlier. The black bishop now dropped back to d7, protecting the knight, also x-raying the white queen. The white knight now retreated to e3, trying to get into d5. And here, Anna Muzychuk said, bishop to e6. Would you like to repeat? Will you bring your knight back to c4? And we might have seen a draw in this position. But Zhu Wenjun, maybe feeling the need to win, the pressure with the white pieces, decided not to repeat the position with knight to c4. She also decided not to kind of change the nature of the position by playing bishop takes knight, ruining the black pawns, but as we said earlier, losing your beautiful light-squared bishop. So c4, a big decision here. This one is always very controversial, though. Yes, you get a square, but you also give a square to the black knight, and we see that come into play very shortly. Queen to d7, the white knight now jumped in. This was ignored. Anna Muzychuk, great calmness, by the way, to just allow kind of a bad bishop here, but also the white knight to sit on a beautiful outpost. But as we see in a moment, bishop to d2, she had ideas of her own. Knight d4, tension between the queens. If you take the black queen now, black could jump in with an intermezzo, a Zwischen, Zug, an in-between move, check, hitting the king, winning a pawn, and then taking the queen. So white couldn't trade, white had to go back. Now Zhu Wenjun on the back foot. A double down of the e2 pawn attack, rook to e1, b6, and here we sit f5, and we're live.
Love it. And I think that f5 pawn isn't stopping there. The idea is clear, right? Give Anna two moves, f4, f3 is coming in. You've got the rook, knight, bishop beautifully placed. Was f3 played by white? Yes, it was. So stopped in its track, attacks the bishop. But it's not a happy move, right? Because you leave out these dark square weaknesses. You shut out your own bishop on g2. To me, this does signal that Wenjun's not comfortable with her position if this is a defensive resource that she needs to resort to.
Yeah, she's definitely not comfortable because there was a knight on d4, a bishop on g4 on her side of the board. So I do think that f3 was pretty necessary because, as you indicated, f4 was also on the radar for black. So here I think she has to commit to the plan of just booting out the black pieces. So the bishop goes h5, e3, chase that knight away. And there you can start doing some repair work. And it's typical, yeah, and here I'm just thinking maybe you can go queen to d2 and kind of pile up on the long diagonal, line up with the bishop, and start putting pressure.
Yeah, this is what she wants, and the connect four, I'm just going to mention, it does control a lot of squares. Probably the black knight goes the other way. Probably I kind of misspoke there, and after the knight gets kicked, the knight goes this way. And the big question is whether Anna Muzychuk can ever kind of power through with her pawns successfully. If she can, maybe big attack for black. But if she can't, then maybe Zhu Wenjun will get a grip of the center by playing a move like f4. Like Jovanka said, queen on b2, and it's just very cagey.
Do you think Vanjun is regretting not going in for the repetition, or does she still think this is a fighting chance for White?
I think maybe a little tinge of regret, but it's still very tense. She's not like clearly worse.
No, she isn't.
No. But also I can see Ju Wenjun like grinding it out from this type of position because she at least has a plan and, you know, this whole idea of just taking control of the dark squares. Whereas for Anna, it's not exactly that clear where she is going. So this is still super cagey position.
Yeah, and for Vanjun, a big match, you know. Muzichuk, Humpy, that's her schedule for the last 2 days. She starts with this one, and that's also her shot at glory, right? Mm-hmm. She has her fate in her hands, 2 wins, and she take the Norway Chess title. So a big position, a big moment, a big game for our leaderboard. Anna Muzichuk has been so incredibly consistent in this tournament. She's a joint second along with Vanjun, right behind Humpy, that 1-point lead. So I think Anna's also got to be feeling happy about her chances with that knight in the center of the board, the 2 pawns grabbing up so much space, the bishops playing well. A game for all 3 results.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a game for all 3 results. To be honest, it looks like that throughout. The only games where I think that there's going to be a draw is probably between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. That's looking like it's leveling out. But it's really, really tense in the bottom right between Vaishali, Khadem. I'm just seeing that White is broken in the center, but Black has firm control over f4. I don't know whether we should dive into there or whether we should just have a look at some of the wilder games.
Yeah, let's at least update ourselves. I don't know if there are any wilder games. This looks pretty wild between Vaishali and Sarah Khadem. Of course, big stakes, especially for Vaishali if she wants to win the tournament. Sarah here playing for rating, playing for pride, but cannot come first. And, okay, a few moves since we were last here. Not too many, actually, although the position looks like it's totally changed. We last left it just 4 moves ago. And here, White, not knowing what to do with her knight on d2, very logically retreated. Knight to f1. The knight often comes to e3 later and can jump forward to some nicer squares. Sarah retreated her own knight. That knight was also stuck. It's coming over to the king side, where there are some holes to plug. We see knights jumping, the white-queen move. Knight to h5, nice square as well for Black to sit in. I don't think she's going to be trading this bishop on the next move. And after d4, it is Black's turn. The reason you don't normally take this bishop is because you only open up White's rook. Normally, you'd far prefer putting a knight on the f4 square. Are we surprised to see that the bar is quite decently in Black's favor right now? Apparently d4 a mistake.
I mean, to me, it honestly looked like the most natural move that you want to get going in this position. It's such a thematic idea. You want to get some activity for that bishop on g3. You want to at least try to force Black's hand into taking a decision. Do you take on g3? Do you plant your knight on f4, allowing some trades? It surprises me that the engine doesn't like the move d4. From a human perspective, I think that's a completely different evaluation.
Is it g4? Does that win a pawn? g4. I always do this when I play the hippopotamus defense with Black. Often you kind of put a knight on g6, then you play the move g4, and you stop the white knight coming to h4, and often you actually trap this piece. But here, I guess the knight moves.
But then that's a pawn sacrifice. Mm-hmm. What happens? Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn.
Oh, Bar hates that one.
What is it? Can you go queen c6, queen d5 ideas I'm looking at?
Whoops.
Ooh, and there's a triple attack even.
Yeah.
There's not only the knight on h5, the mate on f7, but the bishop on d4.
Oops. Did not see that coming.
But maybe you go queen d7.
Yeah, just to show the checkmate.
Yeah, let's do it because we love showing the checkmate.
There we go. King
What's
trapped.
the name?
Huh? The name of this one?
Yeah.
It's not Kiss of That.
Scholar's Mate?
Oh, yeah. A few moves too late, but it's in.
It's only 16 moves later than normal. The 4-move checkmate. Yeah, I agree, queen d7, Tanya. And the big question for me is, like, after g4, I was saying don't take this bishop, but maybe we take this bishop because the knight was hanging in some lines. Maybe we take this piece and then we go for the pawn. And now this idea of queen to c6 check, Tanya's idea of blocking with the queen, stopping the... Oh, wow, Bar hates it. What?
Bishop f7, queen d5?
Wow, bishop f7, check. Double attack.
Very nice.
King takes.
Learning from the best.
Ooh, all the double attacks. And at the very end, White has restored the material balance and the black king is weak. So after queen d5 check, Oh no, sorry, not even queen d5 check. Queen c6 check. This is like the key line, because if Sarah can calculate this, and we've already messed up a few times, so it's complicated, but
Can you
she'll just be a
go
pawn up.
bishop d7 and then queen f6? Well, she's done. G4. It's happened on the board, and there you can see that everything is protected, right? Now that the knight on h5 is no longer loose.
Bishop held, pawn held. Computer gives a big advantage for black. So she's played g4, and we might be headed in this direction. Vaishali might have miscalculated here.
And this is a very Vaishali type of line and idea to go for. You know, she sees these complications, these tactics, these skirmishes, and she wants to fight. But Sarah has to show nerves of steel here and just call the bluff. She needs to sit down and calculate this sort of very precisely, find the defense, and then be brave enough and gutsy enough, because you're either up a pawn or you lose on the spot.
Exactly. And
Practically not the easiest decision.
not easy. I definitely feel it's going to be one or the other. It's going to be very, very good for black, or it's going to be very, very bad. But we'll see if that normally promises fun. I'm pretty sure this won't be an Armageddon somehow.
Well, it's certainly looking wild, so we're expecting to see a decisive result. But will it happen? Well, we don't know. We are going to go on a break, but don't forget that on Fridays, something special happens, because don't miss this week's Community Freestyle Friday. Every Friday, this event is open to everyone to compete in a Chess 960 style arena and win Diamond membership on chess.com. Starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, try your hand at the unpredictable variant that has the chess world talking. Use !CommunityFF in chat or visit go.chess.com/communityff for more information. And on that note, it's looking pretty freestyle right now. We are going to go on a quick break, and when we return, we are going to dive into all of the action. So don't go anywhere. We are back and it's so close at the top. Game 9 here at Norway Chess. And we're going to dive straight into this game between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi. Position was wild, but we just saw a potential repetition with Hikaru playing rook to d1. Now we've got to ask Tanya, David, break it down for us. What's happening?
Well, I just want to backtrack and show why this is a potential repetition right here, right now. If Arjun was to slide the rook on d6, that's when we get it. Hikaru essentially offering a draw in this moment. David, let's do an action replay and see how we got here, because last time we touched in with this, it felt like Hikaru was in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and we're yet to see whether the players or who of the players wants to win this one. But h6 was played, rook hf1. We talked about this position, c5 now. And Hikaru with a mysterious move. We were talking about how strong this bishop was on this diagonal. The idea of bishop to g6 in the air as well. Hikaru moved his bishop the other direction, pinning down the black bishop where it stands. If bishop c6, we would see some sacrifices and the white queen coming in. Ideas we discussed earlier before the break. But this was rebuffed by Arjun defending his 6th rank, patrolling the 6th here with his rook. The white queen slides, hitting the f7 pawn, maybe. Arjun ignores it, rook to d6, offering a rook trade. Hikaru moves away, says no. Rook to b6 going back. Hikaru's also gone back. We see 2 question mark moves. I think Hikaru on the last move should be going for it. He should be playing moves like g5. You can maybe even push the e-pawn forward as well. The game is still so rich, full of possibility, but Hikaru asking Arjun, is repetition the sincerest form of flattery here?
But is he asking Arjun to show his cards and how ambitious he is? Or do you think that Hikaru actually wants to do a 3-4 repetition right now? Is that his feeling about the position, Jovanka?
Yeah, it could be that, but it also could be a scenario where he just wants to get that one move closer to move 40, where they're getting that extra 10 seconds. And plus, he'll know the state of mind of Arjun.
I think that's a big one.
Yeah. So we could be seeing repetition. We could just be seeing a repetition of moves and then Hikaru switching things up. Because it would be a little bit strange to take a repetition in such a wild position.
It's filled with possibilities, right? There's no forced line and Arjun goes for it.
Okay.
He brings the rook back, and that is the second time I want to say this position has come in front of us. Will Hikaru now switch it up with a potential rook trade or find another move? Or will he just slide the rook to that other central line and offer a draw? Mm-hmm. This might just end right here, right now, but it's a position full of fight. I want these two to go on.
I want them to go on too. We should mention if Hikaru does move his rook away and Arjun goes back, that would only be the second time of that position as well. So ultimately, Hikaru, if they follow this path, he will be the last one who can say, let's go, let's play on. But yeah, it feels like Arjun is happy with the draw. I don't blame Arjun at all here. He's got black. He's been on the defensive the whole game. The black king still slightly vulnerable on the f-file, and wherever it ends up, it will be attacked. So Arjun, I think a draw would be a great relief. But Hikaru, this is his moment. If he wants to win this tournament with white in classical, a 3-pointer, surely he should play on.
Yeah, and also, just to mention, then game 10, Hikaru is going to be having the black pieces against Wei Yi. But is that Hikaru returning to the chair? No. Where is Hikaru? Perhaps he's in the confessional booth saying, I might repeat twice. Nope, he wasn't.
All right, moment of truth, guys. Will we see rook e1 or will we see another move by Hikaru? What's our prediction? What do you think, Jovanka? I think he repeats. I think he goes rook e1.
Okay, I'm going to take the different position. I'm going to say he's not going to repeat. He's going to play something else.
He's going to repeat. I think he doesn't care as much about winning this tournament as he does protecting his rating.
For that candidate spot.
The candidate spot. That is all important to him. That's the #1 priority in Hikaru's chess career right now.
And then he says, we fight in the Armageddon, where that pressure is off.
Yeah.
But what is the risk factor involved here for white in playing on? Because there's no harmony to black's position at all.
I wouldn't say it's totally risk-free, right? Black has got this bishop pair. Let's say you do another choice, like you trade on d6, just for example. Black comes with the bishop forward. The other bishop lines up on c6. I'm eyeing ideas of bishop g3. I'm one move away from getting shock castle, rook b8. White, yes, I see g5, but you can't say that this is a position for 2 results.
If all the rooks and queens come off, black is just better. Like 2 bishops will most likely do quite well against the white bishop and knight. So you need to keep queens and ideally as many rooks on the board as possible for Hikaru, but he's shaking his head.
Yeah, that's a sign. I felt that. That shake of his head.
It convinced me as well.
You felt it?
I felt it.
This was such good opening prep, though, by Hikaru. He's such a promising position. He's still up by 13 minutes on the clock, and you're white. Oh, surely you go for it. But
the options for Hikaru would be, retreating the knight, threatening queen takes f7. Still, Arjun has that problem with his king, what to do about it. But we've got to study Hikaru's body language.
Yeah, the more he shakes his head, the more I feel, yes, he realizes there's fight. And maybe somewhere he also knows that his position is slightly more promising than black's position. But then again, it's that risk factor, right? You're thinking about those rating points. You're thinking about the candidates. And you're playing against your biggest rival for that rating spot at the candidates.
I've been here myself as well, like, especially in recent times, now that I play a bit less, Hikaru doesn't play so much classical, you kind of start looking for excuses to force the draw. You start kind of looking up at the other games. Hikaru will be like, I think the others will end in Armageddon, so I'll go to Armageddon. I'll still have a chance on the last day. You start looking for reasons to kind of take an easier route, take the safety first approach. I think he really has to push himself, force himself to play on for the win. Because a draw ultimately isn't a bad result. He'll still be in the positive when it comes to rating. He's still quite a bit higher than Arjun. Second half of the year, as long as he maintains his rating, Hikaru, he'll be there. He'll be in the candidates. So, big moment. It's a psychological thing more than chess here in this position.
And maybe also telling was this opening strategy that he had against Gukesh, right? He chose this very solid line and in fact was happy to take it to Armageddon, according to his own confession in the confessional, had Gukesh played precisely the opening. I mean, he really did not get much. Gukesh sort of gave him that plus, that edge to fight for the win. But Hikaru, again, was that also a sort of a symbol of how important these rating points for him are at this stage? He keeps looking up, and the more time he spends in this move, I think, Ivanka, this goes into Armageddon right here, right now.
Yeah. The more he's delaying, the more he's looking around, the more I think you two are right. We're most likely going to be seeing a repetition. But somehow I sense that Hikaru doesn't quite want it. He's torn.
Well, it's a case of he knows he shouldn't. He knows he should play on objectively because that's his best chance of winning this tournament. That's the best chance of... I mean, he's not risking too much. We talk about how he's slightly better, and he knows he's prepared until like 4 or 5 moves ago, this whole opening. So he knows he's probably a bit better. But taking an easier day, kind of saving some energy for tomorrow. It's his main rating rival, Arjun. He's probably a favorite in the Armageddon. Hikaru, I think all of these things are going to add up to the fact that he doesn't really want to take any risks, doesn't really want to kind of keep the tension. But his fans, though, probably want him to play. So it's just weighing up priorities.
But he is trailing Fabiano by 1 point.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Armageddon, the max that he can get is 1.5 points.
Yeah, I think his chat needs to send him all the energy to continue. They want him to play this one on. Arjun will be the happier of the two to take this to Armageddon. Arjun is feeling the pressure in this position. It hasn't been an easy opening, and the clock tells that story. A player who's always up on the clock, Arjun Erigaisi, the one who's always the better prepared, has been on the back foot in this one. And Hikaru is aware of all of that more than any of us. And yet he's sort of fighting himself, not just what's on the board, not just trying to calculate what's ahead, but the fact that he wants to play on, but there's something stopping him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the other way. I think he doesn't want to play on, but he just feels like people might judge him if he...
because he has what is optically a very nice position. The question is all on Arjun. He can simply retreat the knight, block this rook exchange, threaten queen takes f7, and I agree with you, David, it does look like he's finding all the reasons why he should accept the draw, even though he, because you do that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, let me rephrase that. I think a part of him knows the right thing to do is to play on.
Mm-hmm.
And any other situation, you take the candidates out of the equation, Hikaru plays. He plays this position till the end. But then there's this other logical, sort of a bigger side, saying that I can just bail out from here. I have great results in the Armageddon. I feel I'm the stronger one. And maybe that's my better chance. You almost also start convincing yourself that the position isn't as good, perhaps. You know, it's not that clear. The path isn't clear. Black can go castle, get that rook to b8. Is it really as simple as it might appear? And he keeps looking up.
He's looking at the Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano game. If that one ends in a draw in classical, then Hikaru still has a chance going into the final day. But he knows that if Magnus or Fabiano win, and this goes to Armageddon, if he bails out with a draw now, he's got minimal chances. And shaking his head. There's no reason to shake his head. If this was rapid, or if this was an unrated game, he would play on in a heartbeat. Like, day one, he sat here in the studio with us. I asked him, what would a good tournament be? How would you define a good tournament? He said, not losing any classical rating points. He didn't say winning the tournament. I think that's his number one priority.
Yeah, but you do see Hikaru there grappling with himself. He's trying to find the excuses why he wants to take the draw, even though the position actually is better for him. So it is understandable when he's looking at the bigger picture, but for the chess, I'm hoping that he rejects this draw offer, doesn't repeat moves, and instead just retreats the knight to d2 just to block this exchange and let the game continue.
Or maybe even find an alternative path. After putting the rook to e1, he's about to take a decision. Was he reaching out? I think he's reaching out for the rook.
He is reaching for the rook.
And that is a repetition, but only for the second time. I think Arjun will come back to the board. He will blitz out the move rook to b6. He will not give Hikaru time to second guess his decisions. He'll put the pressure on the clock there. And then it will be the big moment. I think Ivanka, there, Hikaru still has the possibility to change the dynamics. He can choose a different move.
Yeah, it's all in Hikaru's hands. He is certainly controlling the nature of the game. It's up to him whether the position is repeated 3 times. And there we're looking at the empty chairs. It started off with a bang, very sharp. But in the end, we will see. And this game is incredibly important to the standings. It is between Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. Let's have a look at their game, because that seems to be impacting Hikaru's decision.
And if Hikaru sees what has just been happening between Magnus and Fabi here, he might be more tempted to play on, because just the last few moves alone have gone potentially in Magnus's favour, although still Fabiano rock solid here. He's sacrificed a pawn. Magnus, we saw the blue arrow, that shows the computer's best move by a distance. It was the only real move, the most logical move to trade a set of knights. But we have to go back and retrace our steps, because we last left it quite a while ago with white playing the move b4, trying to open up the a file. Fabi with black, I think happy here to trade pieces.
We have to go.
We have to
catch the handshake. There is a repetition happening between Hikaru and Arjun.
Hikaru is so much better. Why would he take the draw?
Bro needs to remember he's Hikaru. And we see a 3-4 repetition. The players are checking their score sheet. Arjun saying that he's going to play this move for the 3rd time, slide the rook over.
That is the correct procedure.
It's already been 3 times, interestingly. Hikaru didn't claim himself, but here we go.
But he's ready. He signs it off. He doesn't complain. Hikaru is ready to take this to Armageddon. Arjun relieved.
Was a big escape for Arjun there as he found himself on the back foot. But in the end, Hikaru satisfied with the draw, looking at the bigger picture in terms of rating and his route to getting into the candidates. But we see a smile there from Hikaru. Well, the action resumes in 20 minutes for both of these players as they analyse.
Yeah, just to mention, the move that Arjun played 3 times to kind of repeat the position was a big mistake. According to the computer, Hikaru with a significant advantage if he had the will to play on. But ultimately, it was psychology, it was external factors, it felt like, that influenced Hikaru's decision. And yeah, let's go back to this game because, okay, this isn't the live position. I'll fast forward. This is the live position. But just to break it down, let's go back. We were talking about the move b4, opening the a file. Here we saw a trade. After a pawn disappeared, traded 1 set of rooks, and Magnus now, rather than trading, actually kept 1 set of rooks on the board, rook c1, backing up his protected pawn here. This needs to be guarded, the advance of this pawn. The rook slid across to c8, Magnus sliding with his queen this time. Black a pawn up, but this pawn doomed any moment now. We saw the pawn drop. Some manoeuvring as Magnus decided to replace the queen instead of blockading with the queen with a knight. That harks back to something we talked about in the Gukesh game. Queens are not the best blockaders, knights are. So very instructive, I'm just going to say, this maneuver, queen back to b2 and knight to b4 instead. Remember that one, everyone at home. Knight to e5 came. f4, very risky from Magnus opening up his own king, but trying to get this black knight out of the center. This has been met by a pawn sacrifice from Fabiano. Knight to c4, captured. And Magnus, will he trade knight for bishop first before taking this pawn? That, I think, is the only big decision. But ultimately, he can take a pawn and will be a little bit of material up. Maybe some chances for the world number one.
Yeah, and interesting pawn sacrifice there from Fabiano. So what is his compensation after white were to go rook takes c4? Is it just to do with piece activity?
White's king is going to be open. As long as queens are on the board, there's always going to be tricks against the white king.
The one difference that you want to calculate here is that if you immediately pick up that pawn, black could have the option to go multiple pins, right? You've got the option to go queen b7, pinning the knight on b4 via the file, or you could slide up your rook to a4, pinning it laterally as well. You could do that on the next move as well. So you have to be really careful. e4 slightly weak, c5 slightly weak, and the activity against the white king on the a line. Another plan, queen a7, rook a1 check, knight g4 check, and you can see the ideas of proper initiative against the white king. I would feel a lot safer getting that knight and bishop off the board before grabbing on c4. And to me, then it would be a bigger question, right? Because anytime the black queen moves away, that c-pawn is going to roll up the board.
Going to walk forward. And Magnus does indeed trade off that bishop. Didn't want to get pinned, so good spot from Tanya there. I think good practical try as well. Just far less risky. You don't need to risk much for Magnus. And okay, this is going to be a fascinating end to the tournament. Especially if this becomes a draw, Magnus might need to win the Armageddon, and then they'll be tied going into the last day.
I think Fabi would be very relieved to take this into Armageddon against Magnus with the white pieces, you know, just given everything that... Magnus with the white pieces, I mean. Given everything that happened in round 8. Dealing with those emotions, you know, a heartbreaking loss, which would have pretty much put one hand on the trophy. Like, he was going to pull away from the tournament, and now he has to pull himself together playing against Magnus Carlsen in this one. Never an easy task. And where is he finding compensation? All these ideas that we spoke about, a game for 2 results, I think draw would be the dream for black here. Can we just go deeper into what really happens and where Fabi thinks his chances are here, Yovi?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to explore this because at first sight, after rook takes pawn, where is the compensation? After all, the queen and the black rook are not able to coordinate in a proper way. So David pointed the white king on g1. So the first move that comes to my mind is to go knight to g4, threaten knight to e3, and you see there it was a big mistake, probably because of e5, and already I made a blunder.
Yeah, but I mean, that idea is definitely in the air, and I mean, Jovanka, you could start with, like, I don't know, block the diagonal if
yeah,
white
okay,
ever takes.
let's try this one, because somehow or other black has to generate something. So knight to g4.
That's the second pawn you've given up for activity.
I mean, I didn't really want to work out what happens after queen takes pawn, which I don't really see an answer to. But just to make the point, black knight is coming. This is scary for white.
Can we make this idea of knight g4 that Yovi wants without giving up more material? Because I think that's sort of then just a very thin line that you're walking on.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you start dealing with this whole idea of going e5, then white has time to go h3, king h2, and the white king is safe.
Let's put pressure on the c5 pawn. Let's go rook a5. I'm hitting the pawn. I don't know if you can go queen b6 because then rook a1, knight g4 at least starts looking a little scary.
Yeah, knight g4 check. Oh, the bar shoots.
All the way down.
All the way down.
Yeah, knight takes pawn at least. At least we have a draw.
Yeah. Is there more for black?
It definitely is.
I just want to know how this is winning. Knight takes pawn.
Okay, let's find it.
Oh, it is winning. Knight takes pawn. And I guess the white king doesn't have too many places to hide. Oh, apparently not that one. Maybe the black queen kind of keeps herself on the board somehow and comes in later. With some checkmating ideas. Okay, this has definitely gone wrong for white with the king out in the open. So maybe this one to defend the pawn? Just, I want to not allow you to check me in the corner.
And here is where I wanted to make work the idea we were earlier talking about, either via the a8 or the a6 square. I just want to line up my queen and rook.
But now you still have the h3. Because white's big problem, right, is where to hide the king. So if you go h3, king h2,
completely safe.
Safest houses, yeah.
It's a tempo game. White just needs one move.
Black just doesn't have time then.
So interesting. This is going through Magnus's mind. I don't think we'll see anything other than rook takes pawn. Maybe we could see the white queen come to the center, just try and control things, and similar to what we were discussing, the lines you were talking about there, Tanya. But Magnus just covering all bases, double checking.
David, I've got one more try on that. Can we give it a go?
Let's go.
So rook takes pawn, rook a5, and the only reason we're looking at this is because there's a big chance this will happen, right? Magnus will want to win the pawn back, and for Fabi, he has to find his attack against the white king. Queen d4 was your move. Can black here go queen to b5? Oh, so hard.
H3?
H3.
I wanted to go queen b1, rook a1.
Oh no, whoops.
And try to get...
And I think you're successful there, right?
But then I realized there's a queen on d4 and there's no queen g1 check anyway.
Covering this one, so need a new queen. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, one isn't enough.
But why does H3 a mistake here?
And it's such a natural move.
Maybe you go through the second rank. How about a check?
Okay.
King moves and the rook comes to a2.
Well, queen f1 is what you want.
So like if c6, whoops. Queen f1.
Rook takes pawn on the board. Fabi, is he ready with his response or will he take some time here? I think this is a thinking moment for black.
It's definitely a critical one.
Ooh, whoa. Fabi plays rook c8. That shows that he's not actually too ambitious. He just wants to knuckle down and defend. He doesn't think he can win the pawn back immediately. That is panic from Fabi. Maybe because of the clock, he's down quite a bit of time there. But rook c8 is the type of move you play when you don't see anything, you don't really believe in your position.
Interesting developments there, because we were just investigating activity like rook a5, knight, not knight to g4 immediately, but e5, giving up everything for activity, get that compensation. But just to sit there and say, you shall not pass, well, now Magnus will be feeling incredibly happy because, like we said, white just needed one move to get the king to safety. h3, king h2. Well, Magnus now has the advantage.
It's a golden opportunity for the world number one, for Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, Fabi's last move, he kind of came to the board, made it, and left immediately, right? He's not happy at all, Fabiano. He believes that things have gone seriously wrong.
Right. There still has to be some care taken, because I'm just thinking Fabi's maybe lining up knight to d7, followed by knight takes, or rook takes c5. So trying to get queen a6 on the board and some kind of pressure against c5, but if it's not working, it's just worse.
Yeah, and the problem is, anytime the black knight moves, white will play the move e5, and the white bishop will suddenly start cutting across the board, supporting the white pawn on c6.
And the reason you want to wait for the knight move is to not allow black that central hold on d5. So right now, e5 wouldn't be the move of choice. Knight d5 would be a strong response. Just such a passive approach by Fabi. You had to put the rook on c8 from an open line. You could attack that same weakness laterally with even more power, because with the queen in front, it's also not an ideal way to get to the pawn.
We said it moments ago, the queens are the worst blockaders, right? So the queen, eyed up by the bishop as well, will have to move at some point. I'm just really shocked that Fabi made that move so quickly. I think playing rook c8 after 5 minutes, thought, if you don't see anything else, fair enough. But to play that immediately, I don't know, maybe it's just some confidence thing there. Or maybe it's just a practical thing because of the clock situation, but looks slightly odd. And Magnus has the advantage, extra pawn.
And the weight of this game is just so incredibly high for the whole tournament. I mean, it's been an absolute roller coaster of emotions. Every single round a turnaround, but it actually comes down to this game between these two players.
Yeah, completely. A roller coaster of a tournament. I completely agree with you. And if Magnus wins this, well, he will pick up 3 points and be in a pole position. And let's head over, and I'm just looking at the bottom right. That's gone crazy. And Vaishali, remember, she's in a must-win situation if she wants to keep her tournament hopes alive. For Sarah, she's just playing the role of spoiler. She can just simply relax and play good chess. Now, there were a few white pawns in the middle when he left it, and they've promptly disappeared. So maybe we can quickly break down exactly what's happened. King f1 being played.
Yeah, I'm just going to count quickly. Wait, black has 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns on the queen side. White has 1. That's a 3-pawn advantage. And white has 4 versus 3 on the other side, but 2 of those pawns are doubled. So 2 pawns up for Sarah Khadem. And yeah, the whole white queen side has been obliterated. In the meantime, quick backtrack as requested here. We last saw it with the pawn attacking the white knight. We were expecting the knight to jump back towards the center, the most natural move in the position. Instead, Vaishali went a different direction. She went all the way home. Knight coming back to g1, maybe hoping to redeploy it on e2. But here, Sara was able to grab a pawn, as we predicted, first trading knight for bishop, and then capturing in the center. So clear extra pawn for black. We were mostly discussing the move queen to c6 check, trying to cause some disarray in black's camp. Instead, rogue arrow yet again. Instead, knight f5, given a question mark by Vaishali. This knight was quickly chopped off. Bishop takes, and the black knight in the center looks super strong now, it's got to be said. How she won a second pawn was also impressive here from Sara Khadem. After knight to e2, bishop takes b2, double exclamation mark. It's a sacrifice that cannot be accepted. Queen takes b2 would lure the white queen onto a vulnerable square, a royal fork here. And instead, rook to d1 was played to cover that square, covering the d3 point, no checks. But the bishop saves itself, only safe move to bring it round. And here, the knight comes forward. I love Sara's move, c6, getting ready to blunt the white bishop a bit later. And Vaishali's just moved her king. So not castling. She wants to keep her rook on the h-file, but lack of connection here. Do we feel she has enough in practical terms?
Well, she's down 2 pawns, but it does feel that black still has some work to do. And as long as the king is in the center, and again, the question of king safety, right? We brought this on at the start of the show. It gives white hope. I think this last move, king f1, isn't just about bringing the king to a square where it can't be checked on with the bishop or the queen, but also vacates a square for the rook to slide onto, creating some threats on that e-line, especially if the move d5 was to come, right? It also comes with ideas of potential sacrifices on e5, the queen eyeing the c6 square. So Vaishali is fighting. She's trying to set up these tricks and traps in the position. Yes, Sara's got 2 pawns, but to me, from a human evaluation perspective, it's still sort of game on, with white having chances for a potential attack against the king.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the danger won't be over for Sara until the game is over, because the black king is super, super unsafe. And she just has to hold firm. And that's the thing here. I don't think she should be rash here with making moves like c5, d5. d5 would weaken the knight on e5. c5 would give up a big square in the center. I think she just has to kind of start repairing her pieces, making sure that everything is protected. Like bishop goes to c5, the rook will go to b7. There's some kind of overprotection going on of the f7 pawn. And then, reacting to whatever Vaishali does.
Whatever I know of Vaishali, having spent quite a bit of time with her, in her mind, how she evaluates this position is as just a really interesting position. It's something where long-term black is completely winning. You're down 2 pawns. Vaishali can't afford piece trades going into any endgames. But Vaishali also feels there's fire. She isn't evaluating this as worse for her. Again, this is just my reading, having spent some time with her, where she feels she needs to just be very energetic with her play. She needs to keep putting pressure, keep putting threats on her opponent. So king f1 does seem like a little cagey move, but I think it is sort of the start and the setup of those threats, especially considering that she didn't castle. She kept her rook on h1, tying down the black rook on h8 as well, eyeing that h6 pawn. So I would say that Vaishali was, but still practical chances for white.
Yeah, it really reminds me of her Armageddon win against Anna Muzychuk when she was like 2 pawns down for most of the game, didn't really have that much counterplay, but the opponent's king was always weak. And eventually she actually delivered checkmate. So yeah, this one is going to be one to watch. I have a feeling it's going to come down to the time scramble and something's going to happen. Whether Sara converts her 2-pawn advantage or whether the white king and the safety there versus the black king ends up being the decisive factor, who knows?
Look at the top center board. I mean, that's going to be fun, and we'll keep an eye on how Vaishali creates her chances or do the 2 extra pawns for Sara, get the job done. But Magnus with a very direct move there. We left it last slightly critical of Fabi's choice of placing the rook on a slightly passive square. The only move by Fabi, queen to a6. What's happening here? And can we just backtrack, David? Let's do an action replay as well.
Yeah, just 2 moves and how things change. We were last here after Fabiano played the move rook to c8, questionable. He had much more active kind of choices, ventures with that rook. Magnus said, okay, you took a passive decision. I'm going to go super active. Rather than playing h3 and king h2 there, which I think Yeah, he would have done in a blitz game without any doubt. Magnus has calculated something. He's played e5, forcing move, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. The knight had to block, and now f5, undermining the e6 pawn. Pawn takes pawn, we should mention, will lose pretty much on the spot to something like queen to d4. Yes, black can defend, but this knight is pinned forever, and I don't think you can move a piece for the rest of this game as black. So taking this pawn looks wrong. But queen to a6 was the blue arrow move. That shows the computer thinks it's far and away the best. Is he going to switch angles soon, Magnus? Is he going to put a pawn on f6 and go for checkmate against the black king?
Also, is Fabi, he's calculating right now, but queen a6, is Magnus's plan just to go bishop takes knight and just remove the possibility of a knight coming back to e3?
And then just to retreat
Yeah, just retreat the rook, and I'm thinking queen to d4, cement your extra one pawn. Yeah. Okay, he moves, queen a6, finds it. Okay, we're now going to see what Magnus has up his sleeve. It was a very forcing move, f5.
All these lines that you were discussing, right? You'll be taking on d5 or the rook slides over. I will highlight a counter resource that Fabi set up with this last move. That queen on a6 could land potentially on a d3 square, which would be very strong given how weak White's king has become. So I don't know if we can just have that. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and then let's say you come back. You pointed out queen d4, Magnus Carlsen completely in control, right? But if black can use this opportunity, come in with the queen, f5 hanging, queen e3 a big check. Let me point out that d5 pawn is no weakness right now. It starts marching up, and black's got sufficient counterplay.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Fabi has to play for the drama, and we do have Armageddon drama coming up, so let's hear from Hikaru and hear what his thoughts are.
Hey, Hikaru, was that Arjun finding some good defensive resources there?
It's very hard to judge. I mean, we discussed a little bit after the game. I mean, it's a shame that we have this Armageddon, because otherwise I think we could have discussed that for half an hour. The first thing is when he played bishop d7, as I mentioned in the confessional booth, I wasn't sure if I could take h7 because I looked at lines, and I mean, I think by transmission I'd seen h6, g4, bishop d7 like in the game, but then I spent 20 minutes and I trusted him, which I mean, he said there was a move queen a5, so probably it was fine. And then somehow I thought I was better, but I was a little bit worried towards the end as to whether I could really do a whole lot and whether the bishops wouldn't become better in the long run. I mean, we discussed the line at the end with rook b6, knight d2, like rook f8, bishop d3, and I thought king c8, knight c4, rook b8, and I mean, again, it looks very funny in terms of black's placement, but the bishops are actually very good on like d7 and e7. I have this weak pawn on h4, there's no attack, the center's closed. I mean, I didn't know, so it was very difficult, and I mean, also, I was looking at the other games, of course, and it's no secret that I've had a good tournament, and everybody else has been like doing okay, but nobody's really come close in ratings, so it looked to me like Magnus was much better, and then I just thought, I mean, what's the point of going insane? You know, it was quite difficult to make the decision to take the draw, but I just thought it'd be practical.
Yes, you feel like Magnus has a chance in his game against Fabi right now?
Well, he's up a pawn. I mean, if Fabiano has something immediately to save the game, he'll be fine. If he doesn't, he's going to lose. So I think we'll know within the next 5 to 10 minutes what's going to happen. Obviously, I mean, people are probably wondering, like, you know, why does it matter if Magnus wins? What's the big deal? You should be playing for first place in the tournament. But my argument would be that, you know, at the end of the day, the candidates is the goal. I mean, it was not a goal even 3 months ago, but now it is definitely a goal, and it's on my mind. And so I'm basing it off of that, and we'll see if it works out or not.
I really appreciate that honest feedback. Thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
Well, there you hear Hikaru saying that the candidates is his goal. Well, he will be playing the Armageddon soon, but before that happens, maybe we can do a quick roundup of our 5 boards in action, and then we're going to dive and just enjoy what Hikaru and Arjun have in store for us. So, David and Tanya, quick verdict.
I just want to say I'm really glad that we will have the beast on the board. Hikaru isn't retiring anytime soon. He's motivated for that spot in the candidate, so that's good news for all of us. And a lot of good action going on, David. What catches your attention? Just do a quick roundup.
Yeah, I'm going to say top left, blue board, in the balance. Gukesh has stabilized somewhat from a position we thought was difficult earlier. Anything could happen there. Magnus still a pawn up against Caruana. Fabi there on the defensive. Zhu and Jun against Anna Muzichuk has exploded. That one, exchange sacrifice from the yeah, one of the leaders there, Anna Muzychuk in second place. Humpy with an advantage. Sarah Khadem, 2 pawns to the good. It's Armageddon time, though, in the meantime.
It is Armageddon time, and here the players are in action. So let's dive in. Remember, Hikaru starts with 10 minutes on the clock. Arjun, 7 minutes, but Arjun gets the draw odds. And the players do get an extra 1 second after they have completed move 40.
Okay, it's the Spanish opening. It was the Berlin. So it's actually Arjun switching away from the Sicilian, which led him into a difficult position early doors. But the Berlin, anti-Berlin, not allowing any early trades. And interesting, tense position, Tanya.
Fun story, it started with bishop c5 before knight f6. If we just quickly backtrack, because that's what caught my attention, and Hikaru paused.
Okay, Hikaru paused. We saw the Spanish early days, and actually not the Berlin. I was confused because we saw a transposition, but bishop to c5 first, something Arjun has done lately. And here, instead of any action, Hikaru transposes into quieter waters. But we finally, catching up with the position, see some trades in the center. Pawn to a5. This is transposed back to one of the main lines of this opening, the Berlin defense.
Yeah, quick switch up of move order there by Arjun. So interesting, and Hikaru just coping with that so well, replying quickly with energy. b4, is that the idea that we're going to see with the rook sliding over? That's what he's hinting at, stepping away from any pins on the A line. Meanwhile, Arjun falls back. c6 is where he wants, and that knight at the center on e6.
Yeah. Mainline stuff, Hikaru playing very quickly. This was very topical, this whole system in the candidates tournament in 2024 and in others. Knight to d8 was a new move to my eyes, but okay, he captures away from the center. Not normal. You normally want to capture towards the center with pawns, but here he's opened up his bishop, Hikaru Nakamura. I slightly prefer White's chances here. I really like what he's done, Hikaru, but still very tense, of course, and Arjun, super solid.
Arjun, definitely very solid, and Hikaru actually hasn't been so successful in the Armageddons, just beating Magnus. The rest, he lost. So Hikaru, he's one of the best blitz players in the world. He will have something to prove.
He had this skid, right, of 5 losses in a row after getting his first 2 wins in. It's still a complex position. Arjun does reroute his knight to e6, now eyeing that f4 square to jump over to next. Also watch out for any knight f6 moves and f5 striking over. But Hikaru keeps that pressure on the clock, keeps developing his pieces, preempting that f5 break by placing the rook against the black queen.
Wow, Arjun trading off his bishop, giving White the bishop pair. Pawn sacrifice from Hikaru Nakamura. He's dropping the e4 pawn, but he might win the e5 pawn back. And I don't understand that bishop for knight trade. Really shocked, I must admit. Anti-positional from Arjun. He's playing just for a dark square strategy, but now long-term, White is doing great. The knight kicked back. The last few moves have gone massively in Hikaru's favor.
And Hikaru still keeps a 3-minute advantage that he started with, but of course he has to win. Arjun, a draw is what he needs. He places the rook on the open line. I think you ignore the question mark simply because it's such a natural move in the position. Arjun also trying to get the bishop to b6, which has been stopped, so no bishop activity for black.
Yeah, so many easy moves at Hikaru's disposal. This is a Hikaru position. He could just slowly improve his rooks, improve his bishops, defend his king side, and only later will White decide how to break forward on that left flank on the queen side. What do we think? Arjun can't be happy here. He's so passive with his pieces.
He's tangled up with his pieces, and I love the fact that the g3 pawn just dominates the circuit of the knight on g6. And there goes Hikaru, slowly improving the placing of his queen. It's going to be all about space and controlling the lines. And that's why Arjun breaks out with b6.
Look at the incredible speed with which Hikaru is playing. I mean, this is Hikaru back to his form, you know. He took it to Armageddon, and he's really putting on a show. Keeps the pressure on the clock, keeps the pressure on the queen side, and now some decisions to be made as pawn takes pawn is being threatened. The rook lined up against the white queen.
Yeah, the white queen's about to move. Hikaru chooses to retreat her. And yeah, the problem for black is what to do with the knights. The knights have no active jumping points. No great circuits to find themselves on. You're facing the bishop pair. White's light squared bishop is poised. It's going to be like an archer once it comes forward and starts targeting the black king. Arjun's just moving his queen back where it came from. He's just waiting. He's asking Hikaru, how are you going to break through? And it is difficult. It's not easy to find a winning plan for White, but it's definite that he has an advantage for now.
Yeah, the thing is, though, with his lead in time, he can just simply carry on making those moves. Doesn't need to determine the position just yet. And Arjun just really very low on the clock, just over 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So I like Hikaru's strategy of just dragging the game for as long as possible.
Incredible control by Hikaru in the game so far, keeping the upper hand, brings the queen forward, defends his own pawn, attacks c6 as well.
This is just beautiful for white. The problem is, if Arjun ever breaks the tension and trades pawns, Hikaru has an outside pass pawn that will promote on the a8 square. What does he have? A light squared bishop that will control that square. Arjun now trying to initiate some chaos, asking Hikaru, do you want to take my pawn? You will drop b4, or do you want to keep control? Do you step back? Oh, big moment.
Big moment for Hikaru. He needs to figure out how strong and powerful that a5 pawn will be after that sequence of trade. Does he trade or does he keep things under control?
Yeah, and I just want to point out there's a huge moment in the game between Gukesh and Wei Yi. Wei Yi just blundered with knight takes d2, allowing this bishop takes h7. It's big, big news, big development happening there, so keep an eye on that game.
Wow, that's just a one-move blunder. On that left board, the blue board, if the black king takes the bishop, then the white queen goes to h5. That's the left board, the blue board, with a check. The white queen's under attack right now. She'll save herself, and the black queen will be captured next move. Gukesh, huge chance. Wei Yi, huge blunder.
Unbelievable. And that too with 25 minutes on the clock, falling for this tactics. Gukesh on the front foot in this one. Hikaru did go for the trades, and there we have it. He's pushed that a-pawn. Now all of Arjun's focus is in stopping that pawn. Attacks the queen, moves away, threatening rook takes pawn. And the knight hanging.
Yeah, the knight hanging, don't forget about that one. And there we see Hikaru shaking, and he grabs the pawn on b5. The knight on f3 is simply irrelevant. It's going to be all about the a-pawn.
Tactics, right? Because rook takes rook, queen takes rook, queen b8. Check in the end if you get greedy with that knight. Winning the rook on a7.
White queen ends up on a great square. Hikaru blundered that, by the way. He missed that his knight was attacked initially, but he took like 10 seconds to compose himself, shook his head, and then he's like, wait, I'm still winning a pawn. That is, that's the luck in chess. When you play good moves, tactics tend to work in your favor. And Hikaru, indirectly as well, defending his a-pawn with his bishop. That pawn is safe. He's going to be a clear pawn up, should win this game now.
And look at that. He still has a 3-minute advantage on the clock. Exactly what he started with, no increment. This has been a brilliant Armageddon by Hikaru Nakamura. Arjun wants to keep as many pieces on the board.
He just has to hold tight. That's the only thing he can do. Blockade the a-pawn and just hope that he survives. And Hikaru just keeps on building the position. The pawn on a6. It's a beautiful piece.
And Ivanka, you pointed out the problem in Arjun's position, right? It's the two knights. Place one of them on e6, jumping onto d4. You're looking at counterplay, but those have been just completely out of the game for the entirety of it.
Yep, and that's the problem, right? Those two knights are not playing, but Arjun, he is a trickster at heart, so do not write him off. He came back from the brink in their last Armageddon game.
Also against Fabi.
Yeah, so resourceful. Arjun never gives up hope, always believes. He now retreats his knight, trying to get it onto a better circuit here. But Hikaru, all he needs to do at some point is to unpin his bishop, whether he does that maybe with his rook, by moving his king up. Once that bishop joins the party on the c4 square, Hikaru might even start changing his focus, switch it towards an attack on the black king while black's rooks are passive.
Tempting options for Hikaru. Does he unpin? I'm also thinking about rook b7 here. You want to try to trade one set of rooks, one of the defenders, but Hikaru does go for your idea. He's just made the move rook b6, so not easy to just place it to another square. He wants that bishop into the game. He wants bishop on c4.
He's going to bring it forward. He's also unpinned his bishop, so now the white rook doesn't have to tie itself down defending this pawn anymore. He can go for that rook b7 type of idea.
I completely missed that you could take the pawn on a6 if you went on that, the last move.
Probably still worked. The white queen, white rook would have lined up on the 7th rank, devastating. So I think it was winning as well, Tanya, your move there. So knight e6 instead by Arjun now, and so many natural moves for Hikaru. Bring the bishop out, your move rook b7, break the blockade. Hikaru has so much time, nearly 5 minutes, to mull over what to do. He shifts his queen over. He's getting greedy. Second pawn in his eye line.
Rook b8 check in his eye line as well, forcing that trade.
Yeah, rook to b8 would be absolutely devastating. And this bishop on f1, silent assassin, just holding back the black rooks. And Arjun, his clock is ticking down, and it becomes more and more difficult for him to find moves to stay alive in this position.
What's he going to do? He can't move his rooks. He moves his king. His knights were a bit stuck as well. But now Hikaru, if he wants, can pocket the second pawn, can go for some rook trades. Everything looks so strong for Hikaru. Maybe that's the one downside when you have that many good moves. sometimes you take a bit of time to decide, but no, he plays so quickly, Hikaru. He's been so impressive this whole game.
What a power performance by him, right? On the clock, on the board, just every single move. I'd love to check the accuracy of this game by Hikaru as well. I mean, it just looks flawless to me so far.
96%. We see just below the camera there of the players at the bottom of your screens, everyone at home. 96% accuracy by Hikaru in a Armageddon game. Not easy to achieve that.
Yeah, it's just a powerful performance there from Hikaru, almost like from start to finish. But his queen is on freeze. There we see Hikaru pocket another pawn. So that Arjun, it's becoming more and more difficult for him to stay alive. You can't trade off queens. You can't allow a white knight to deliver a critical blow. Okay, he swaps off, but the knight is now coming to c6. And that's why we see a trade of rooks. And that's such a big pawn there on b7.
That is, you can't even call it a pawn, right? You defend it, and then your idea of knight c6 or knight d7, getting rid of that rook on b8. Hikaru does pause. I would think bishop a6 would be blitzed out in like half a second by him. But something stops him, because bishop a6, knight c6 looks completely winning to me.
I guess the black knight will come to attack that bishop, and when it takes that bishop, it will defend its rook. So he's just doing some last-minute calculations. I think it's winning. I mean, I'd be boring and just take an f7 pawn, 2 pawns up, but Hikaru looking for the direct kill, and it probably does exist, starting with the move bishop to a6.
Yeah, you can do that. You can also go rook to b3, and then he goes bishop to a6. He's worked it all out.
He's going to pick up that rook. He'll give 2 pieces, but then the white rook will slide over, start attacking that knight, that lone defender via the c3 square, rook c8 coming in. Hikaru has this, and he's trying to defend. Arjun is with knight to d7. It's time to bring the king and the pawns into the party.
Yeah.
And the pawns just simply can come marching, and Hikaru is reaching for that e5. It can be backed up with f4, f5, so Arjun has to race in with the king.
Could also go g4, stopping king f5. f4, I like that move a lot. And Hikaru's got so much time to work this out.
Yeah, g4, no f5 entry point for the black king.
Black is totally frozen, totally stuck. The 2 black knights are cancelled out by the white pawn, white rook. The whole queen side, that left half of the board, irrelevant. White essentially has 4 pawns versus 3 pawns on the other side, and Arjun resigns.
Well, we see Hikaru Nakamura put on a very smooth performance, nets 1.5 points, very important to the standings. Well, somehow or other, Hikaru Nakamura didn't create any drama whatsoever. It was just one-way traffic. It was pure power there from the number 2 in the world. He leaves the board with a smile. And I gotta take it immediately to our board viewer, because so much drama. Take a look at the evaluation bar. Some radical things happened. Gukesh, Wei Yi. Also, Lei Ting-jae has turned things around against Humpy Canary. Big blunder there. And also, to the left, Ju Wenjun, big trouble against Anna Muzichuk. Guys, I'm going to leave it to you. Take us to any of those.
David?
Just this moment as well, Vaishali blunders against Sarah Khadem as well. I'm going to start with the top left, because there's a key moment. Gukesh only has 1 winning move. He's surely going to find it. He has capitalized on a big slip from Wei Yi. You have to give a check with your pawn, first of all. There's a queen trade offered. Black is a piece up temporarily. We'll backtrack in a moment after this critical move has been found, played, and show the tactics, unless Gukesh settles in for a long think. I thought he had no time. He has got 37 minutes. He's going to find this pawn to g6, caging the black king. Let's go back and show that dramatic blunder. We won't go the whole way, but here, level position. We talked about this position earlier. Black is a very strong knight, and just needs to keep it there. Just any move, even just waiting with the king, putting it in the corner. And here, Gukesh has improved things a lot. 2 bishops, maybe small advantage, but Wei Yi is fine. Knight takes bishop, however. Huge blunder, huge blind spot, because yes, you're attacking the white queen, but white doesn't have to recapture automatically this black knight. You can give away the bishop with a check. They always say calculate checks, captures, and threats first in that order. Oh, he finds the winning move for Gukesh in the game position. Just to mention, king takes here. There would have been a check. Next move, the queen would have fallen. This would have been over. So the black king had to dodge. Rook takes knight now. And this is how we got here. Gukesh has just found g6, blue arrow move. The king goes back, and the blue arrow appears again, live position.
Oh, we have to play queen to b3, setting up discovered checks along that diagonal.
Not to mention the bishop on c5 is hanging as well. And this was so key. I think Gukesh finds this, right? And the difference between playing g6, before you trade on e2 is that it forces the black king to g8. You don't have the move king to h6 because you get checkmated on the h5 square. So Wei Yi did not have an option. He didn't even think for a second. The only square was g8, and now Gukesh has to be feeling it, right? Your pawn's on g6, you want the queens on the board. There has to be something. Your senses are tingling here.
Yeah, it's a threat. Checks, captures and threats. He found that check earlier to kind of just throw Wei Yi's coordination off. Then there were some captures. Now it's the threat. And the white king is safe, we should mention. No real kind of scary ideas against the white king. So queen b3.
And I think the point is, David, that after queen e6, which blocks any of the threats, let's point out that Wei Yi right now has that extra bishop. Even if you go for the endgame by capturing the bishop on c5, at the end of those lines, it's actually Gukesh who ends up with an extra pawn. The g6 pawn is a big one, just making sure the black king stays on that bank rank spank for the rest of the game. And that's a happy ending for white.
2 extra pawns.
Two extra pawns.
3 versus 2 on the king side, 3 versus 2 on the queen side.
Sorry.
Nothing. Nothing.
What are you chuckling about, you man?
I have no idea.
I will tell you
What's so
during the
funny?
break. It was a good one, Tanya. That was all I can say.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, drama here.
Drama there,
Lots to
drama in the
enjoy.
studio.
I hope you're all at home with your popcorn because this is getting feisty. Queen b3, the winning move for Gukesh. In the meantime, let's wrap up. Let's sum up some of the drama on the other boards because it looks like the leader in the women's has just blundered a piece. Humpy is down a whole knight right now.
Yeah, we've got to do an action replay to find out how that happened because it did look like Humpy was in full control when we last left it. She was doing everything she needed to do. And then suddenly, one big slip up and that's it. She's lost.
Now, we left it here. We were saying Humpy just needs to be patient, develop her bishop, maybe even just castle her king, build up, improve your pieces, develop everything, complete that development, and then go for the action. But she rushed. She jumped in with her knight. And after the white bishop dropped back, now did she castle. And, OK, bishop to e6. Rook takes here. Rook takes d8 with a check. This apparently is a mistake. But Humpy now, in a moment, blundered. First, keeping the queens on the board. And now, instead of playing bishop to b4 only move, she played bishop c5, missing the move queen a4, trading queens. The knight is hanging as well. If you take queens off the board, double attack. Bishop hanging, knight hanging. She's simply going to be a piece down. I think hallucination there. And to catch up with the current position, the queen had to move out the way. The knight dropped. She just grabs one pawn, but it's not enough. She's given a check, but now the white king will move. And yeah, I don't think black has enough here, simply. Everything defends each other. The white knights control the bishop, which controls the other knight. And here we see the king move. Humpy's grabbed a pawn back. It's now one pawn for the piece. Leiting Jay, look at the bar shooting up, though.
I mean, there's no attack to speak of, right? And you could just get your rook to c1, your knight eventually jumping forward, a7 always in the queen's eye line. Everything looking good here. I mean, this has been such a turnaround. But I also saw that there's a turnaround on the Vengeance board, right? Which is so incredibly important for our leaderboard.
Yeah, incredibly important game between the two players in second place. That has seen a whole lot of movement as well. So we have to do a kind of action replay and find out what exactly happened because it was very interesting. Anna Mazichuk had just to sacrifice the exchange. She'd gotten great position. Now, looking like she's in business mode.
Yeah, we'll backtrack to the moment we left it, or at least a moment we discussed. We talked earlier about the connect four that white has, but Zhu Wenjun maybe rushing a bit here. She played her pawn forward to e4, relinquishing the d4 square. We saw f4, and yeah, I'm just going to say amazing move, amazing judgment, positional understanding from Anna Muzychuk. Instead of taking back this pawn with her own pawn, allowing white to step forward and this knight to survive, she said, in this position, that white knight is so strong, it's worth a black rook. Beautiful sacrifice, positional exchange sacrifice worthy of Tigran Petrosian. Rook takes f4, double exclamation mark. And this isn't a winning sacrifice. It's not like a tactic. It's just positional play. It's all about squares. The knight took the rook, and here the black bishop's about to occupy a beautiful square. If white does nothing, by the way, and then this is just positional domination, just to put it on the board. This is what black is playing for, dark squares. Black is a rook for knight down, but this pawn is backward. This bishop on g2 is dead, and black has full dominance. So Zhu Wenjun, she tried to play actively e5. The bishop moved, but her big mistake in this position was panicking. She needed to just maintain the status quo, maybe now move her king. But pawn to d4 made the situation a whole lot worse, giving black a very powerful pass pawn. And this is where we are.
Yeah, White's rook's really not powering through, and whereas Black has complete control over the position. Okay, threat to the pawn on f4, but that can be nicely defended. Great stuff from Anna there.
And let's point out, right, that Anna is a point behind Humpy. Humpy in big trouble.
Sorry, moused it.
It happened on every online game that I'd play because Queen f5 is really what the move that you wanted here to defend that f4 pawn and eventually maybe even push the d pawn one step forward, d3, knight d4 coming in with all kinds of ideas, e5 hanging as well. I mean, this is such a huge game, right? If Anna, with this huge strategic domination that she has, even though she's down in exchange, look at that horrible bishop on g2, not playing at all, beautiful pawns for Black, all the weaknesses to target the rooks. That extra exchange is only as powerful as an open line you have, right? Vengeance struggling to find an active square for those rooks. Anna gets this, she leapfrogs the standings, right? Because Humpy, she's on the verge of losing to Lei Tingxie.
Yes, she is. And it's, what does that mean for the standings, right? So Humpy, I don't think Anna has clinched it if she wins. No.
But goes into the last
But she
round
goes with a very comfortable...
Yeah, as the sole leader.
Yeah.
And by a margin.
2 points clear.
Yeah, that's more than an Armageddon win.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Huge moment for Anna Muzychuk.
Absolutely.
Okay, she still has to convert it though, and beating world champions is normally a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Here, she needs to stay calm and just continue improving her pieces, but fantastic positional competition as we talked about. Pawn to d3 looks good, bishop improvement looks good, looks fantastic for Anna.
All right, so Anna in control. Let's zoom out. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. Gukesh did find the move that we were talking about. Queen to b3 has been played. Wei Yi in big trouble in that. Here we are. How does Black continue fighting this one?
I think it was your move from earlier, Tanya. This X-ray is just too scary. Black in big danger here. Maybe just dropping the Black Queen back and going into that rook and pawn endgame. Yes, 2 pawns down, but it's not over yet. I think that might be the best fighting chance.
And we're seeing, well, Wei Yi finding all of the moves to keep us entertained. Bishop to e3, and I'm very pleased to have with us here in the studio Hikaru Nakamura, who just defeated Arjun Erigaisi in the Armageddon. How are you feeling, Hikaru?
Yeah, I feel relatively pleased. Obviously, I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't play Bishop takes h7 because it was a bit of a game of poker at the start where Arjun was moving quickly, and I thought that what he played with Bishop d7 was wrong, but you know, taking this pawn and allowing some rook b8, some rook h5, rook a5 stuff, like it's one of those things where if your opponent is actually prepared, you can get into trouble very quickly because you don't know what the objective evaluation is. So like I'm a little bit annoyed that I missed that, but otherwise I'm not super unhappy. I mean, the line that I missed, I mean, the computer shows us something stupid. I think it's at a queen f2. If you just go forward. Yeah. Just keep going. Bishop c4. Yeah, like, I mean, there's this g5 line, which of course I think it's what's it? It's like takes. I think it's takes h5, bishop c6, bishop e6, bishop f3, and then there's queen a4, which of course I didn't see because I'm not good enough. I'm not stockfish, I guess you could say. But like, I mean, I initially wanted to go for a line like this, but I didn't see this queen a4 check. So I just like I thought he gets bishop c6, and it wasn't so clear without this bishop takes e6 and. So it might have been better, but I was always a little bit unsure because in the long term, if Black can survive, if the king ever gets safe, I have weak pawns on g5 and e3. Like say Black could get like g6 and king f8, king g7, I'm going to lose the game probably. So it's very hard to judge what was going on. But then actually when I played queen f2, I think I was it was very correct that I made the repetition because as you know, pointed out to me after the game, somewhere around this moment, if Arjun had castled and then you go g5, h5, I mean, maybe Black can be better. So I think the margin of error where like I could feel like I was one move away from being worse, and then bailing out was very practical. So it's reasonable.
Well, we could see from the camera that you weren't necessarily sure, that somehow you wanted to play on, but also you wanted to take the draw. Or were you misreading the situation?
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, there were many thoughts running through my head. I mean, the first thought is like, you know, nobody's going to like me for saying this, but the candidates has been on my mind. It was not even a thought prior to the American Cup about a month and a half ago. But when I did well and I got these 8 classical games, which was very important, then it was on my mind. 8 games, not losing rating points, it became a real thought. So that's been on my mind the whole tournament. But also, you know, I sort of have alluded to this. I mean, a lot of people seemingly don't listen to what Magnus says or don't listen to what I say specifically. They think we just, we apparently just make things up on the fly. We say serious things and just make them up out of thin air. But I mean, even coming into this tournament, I had a feeling that this is most likely the last time I'm going to be playing classical tournament here. And also, if I don't qualify for the can, it's very likely the last time that I play a top-level game against this sort of caliber of competition. So, like, there were a lot of these thoughts running through my head as well about, like, if this is, like, one of the last times that I play here with White, do I want to actually, like, try and go out in glory and blow up completely, or, or just be practical? And I just felt like with what's happening in the other games and the way the rating situation is, ultimately I want to make the candidates one last time. So, I mean, it wasn't the moment to go for more.
So you're happy with the decision?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the decision. I mean, I think, again, bishop takes h7, I can be unhappy about. Everything else, I'm not a computer, so I don't think it's really that big of a deal. And overall, I think the luck is evened out. If I look at my tournament, I never should have lost the game to Gukesh that I lost. And I did lose that one. And there was also the game against Arjun I didn't win, which I should have won, of course. So, and then there's a game against Gukesh that I won, which I never should have won in a million years yesterday or 2 days ago. So I feel like everything's evened out, and so I'm pretty pleased overall. Mm-hmm. And as I also said, I mean, the classical is what matters most to me. Like, I could lose every Armageddon game, and it wouldn't phase me. My mood wouldn't suddenly change. I wouldn't be super unhappy.
I think, Caro, everyone was really happy to hear, especially in chat, that you are feeling motivated about playing in the candidates. And when we had you earlier in the studio, David had asked you what would make a successful Norway Chess tournament for you. What would that mean? So do you think that you feel you've done it and you're inspired to go ahead, and especially with this last round against Wei Yi coming up? How do you see your overall performance with one round to go?
Yeah, I think that it will have been a success regardless of tomorrow. Like, even if somehow I lose, I'll still be happy overall. Just because nobody lit it up here, from what I can tell. I mean, Fabiano had moments when he definitely could have had some really, really good results and put pressure on me for the rating spot. But overall, I mean, everything's worked out reasonably well. So it's been a success. Based on tomorrow, it could be a great success if I win. If I draw, it's a good success. If I don't, it's a success. It's very, very, very simple.
Hikaru, the race for first place isn't over. If Magnus can't kind of grind down Fabi here, then you'll still have a chance at first place tomorrow. So if it does come down to it, risking some rating points or going for tournament glory?
I mean, it's much easier to go for glory in the last round. I mean, the thing is, like, today, if I had gone crazy and lost, I'm still looking at a black game tomorrow. I mean, there's a very realistic chance I could end on 2 losses, and then it's not okay. There's definitely more room for me to go crazy tomorrow if I choose to. But of course, that's going to depend a lot on the Magnus game, I think. Although, as you see from the scoring format, I mean, if Gukesh wins this, I think he might have a chance. Like, I don't even know how it all breaks down. But I think it's been a good tournament. I think everybody's probably enjoyed all the ups and downs that everybody has had.
What's been the big highlight for you so far? Many to choose from.
I mean, I think obviously the Magnus game against Gukesh changed the trajectory of the tournament. I think, and to some degree, I mean, I don't know for sure with Magnus, but I'm not convinced that he necessarily had the exact same thoughts that I have currently about classical chess until he lost that game. I think that really changed his view on quite a few things. So that has to be the moment, just because Gukesh obviously is the world champion, and it was a game that Magnus lost, which, you never would expect him to lose. An Endgame, his bread and butter, winning position. So that was a very monumental moment. I think that probably where the future goes is a lot different than it would have been if Magnus had won that game.
Mm-hmm. And candidates aside, what is your thoughts on classical chess?
Oh, I mean, I love classical chess overall. I mean, it's for me, it's not a matter of like the accomplishments. Obviously, I'm not Magnus. I haven't won the world championship. And I do like playing, but the reality is, for me, as I get a little bit older, it becomes a big struggle. And I mean, results aside here, I think what I'm proudest about with this event is that I've probably never slept worse in my entire life than I have during this tournament. I mean, basically, like, I'm not falling asleep till like 5 a.m. I've seemingly been on U.S. time since I got here 3 weeks ago. So it's just been a massive struggle. And when you add in the amount of preparation that you have to do for every game, it's a lot. It's a lot, and it only becomes harder and harder. Obviously, the kids are hungrier and hungrier. So, I think people they hear me say this and they're like, well, you're still doing very well. You're still competitive. Why are you talking like this? But it's more just the amount of effort. And the fact is, I can't do it all the way I could a few years ago. And certain things are more practical, less stress. I mean, David definitely sees it. I'm sure he's much happier doing commentary here and getting paid than having to play this stressful tournament. And one wrong move, your evening's ruined. Life is terrible. And for me, like when I look at like content creation, it's far less stressful than playing a tournament like this, and the rewards are also better. So it's pretty much a no-brainer for me.
So you mentioned that it was quite stressful at times with chess. So how did you get over all these setbacks?
Well, I think you really have to basically suffer from short-term memory loss in a way when you play chess at the top level, because there's always another game, there's always another day. And I mean, that's also one thing that really surprised me with Magnus in this tournament that was different is if you look at Magnus historically, I mean, I think in many ways he's been at his best after he loses a game. And it was the exact opposite effect here. As soon as he lost, he just made 2 quick draws, I think, against me. And then I think Wei Yi, just 2 quick draws. And that's something that I feel like you would expect from a lot of other top players, but not from Magnus. Magnus is the one guy who always wants to fight after losing. And so I was very surprised by that. But then back to your point about stress and getting over it, just in general, I mean, you have to be realistic about what the expectations are and what you're trying to do. And for me, I haven't had expectations for many years now, which is probably why I've played better.
And speaking of Magnus and others, maybe we can ask your opinion on some of the live positions. Maybe starting with the board top center there between Magnus and Fabiano, where Magnus has 4 versus 3 pawns, queen and rook endgame. Do you think he can break through?
I mean, this is a classical situation. As I said in one of the other interviews, if Magnus can get Fabiano to like 1 or 2 minutes and do as usual, create like one little last wrinkle or one little trick, he'll find a way to win. I think if Fabiano is able to stay above like 1 or 2 minutes, then it'll be a draw. That's my general view. But it is Magnus, and as I said, like I've played him enough times to know this. Like he has this way of like keeping the game going, dragging it on forever and ever and ever, and you think you've made it to the draw, but you're getting low on time, and there's like one or two last little tricks, and you don't have time, and then you end up blundering. So it's going to come down to whether Magnus can get Fabiano really low on time. If he gets him below like 2 minutes, I think Magnus will win this game. If Fabiano can find a good defensive setup and just move quickly here, then I think it will be a draw. In fact, I don't actually understand why Fabiano isn't just going king h8, king g8, back and forth forever. It seems pretty obvious to me. Why is he thinking?
Question.
Because the thing is, I mean, it's very much a reaction situation. Whatever Magnus does, you react to it. So if Magnus moves the queen, you have like queen e8 or queen e6 or queen d7. So like you basically just react. So I don't know why Fabiano's thinking here, because I would just play king h8 in 2 seconds and then just like go from there. But I mean, maybe he's worried about something like g4, king g3, and rook e2 or something. But like I said, it's a situation where Fabiano's moves are going to be a reaction to whatever plan Magnus comes up with. So I would just play king h8, king g8 very, very quickly here and hope. And then Gukesh's game, I have really no idea what's going on. I assume that Gukesh should be winning somehow here. Maybe like a3 looks kind of reasonable. So bishop a3, bishop f2. There's rook g5. But then there's queen e6 or something, or rook e6 also. So this is very tricky.
Just to put that on the board, a3, maybe black.
Yeah, because I think rook g5, you have some block, like queen e6, right? Or no, you check first. Oh, check? Yeah, you check first, right?
Check first.
Is this the draw? And then queen e6, right? Yeah, I mean, and this now, like if you're white, you could also lose this position. So it's.
Why was the check important there?
I think because why is it important? That's a good question. I assume because. Why is this losing? Oh no, you go rook h5, rook e. Wait, no.
You go queen f3. I just want to like rook sack on h8 and.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right.
Bar drops.
No, it's not. Yeah, queen. No, because queen f3 is queen e2 again. I mean.
And then draw.
Yeah, it's very.
This is so strange.
Yeah, I don't understand why, but I mean the thing is here, like it's very tricky because if you're wrong, like obviously they don't know the objective evaluation. So like if you see that position with queen e1, queen e6, you're down a bishop. Like you might think that you're losing and you want to avoid this altogether. So it's very tricky here.
I'm cheating here, but apparently rook h7.
And with the king on a2.
And here we're lining up a checkmate.
Rook h5.
With the king on a2, if we had seen a...
There's like rook f6 maybe? Rook f6, because with the king on b1 after rook f6, there's there's rook h5, right?
Yeah, because here it comes with a check. to take
No,
queens.
it's not.
And then...
No, maybe it's rook e5. Rook e5. No, queen b3. Rook e8. Yeah. It's rook e5. It's rook e5 because queen b3 you take with check on e8 block and then take on b3.
Nice. So just without this check,
Yeah.
just to follow through the line.
Wow.
H7, rook f6, rook e5. Nice spot.
Wow.
Hitting the queen, and queen takes queen doesn't come with a check on a2.
That is beautiful.
Yeah, but you have to make sure after rook f8 to not go rook h8. That's what I initially thought. So the queen goes back to g8 and you lose again.
Yeah. So not this one, just to point out.
Then, backwards diagonal.
Whoops, we swoop back, but instead, just clean up the board and now take the
I mean, I think if Gukesh finds a3, I think he has chances to win still. I mean, I think it's going to be a very nervy finish if we get a3. Otherwise, I think it's going to be probably just a very plain draw. Because after fe3, black can just go rook e3, right?
Yeah, there is this move covering the square. And
There's queen b4. Okay.
Still complex.
So maybe this is just good for white then. Yeah, because actually if you take with f pawn, there's got to be some a3 again, which should be winning, right? Just a3, right? Or a4 doesn't matter. Yeah. Okay, so as long as he takes on e3, then yeah, he'll win the game.
Still complicated though.
Yeah, as we saw, plenty of margin to go wrong. And I was just going to ask if we bring up the board viewer, because every day we have a prediction game. We predict how many Armageddons will appear. I'm on one, by the way, so I'm riding on the edge.
One for today?
Yeah, just one Armageddon. I was brave. I went rogue.
She was kind of hoping your game would be decisive.
Humpy's game will never be a draw. I mean, someone's going to win that. I assume Lei Ting Ji is just up a piece and winning. That will never be Armageddon. Zhu and Jun's game, messy. I mean, the knight's coming to e2 with knight g3 maybe. That also doesn't look like an Armageddon game somehow. There'll be mistakes in that one too. So, because time pressure is a real thing in this tournament. Vaishali versus Sara, that looks
Crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't. This game I'm a little confused by. I think that's going to be. I think I'll sit. But where's the after King G7? Where's the counterplay? Rook F5, Queen G6.
Rook E5, I guess.
Yeah, but takes Rook F7 takes, and you run the king. I mean that. Yeah. I have a feeling that one. Does White get the bishop on A3 or not? Queen G6, Rook E5 takes Rook F7, takes. Queen F5, E7 takes D7. Queen G7.
Show this.
King D6. Queen D4, King C7, Queen A7.
Maybe just Queen B3 at the beginning, but Queen F5.
Ah, you have Queen B3. Okay, yeah.
So you were trying to escape. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So Queen B3. Yeah, I think this is going to be an Armageddon. I think that Black King is too open here, and I've had a lot of experience in these Rooks versus Queen type endgames, and it's always easier to play with the Queen. I think this will be an Armageddon. So that'll put what, 2?
Two. And then Fabi Magnus.
Fabiano versus Magnus and Gukesh. I'm gonna. This is tough because like I really want to. I really feel like old Magnus has to show up at some point. But I think Fabiano is going to save it. So I think I think that'll be a draw.
Stop the count there. We need 3.
Tanya predicted 3. I've predicted 2.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, basically Gukesh's game, it hinges on this one move. If he takes the bishop, he will win this, just because A3, A4 are too obvious with the mate threats. So I mean, this game just hinges on the one move, basically. But even so, if he plays the other order, he plays the rook G, he plays the A3, King A2 with Queen E6, he could definitely lose. So I think 3 is the magic number. I think we'll get 3.
3. Okay. But you heard it here first. Thank you very much, Hikaru, for joining us here in the studio. And good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep. Congrats.
Whew. So, well, we heard there that this game is super sharp. Magnus Carlsen might be going back to his old ways, grinding it out. It depends on Fabiano's resourcefulness, but so much action.
Yeah. Everywhere. It's just non-stop as well. Like, we barely get a quiet moment. Like, the first hour of games, we can get to chat and discuss things, but then it's just pure moves, pure action, tactics, big decisions every single turn.
Yeah, I loved how Hikaru actually defined Magnus and Fabi's game as one of sort of responding to Magnus here. It's a game of reaction for Fabi more than a game of action. You know, every move that Magnus plays, Fabi needs to react to that rather than create his own play or counterplay. Everything's perfectly placed, holdable, but we've seen Magnus grind down these positions I don't even know how many times. He makes that magic happen, right? So too soon to write that one off. But I have to say, Gukesh game, Yavanka, pawn takes bishop did happen. And we got action on the board, another only move found.
We definitely do have action as we are reaching a crunch time. The clocks are ticking down and we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to break down every single move on every single board, so you don't want to miss it. We are back, day 9, and it has all the thrills and spills. And there, of course, has been a massive turnaround in the game between Humpy and Lei Ting-Jie earlier on. That left Lei Ting-Jie in a winning position, and now she is about to put it in the bag and defeat the tournament leader in the women. So let's break down exactly what is going to be happening. Queen to d7, what can Lei Ting-Jie do to finish this off?
Well, as a patzer myself, as I said the other day, patzer sees a check. First thing you calculate in any positions are checks, and here Lei Ting-Jie can win it pretty much on the spot. I think trading queens still winning, but you don't really want to go for that with black having a passed g-pawn like this. So I think process of elimination, she's going to find this. Multiple checks. The most forcing is this check, using this knight. Firstly, it defends the other knight, hitting the king. You have to defend your queen, but if you step back here, white has this check, hitting the king, hitting the rook, game over. And if you take the knight, as our producer pointed out, she's played this move. It's a handshake. Rook c1 would win. This would be a deadly skewer. Lei Ting-Jie takes down Humpy, the tournament leader.
Wow, and it was a sensational game. Humpy Kanaru, first of all, taking full control, but then blundering. And in the end, Lei Ting-Jie emerging victorious and just netting an important 3 points. Suddenly, everything is askew there in the women's.
Yeah, this has to be a big heartbreak for Humpy, India's first female player to become grandmaster there and having such a good run at Norway Chess, you know, leading the tournament, being in that joint lead, going into today as the sole leader, and then everything in control with the black pieces. You get a dream start, a dream position, that early pawn sacrifice that, we were full of praise for, and it looked like Humpy was on her way to get an advantage, but instead, tactics, Ting-Jie's forte, finding those critical lines and a beautiful finish, just sealing the deal. And again, the women's standings completely shakes up the leaderboard.
It's completely shaken up, hasn't it? And there we see at the minutes, Lei Ting-Jie moving from 10 points to 13 points. So again, in with a chance of winning. And on that subject, should we check out the game between Ju Wenjun and Anna Muzychuk? Both of these players in second place. And it looks very much like Anna Muzychuk is in full control.
Down in exchange, up on the clock, up positionally, strategically with that beautiful knight on e2, e6, the pawn on d3, the pawn on e6 hanging. David, it feels like all the ideas that we wanted for black have appeared on the board, but Wenjun remains passive.
Yeah, Wenjun remains passive. She brings her bishop out to hit the queen at least and directly defend her pawn. But this looks so scary. Black's going to line up for some new checkmating ideas, potentially on the g-file. Maybe there are other angles. Maybe queen to h5 as well. Just in case the bishop ever moves, there'll be some nasty knight checks, something that Hikaru mentioned when he was here with us. But either way, it's just so clear that black's knight and pawn together are worth more than one of the white rooks. This just looks so strong. The problem is it's too perfect almost for Anna Muzychuk. You need to land the killer blow soon, otherwise you might start to find yourself in time trouble. Clock situation, though, on her side. Anna might take a 2-point lead in the women's section if she can wrap this one up now.
And that would be extremely beneficial for her going into the final round. So bishop to h3, I guess the queen will just move and Anna will continue with dominance. Yeah, I love that. The knight and the pawn, it's not what they are, it's what they do. And that knight there on e2 is a beast.
It's a beast, right? You've got the knight, you've got the pawn, but let's also point out the bishop on c5, a total monster. The queen on f5, it's attacked. Any square you choose, you're really happy. I think Wenjun's defensive resource is that at the right time, she in fact wants to give up her rook for that knight. Find the right moment. You can't allow that knight to live too long and expect yourself to survive in such positions. But Anna Muzychuk isn't going to let that be so easy of a decision to make. I think with the bishops combining against the attack, the key here is to make sure that rook takes knight does not happen.
And just to put that on the board very quickly, if the black queen moves, I'm not sure where, let's say g5, a natural square, rook takes knight here. At the very end, in a lot of these positions, there's always the move bishop to d3. The white queen's actually almost trapped. And if she tries to save herself by trading, then we would see an exchange. And the black bishop now will kick away the white rook. This is a pin, and the white bishop will drop, simply winning a piece. So some calculation to be done, but should be getting the ball over the line here.
And I think one player who's getting the ball over the line, Jovanka, is the world champion Gukesh.
Yeah, so if we head there, because Gukesh narrowly averted, well, didn't narrowly avert it, but he averted a tactical I would say it would be a quite horrible surprise. So in the previous move, if we had there, you'll see that the queen moved to a5. Now, the queen could not have stepped up and taken the pawn on b7. That would have been so bad, and it's so beautiful as to why it doesn't work. Yeah, David, that is chef's kiss. And there you have a famous bank rank mate.
Yeah, in Puzzle Rush, the opponent always gives up all the pieces to survive, but double trouble for the white king. And this is always every check. Like, I know I joke about it, but like looking for checks in every position. All of these tactics, they work because checks gain time. They lure away opponents' pieces. They just set things up so nicely. That's why, as Jovanka said, Queen a5, covering this square. So now, same idea, doesn't work. Queen takes pawn, no longer works for black. Rook e1, check, is covered. Queen takes rook. And multi-purpose move, Queen a5, by the way, sets up a nice threat of rook h5, hitting the black king. Like, if the queen is attacked, try to kick it off this diagonal. Now, white gives a check, and the white queen will centralize. And I'm looking for the mate here. It feels like there is one, but with the white pieces so dominant, the black rook pinned, this must simply be over.
Gukesh is up a pawn in the live board, and he's the one who's chasing down Wei Yi's king. Look at the beautiful safe spot that white king is on. Once you just save those bank rank ideas, even with a small move like a3, just keeping all the pluses in the position. For Wei Yi, it is about survival. Can he pull a Gukesh on Gukesh in this position? Just keep it going move by move. Try to get him low on the clock. You know, Gukesh is also touching the 10-minute mark, but so far, Gukesh in control. Rook h5, a huge threat, followed by queen d5 check. Preempting that, Wei Yi moves his king.
Yep, he moves his king. And now the question for Gukesh, you still have to be very careful here, because there are three pieces sniffing around the white king. So perhaps it's time to lift up the a-pawn and try to play a little bit solidly.
I love a3, but I would also be so tempted to get the rooks off the board from the back, from this d8 square. Rook d8, just force a trade. That pawn on g6 is really worth its weight in gold right there. You know, just making sure the black king is just stuck. All checkmating ideas. Back rank, h7, f7 square. Yeah, that is just dead meat there. Rook d8 would be my choice. a3, very classy as well.
Yeah, I trust Hikaru. If he says a3 is the best pawn move, then it must be. I mean, b3, a3, a4 maybe even. Give the white king some air, some breathing space. And yeah, this is like a hammer hanging over Wei Yi's head right now. White's a pawn up and will be having the attack once he solves the problem of his king. I'd be like you though, Tanya. I would trade off rooks. Just get safety there.
Chicken chess for the win.
Yeah, but I mean, I think
he's like, yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm a big believer in chicken chess.
I thought you were a vegetarian.
I am a vegetarian, but it's not an insult to me, chicken chess, because it's like exactly what you need to do in this type of position for Gukesh. He needs to play safety first, and let's not forget that Wei Yi does have an f pawn that is in existence, could run up the board, so he does have to be precise. So I do like your plan of going rook to d8, trade off a potential attacker.
That f-pawn is Wei Yi's only lifeline here. That's what he's relying all his hope, all his resources on, is to try to get that moving. 3 squares away, but I think that's 3 squares too long when the king is trapped on g8 with that pawn on g6. Pleasant choices for Gukesh. Should we zoom out of this one? Get in our bird's eye view, our multi-board view, and there we have it. Magnus still trying to edge out that grind. Has he made any progress on that top center board?
Yep.
No,
he has. I just said yeah because I was looking at Vaishali and her clock time. Just 24 seconds and it's ticking down. That's why I was distracted by that. Sorry, Tanya. When I don't listen, sometimes I say yep.
Yeah, Magnus just going to
yeah to me. Sorry.
Sorry, go on, Tanya.
I was just going to say, Yobi says yeah to me all the time. Now I get it. She's just not listening to what I'm saying.
It's not easy. It's not easy when your mind races. I'm just making excuses for myself.
Our producer, Bick, also saying yeah. So he agrees with you. David, take it away.
I just want to point out, like, Magnus is doing exactly what Hikaru said. He's giving Fabiano some difficult decisions. And look at the clock. Fabi was up at nearly 15 minutes just 2 moves ago. Suddenly some questions to answer. Only 6 minutes left. Big question, first of all. I see a pawn. Can you take the pawn? Let's see what the bar says. No, you can't. And that's because the white pawns can mobilize. I'm not sure which one you push. I would try the c pawn first of all, just because when you get c7, the white rook comes to b8. So, for example, if, I don't know, the black queen moves back, c7, rook c8, and sometimes you can think of this one. Maybe you pick up this pawn on the center first. So taking is poisoned for Fabiano. So that's the first decision. Second decision, what do you do? If the black queen comes back now, Hikaru wanted to set up this defensive kind of posture and just put the king in the corner. Computer says it's fine, but Fabi has to wonder what happens if rook to b6, breaking the blockade, and then the white pawn starts moving. To my eyes, this is very scary. I think Fabi might be fearing this exact position. So suddenly no easy moves. Maybe you put your king in the corner, but then the pawn marches forward anyway.
I don't think you can allow the pawn to push forward, right, David? I mean, you have to stop it. Queen takes pawn doesn't work. A lot of it relies around the idea of black gaining counterplay. So queen e6 feels like the move that you want to do. You want to respond to the threat of c6 on the board, rook b6, and then just come back with the queen. Queen c2. You're constantly looking for checks. You're not going pawn hunting here. But the big question, c6, is it check, 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 check or not?
Check. And I'm going to hide in the corner.
Check.
If I step forward, check.
Check. Check.
And probably I get mated here. Whoops. I was going to say check, but the white king comes out. Maybe there's better. Maybe the black rook comes this way and some nasty stuff. Okay, Magnus doesn't play this, but you're 100% right, Tanya. He just needs to calculate this, Fabi, that the white rook can never really move away, allowing some checks from behind. Big moments for Fabiano. Is the tournament leader right now as it stands. Maybe about to be leapfrogged by Gukesh, but under 5 minutes now.
Yeah, under 5 minutes, and still, Magnus is the one that will be pushing rook to b2, covering the c2 square. Magnus still has a lot of choice though.
He makes a decision.
Did he take the pawn? He took the pawn!
The pawn. This is potentially a losing move.
There's a losing move from Fabiano. This is huge for the Norway chess standings. Magnus now is about to push his pawn forward. The black queen distracted offside. This happens when you're low on time. I can hear the Norwegian TV studio nearby going crazy because Magnus needs to push this pawn forward. He is winning. He pushes his pawn forward to c7. The white rook is coming in. The white queen is about to snack on a pawn in the center once the black rook moves. Fabi, this happens when you have no time. You panic, you try and force it. You can't sit still as a human. It's so hard to do.
Yeah, you absolutely can't do that. But you know what? Sometimes it's so difficult to stand still. And there, quickly, Magnus plays c6. This is the big plan. You want to be driving that c-pawn to distract the rook. You can take on d5. And then it's just a question of protecting the king and then just breaking down black's defenses.
And Hikaru Nakamura called it, right? He said he's expecting Magnus Carlsen to show up, the old Magnus Carlsen to show up, and I think it's happening right in front of our eyes as Fabi, with that misstep, getting greedy at the wrong moment, not playing reactive chess, but trying to get that activity in, and now he's in big trouble. Queen c5 coming in next. If you fall back with your queen to f7 to stop c7, rook b7 ideas coming in next. That c-pawn looking unstoppable. And what a moment this would be for Magnus Carlsen to arrive back, right? Taking the tournament lead with 1 round remaining.
King h7 played. Just trying to get out of any potential checks on d5. And now it's back to Magnus. He can do many things. He can go c7 and then just to get behind and protect that pawn. He can also just start advancing the e-pawn as well. Why push 1 pawn when you can push 2?
Only winning move.
What?
I mentioned pawn to e6, the only winning move for Magnus. Now c7 no longer wins, surprisingly. I'll just put this on the board while Magnus thinks, but c7, the black rook moves. Suddenly you can't really defend your pawn. You can't use your rook because, well, if you go up the board, the black queen will come in. And if you use your queen to defend suddenly, the black queen will be taking this pawn, coming back for c7. You cannot push the c-pawn. So you have to go for the 2-pronged attack here, pawn to e6. Maybe this is what Fabiano has missed. And suddenly it's hard to defend both of these ones, the 2 runners. The devil's horns here.
This is where Magnus is so good, right? He doesn't just think in one branch. He's so flexible. Like c7 would have been the winning move with the king on g8. But king h7, it's e6. Only winning move.
Big moment. You know, Magnus played c6. But he has to find this. And c7, I will say, is a very tempting move to make, right? It's what your hand is itching to play right now. You can see threats like rook c2 to defend the pawn, the queen stepping in. You're trying to get that to work. That's the move that you want to make. Magnus, can he just fight against that instinctive movement? How hard is it to play e6, though? The second most natural move, I want to say, in the position.
Yeah, I don't think it's that difficult. The thing is, once the black queen moves, like if the black queen slides back to try and X-ray the pawns on the 6th rank, the white rook is actually coming behind the e-pawn. And I think that's just the perfect setup for white. Like, you won't get checkmated, you won't get perpetual checked with white if you have your rook nearby on the second rank. You need your rook behind one pawn. He plays it.
E6.
Plays it. On the board, Magnus finds the best move.
With a stumble, dropping the pawn. But yeah, he does find the key move. Fabiano now, will the panic start to set in? There's going to be some annoying checks as well, unless black brings the queen back to the g6 square. But I don't think you can stop both pawns. The black rook alone will be kind of caught in two minds.
Yeah, you just line up your rook with that e-pawn. If the queen was to fall back to g6, renewing the threat of e7, you're basically just fighting e7, c7 constantly now, not to mention d5 hanging. Fabiano Caruana, what a miss, right? After setting up the perfect defensive construction there. Yeah. Just couldn't hold it. Just couldn't get that patience required to sit passively and do nothing. One of the hardest things in chess, in fact, to do.
Definitely, especially with no time. Like Fabi, yes, he gets a 10-second increment now, but he knows he would have been sat there for like an hour playing like king h8, king g8, king h8, king g8. And it's a pride thing, if anything. It's just restlessness as a human. We always want to be busy doing things in life and in chess. I think Magnus now, just his body language has totally changed. He's suddenly much calmer. He's kind of sitting back being like, oh, I got this. I've been given a golden opportunity.
Yeah, and with 3 points in the bag, he moves to 15 points. So, such a good chance to become Norway champion for the 7th time.
I mean, that's absolutely huge, right? Especially looking at the tournament that he's had. I mean, that's crazy. Magnus, he lost a classical game to Gukesh, lost 2 Armageddons to Wei Yi. We've seen how emotional he's been in certain situations here, how difficult it's been. He spoke about his recovery when he played against Hikaru and how he's completely not recovered, wanted to go into an Armageddon. And yet here he is on the brink of tournament victory if he takes this one with a huge lead going into the last round, if he converts this, and Magnus Carlsen is so close, looking for that 7th Norway Chess title.
Yeah.
Could be world champion versus world number 1, by the way, like 4 tournament victory if Gukesh wins as well. He'll only be half a point behind Magnus. It's going to be a race in the last day.
And they're playing each other as well. We couldn't ask, am I got it right?
No.
No.
Magnus will be playing against Arjun.
Yes, that's correct. And Gukesh will be playing Caruana. That's... And there we see queen to g6, attacking the e-pawn, and black can... Yeah, he's going to regret taking that pawn on h5. The rook can slide over to e2, support the advance of the e-pawn.
The most natural move in the position, I would say. Pawn's marching forward. The black rook's going to be forced in front of one of them, and then it might just be deflected a bit later. Also, the black queen is a bit cut off once the white rook slides.
I would also be tempting to throw in a c7 right now, attacking the rook. And if rook was to move to c8, then I wanted to say, I'm actually struggling, maybe take on d5 in that moment. But you really don't want to give up the c7 pawn.
I mean, yeah, that probably wins too.
c7, rook c8. Feels like there should be something there, but... All right, big decision here for Magnus. Does he simply go rook e2, keeping all the threats, or will he push one of the 2 pawns? c7, e7. One of the most difficult situations to deal with is when you have multiple choices.
And they all win, apparently.
Then it's not so difficult, when there's no wrong choice to be made.
But it is difficult in terms of taking your time, because when you see lots of tempting options, you're not really sure whether there's one path or many paths, and rook to e2, just protecting the e6 pawn. e7 is coming, c7 is coming.
That's a Magnus move. Like, yes, he'll calculate when he needs to. Yes, he can hang with the best calculators in the world when he wants to, but if he can play a move that just keeps the advantage.
And this is so incredibly heartbreaking for Fabi, right? When he, like you're saying, for Magnus to find a move like rook e2, classic vintage move. It's what he plays. He just keeps everything intact, keeping all the threats on the board. For Fabi, he was so close to getting the win against Arjun, and we'd be talking about a completely different tournament. He'd have one hand on the Norway Chess Trophy, on the title with that win. And then messing that up in those last moments. I mean, time control has been brutal to each one of these players. They felt the pain of it, you know, they've been on the receiving end of it. For Fabi, it was against Arjun. For Magnus, it was against Gukesh. Hikaru's felt it as well. And now here he is, he's playing the world number 1, he's on the defense, he's about to lose his tournament lead, going into that final round. You have to feel for Fabiano Caruana right now.
Yeah, it's been a pretty painful few days. He slides the rook over to a8. he's perhaps hoping to get counterplay by moving the rook up to a3, but it's very difficult to see anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't even calculate here. I mean, probably the pawn pushes both win, but take a pawn. And white is actually threatening in a lot of positions to just trade queens. With queen back to e4, rook behind passed pawns. You have two of them as well. The black pieces will not be able to survive that. Queen takes pawn. Yeah, just looks automatic for Magnus Carlsen right now.
Again, a very classic Magnus move, right? Just like you said, rook e2, why rush with things? You can just pick up the pawn, increase your advantage further. Look at Magnus. He knows that he's got this in the bag. But perhaps ghost of past, he knows that he has to still put the finishing touches. He's messed those up in those last moment. He's experienced that. So still fully focused.
Yeah, you absolutely have to be fully concentrated every single moment, every single game. There are no weak players here. These are the best in the world. He captures the pawn on d5, and the big threat is just promoting either the c or the e pawn.
Yeah. Or both.
Both. Fabi, no time on his clock either. It's exactly what Hikaru predicted. They know each other so well, these top players. Hikaru said, Magnus is going to wait for Fabi to get low on time, then he's going to set a trap, then he's going to tempt him with something, and the opponent more often than not goes wrong. Magnus nearly always puts the ball in the back of the net, other than against Gukesh. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. Fabi held so well, defended like a lion, until just one slip. Rook to a3 played, but I think it's a tempo thing. White can trade off the queens. Rook takes pawn, on g3 is the only thing you have to calculate there for Magnus. You could also maybe defend the pawn with your queen. How is he going to crown this victory?
Well, centralized queens are Magnus's favorite, so I think queen e5 also very attractive. That sideway look, it felt as if Magnus is looking for the forcing line. He wants to finish this off. He's calculating what happens after rook takes pawn, but we do have a result.
I was going to say, and Gukesh wins against Wei Yi. He exchanges the queens and gets a winning rook and pawn endgame. We're going to break down exactly what happens in just a few.
You know what's going to happen? Guess who's going to win the Armageddon bet? It's going to be Ivanka. all the games remaining. All the games remaining. There we go. It's another handshake. Fabiano resigns against Magnus. Huge for the standings. Magnus jumps up into the lead.
Yep, that means there's 2 games remaining. And wow, what a shake-up in the standings. Magnus Carlsen takes the lead, narrowly followed by Gukesh, half a point behind. Still everything to play for in the final round.
It's just unbelievable what the world #1 has gone through in this tournament, all the different ups and downs and challenges, and yet here he is on his home turf, in his arena, going into that last round with a lead. Magnus Carlsen just being Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, old Magnus, as Hikaru was saying. That was vintage Magnus, not really giving the opponent too much of a chance. It was a 2-result game. He was never in any danger, never risking anything, and he took down Fabiano, overtaking him in the lead. That leaves us 2 games remaining.
Okay.
The only thing more impressive, apart from the Magnus classical win at this stage of the tournament, is Ivanka getting the 1 Armageddon prediction right today.
There's still 2 games remaining, Tanya.
You're so close right now. I mean, look at that.
I can feel that I'm going to win this one. And 12% of chat. You had my back, I got yours. So here we're going to see. We're going to go to Arjun, Anna Muzichuk. Or should we go to the other game? I mean, the seconds, both players.
Arjun, Anna Muzichuk. Let's jump to that one. The other game, Vaishali in big time trouble, but suffering. That game's going to go on for a while, though. Sarah Khadem working miracles in that end game, it must be said. But here, the rook under fire. Anna Muzichuk is still the exchange down, but it's all about the strength of the d-pawn. Arjun, her rook was hit. She had to move it out the way, and now only 1 winning move, apparently. But I would argue it's the most natural in the position. Knight back to c3. Hitting the white rook, the blockading rook. Remember, rooks, queens are not good blockaders. They're too valuable for that type of job. Knight c3 will hit the rook, and the pawn is going to run through. If white steps forward, the black knight is just going to go back, take some pawns, and even land a fork on the f2 square. This knight is just doing all the jumping, all the work, and she'll be a couple of pawns up if Arjun doesn't move that rook and trades it for the knight. Looking good for black.
It is certainly looking good for black. Knight to c3. Not easy to find these backward knight moves. Somehow the knight is designed to kind of look forward. But knight c3 she's making a move.
She's going to do it.
She's under a minute. She finds it.
And now she can just pick up that e4 pawn. She could also advance the d pawn one step up the board. A lot of tempting options here. I will say one thing, though. For Anna, what a beautiful game she's played after sacrificing the exchange for positional strategic gains and just to keep that pressure going to crack the world champion here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we can have a view on both of the boards. We see Vaishali in big trouble against Sara Khadem. And the g-pawn that white has on the right board, well, that can be easily contained.
Ooh, yep, I'm going to jump back to this one. And Zhu Wenjun, she has been able to stop any promotion with her bishop, but this is very much a short-term thing. Black has many tempting moves. You can take this pawn. You can just start mobilizing. Okay, g5, so classy, Anna Muzychuk. She defends this pawn, not allowing the white rook to break out, get active. If anything, white is just totally zugzwanged. The black king is just going to march forward into the center. The other black piece is perfectly placed. And here we go. Zhu Wenjun's last chance is to push the e-pawn. Can Anna find the killer blow now? Is she just going to move her king out?
Feels like a classic Anna move, right? You realize all of your opponent's pieces paralyzed, and she does it. I mean, classy Anna, and a win, a classical win at this point would be everything, right? With Humpy's loss, Anna at 12.5 would take such a big lead going into the final round. She keeps the pace. The only thing that Wenjun's relying on is the clock, and we've seen crazy things happen. When it's tick-tock goes the clock.
Yes, certainly has. That's why I'm not going to be resting easy until the games are over, because anything can happen, as Tanya says. When you are down to your final seconds, you only get a 10-second increment. But Anna is doing everything right. She's playing with her whole army. H5.
Love it. But the bishop comes back. What's the finishing touch here that Anna needs to put?
I just want to get rid of white's last remaining counterplay. Maybe you can even go for it with the rook. And yeah, once you... Okay, she just uses her king to take this pawn. Once you take this h5 pawn, yes, you've got one piece active with white, but the two white rooks, they're the worst rooks I've ever seen. Totally dominated by black's army.
Of the knight pawn and bishop, taking away every single square of activity from those two rooks. A beautiful display of the tactical motive of minor pieces dominating a major there. And look at that, Anna plays so chill. a4 stops any advance with a5, completely controlling the position. King d4 coming next. She's basically playing the position with an extra king.
Yeah.
Extra king, soon an extra rook once that rook moves. This is going to go in some books, I reckon, like some positional play books. Rook takes f4, exchange sacrifice, just play for squares, play for domination. Look at the rook enter now. The rook might even come to e3, then into e1, break the blockade.
There's really not that many moves that Zhu Wenjun can make, so she just lifts the rook up to a3. She might as well. Now the king comes.
Look at the coordination with which Anna's playing. So much harmony between each piece. Everything defends the other. The pawn controlling the bishop. The king super strong in the center. Bishop e1 with the idea of d1. Queen next coming up as well. Both players under a minute, but I think it's more than enough for Anna to bag this one. And for Wenjun, that would mean her second loss in a row at this stage of the tournament.
And the bishop to e1 is such a classy move, because you can back that up with rook takes bishop as well, getting rid of the defender of d1.
Do it the other way around. Rook takes bishop, then bishop e1.
And she's gone for bishop e1.
Rook takes bishop coming up next. d1 queening. How do you stop it? Is this the moment? Wenjun, she fights on. It's not the moment that she throws the towel. She does move the bishop away.
Now everything wins for Anna.
She can go f3. Is that a spicy move?
Beautiful move. She goes back and takes a pawn, full control. She defends her b6 pawn, offering a trade of rooks. There's no need to rush. The a pawn will also start running down the board soon. She's just in the flow, Anna Muzychuk.
Really is. She's loving her position. She's enjoying every bit of it, going pawn hunting slowly. But she still needs to finish things off. I loved your idea of f3. It might have even won on the spot the more I look at it, but it's always in the air. And what decision does she have next? Will she continue marching up the board with her king? She comes back to free up her knight to jump forward, to jump back to c3 where it came from.
She has complete control, so Zhu Wenjun really not that many moves that she can make. She can slide the rook up to b5 to give a check, but Anna perhaps can even take the pawn.
Looks good. I think that's what she'll try, Zhu Wenjun. Maybe a check, maybe go and grab this pawn. In the meantime, a result in the other game. And it is Vaishali resigning in her game against Sara Khadem. Great win for the tail ender there. Sara playing spoiler.
she's certainly playing a spoiler and doing the best she can to move up the standings. And there we're seeing rook takes g5. And then Anna throwing in a check.
Yeah, she's calculated this. Rook takes rook. She's just eliminating all of white's active pieces. Yeah. Now she takes back with the bishop, not letting the white h-pawn run, controlling that one. Knight c3 is still going to come, and the black pawns on the queen side are going to be the clinchers.
Just incredible endgame play here by Anna Muzychuk, h4. She can't take that pawn just yet. Rook takes pawn will come with a check, winning the piece back. So that's a move that you don't want to make. But Anna in control, I think she'll just march forward with either the king or the knight. And this is just moves away from a big win for her.
Yeah, but Anna doesn't have so much time. It's ticking down, and Ju Wenjun, she is being tricky. You cannot take that pawn on h4 because of rook takes f4 and the bishop will fall. So in comes the knight. Anna does have full control, but she might be vulnerable to ghosts.
It does seem like she's getting a bit nervous. This h-pawn is going to be super strong. When the white bishop moves out the way, the h-pawn's going to run. She needs to calculate well here, Anna Muzychuk, with just 24 seconds on the clock.
In comes the knight, in comes the king. The a-pawn might come in as well. Ju Wenjun relying on that h-pawn. She gets the bishop out of the way. h5, h6. For Ju Wenjun, her next few moves are obvious. How does Anna stop it? And this is when you start feeling the nerves. You start panicking, right? With 20 seconds.
You can see it on the camera, her eyes darting towards the clock. Maybe the most practical is to actually give up your bishop for the pawn, but that is a huge decision. Comes with risk. She's got 12 seconds left, Anna Muzychuk.
Are we going to see another?
She does it.
And she does it. She takes that decision, gives up that bishop. The king marches up. D1 coming in next. What a practical move that was. And Anna finds it.
Yeah, and Anna, she is so cool. Understanding that she needed to give up the bishop just to remove any danger. She has a passed pawn on b6. She has a passed a pawn and a d pawn.
That's a lot of passed pawns.
The pawns are superior to the rook.
White can't move. I don't think you should even cash in too early by pushing this pawn forward. I think just push them both in tandem, the b and a pawns.
And let's point out, Wenjun has an extra rook in the position. And it's for 4 pawns, but it's the quality of those pawns that are completely dominating the white rook. And she does exactly what you're saying, not rushing with picking up any material, but just wants to keep advancing the pawns. White king far too offside to come into the defense in time.
Yeah, you need the white king, like, on a1, or even that probably loses. I think you just have all the time in the world. You don't need to rush at all. Just push your pawns. The white king is going to be shouldered, blocked off from that side of the board. It's a clear run through. It's going to be touchdown if she can push her pawns forward. She's maybe deciding whether she can promote to a queen, but no, Anna keeps the tension. She's played this beautifully. She snuffed out any counterplay by getting rid of that white h-pawn. Pawns, potential queens, are so dangerous. She's done this all correctly. I just think this is so easy now for her. No way to go wrong for black. You just push. The pass pawns are there to be pushed.
And you could push the b-pawn, you could push the a-pawn. Wenjun comes in to at least try to give a check on g6, but the black king will be absolutely safe on that b2 square. And that's it. Anna does go in with the queen. She picks up material, so no checks anymore. Who's going to stop b3, b2, b1? I think the answer is no one.
Yep, no one that Ju Wenjun can call on. The rook is not fit for the task. Neither is the king. It's just a matter of the black pawns running through, and Anna is on the verge of taking the lead.
Wow. Beautiful game. Just stunning, absolutely. I mean, the white king comes back. You have a check on c3 once it lands on e2. b3, b2, next few moves. This is Ju Wenjun realizing it's all over.
And just a few seconds left on the clock as well, Ju Wenjun. She needs to move or offer that hand. 8 seconds left. Or she moves the rook. She gives a check. The black king can easily hide. There's 1 pawn left. The white rook can give itself up for one of the black pawns, but not both.
And just b2 follows next. And I think Wenjun knows. And look at that sideway glance. The handshake isn't far away. 10 seconds, and there it is.
There it is. Anna Muzychuk with 3 points. She takes the lead with an incredible victory over reigning women's world champion and, in fact, Norway Chess women's champion, Ju Wenjun. Wow, what an impressive game. From start to finish, right?
brilliant stuff, starting with the black pieces, and I think it all comes down to that exchange sacrifice that blew our mind, right? Usually you give up material when you see something direct, you see some calculation, but not for Anna Muzychuk, a classy player, realizing that there's so much domination and control in the position that she's able to paralyze each and every piece that the world champion has. And it's not a 5-move compensation, right? You need to make the next 20 moves, keeping control in the position. And Anna just did that so classy. Incredible stuff. I think a masterpiece of how positional chess is to be played.
Yeah, that was art. Some players like quick checkmates, but I love the strategy. And Zhu Wenjun, she's been nowhere near her best this whole tournament. She's been struggling, hasn't really had the energy, the creativity, but to beat a world champion takes another level of play. And Anna Muzychuk really went through the gears in that one.
Is that one Armageddon?
That was
Is that one Armageddon?
Yes, so...
I mean, honestly, this is unreal. Making that prediction...
out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
You wanted me to take it back. Well, I didn't, and I was proved right. Well, after all of that drama, some incredible scenes here in Norway Chess as we have 5 decisive results. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to recap all of the action. We're going to have the interviews. We're going to have it all. So stay with us. are back and live in Stavanger, and joining us here in the studio is my utmost pleasure to have world number one, Magnus Carlsen, who just defeated Fabiano Caruana. So I have to ask the obvious, how are you feeling now?
I feel good, obviously better than after a loss.
How important was the rest day, Magnus, just to kind of get yourself together before such a big game?
I mean, having a rest day was nice. Was happy to spend time with Ella's family, to go out to Flod og Fjerde, which was very nice, and I really enjoyed the screening. What am I doing? Of Asken and Odin's documentary as well. So it was a nice day. But honestly, going into the game, like I really wanted to win, but I wouldn't say I was super excited to play still. But yeah, I knew I had a job to do.
And at what moment did you know that things were going to go your way?
I wasn't quite sure. I felt that his play was not very inspired most of the time. It didn't feel like he quite had it. Just to give you guys a couple of examples, if we can go back, like there were many things, but if you can go back around 15 moves or so.
Okay. I will bring this up. Maybe around here when he started playing passively?
Yeah, Rook C8 was weird. I thought he can just stay active, and I didn't see how I was going to win. I thought when I get F5, at least I have practical chances. So yeah, this I was happy to see. No, but the moment, Queen A6 was nice. Otherwise, he just loses. So yeah, this trade. I didn't love taking on D5, but I didn't feel like I had a choice. Queen, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you took. D7.
And then this, King G2, Queen C6. I should note instead of King G2, so this is I think he may not have seen it at this point as well, because Rook D1 here, he can defend the pawn. But he can also go Queen C6, and yeah, if I takes King F7, it's a dead draw. And there was another moment where he had this trick.
Okay. So
if we go at this point, I have the king on H2, so I played H4, H5. King H3, King H2.
maybe here.
Yeah, Queen E6, Rook D2. Yeah, I played Rook D2, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so here he could just have gone back, and he played Rook D8 immediately. And at that point, like when he played Rook D8 immediately, that sort of confirmed to me even more that he really does not have it, because that's the kind of trick that you should see. Like I would have just gone back and continued the game, but this at least made me think that I should have practical chances. The fact that he played this move immediately also told me that maybe he wasn't feeling that patient. So if I give him a chance to go wrong, he might do it, and yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah. We had Hikaru in the studio, and he was saying that if he were black, he would just simply go King H8, King G8, and wait it out like that.
Yeah, Hikaru is generally very good at just waiting passively. Most people don't like that, and Hikaru does it extremely well. He also pounces when he has the chance, but yeah, most people lose their patience, and yeah, Fabi did as well. But I did feel that my practical chances to win were not horrible, not necessarily because of the position, but because it just felt that he wasn't quite on.
Magnus, 6 Norway Chess titles so far. You're on the hunt for your 7th. You go into the last round as the tournament leader. And how much does this one mean to you, especially given the stacked field this year and all the emotional swings that have happened this week?
Honestly, it could have meant a lot to me if I had finished off the game against Gukesh and like played a really good tournament, now like regardless of what happened, it would kind of be like a bit of stumbling into a win. Like there is a very good chance that I don't win the tournament, but it honestly wouldn't make that big of a difference to me. Like the sort of the dream of playing a really good tournament burst with that game, and now it becomes, of course I want to win, but it's, I don't know. It's not that important.
But I mean, look at this. This, you've got to love this, right? Can we just hear it from Magnus Carlsen, world #1? You've got so many fans here. This is special.
No, it's that part is of course nice.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't see some kind of redemption for that game, winning the tournament, Magnus? Or?
No, I know that I can play.
Fair enough.
I mean, there is no doubt about that. I just, wanted a score that reflects the fact that I think I'm still significantly better at chess, and since I couldn't achieve that, then potential win in the tournament would not mean as much.
Fair enough.
But you're in the lead. Tomorrow, big game. How are you going to prepare?
It's hard to say. Playing Arjun is a little bit like playing Ivanchuk back in the day. It's just somebody who doesn't really play for a lot of draws and is out to get you. So playing black, I'm sure we'll get some sort of complicated game, and I'll try and do my best from there.
Yeah, we just have one question from chat. From Frucht Semel says, Magnus, do you think that Hikaru could win the candidates and beat Gukesh?
I think if Hikaru or Fabi or I don't know, probably Nepo for that matter, win the candidates, they would be, at the moment, they would be a favorite in a match against Gukesh. And yeah, Hikaru's come close twice. He's still extremely good, so there's no reason why he couldn't.
Well, on that note, thank you very much, Magnus, for joining us here in the studios. Congratulations once again, and good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Congratulations.
Oh, it has been an incredible day of chess, and there we can see that at the top of the standings after round 9, we have Magnus Carlsen 15 points, Gukesh 14.5 points, and Hikaru 13. Fabi still there on 12.5. So 4 people still in with a shot.
That's a neck-to-neck battle going into the last round, and I don't think we could have asked for anything more, right? And there we see, just outside our studio, a lot of fans, kids surrounding Magnus, and these are the scenes that we live for.
Yeah,
Love it.
Magnus is an inspiration. He certainly is a role model to our young generation, and you can just see how popular he is when he comes and plays here in Stavanger in home ground.
And what a scoreboard this is. I should mention, it is very possible that we get a 3-way tie tomorrow. We could see 3 players end up on 16 points. Fabiano in 4th place, despite the fact he's 2.5 points off the lead, despite the fact he's lost 2 matches in a row in the Classical, still has a fighting chance. And yeah, so many reasons to join us, so much action promised. Magnus said it when he came and sat down in the studio with us. Crazy things are happening every single day.
Yeah, it certainly is. 5 decisive games.
It's just amazing. I mean, one Armageddon, what a prediction queen you turned out to be, Ivanka. I absolutely can't get my head around that. I mean, that's, honestly, I was literally thinking, Yovi, you can't be serious about one. And there it is. You stuck to your word. You stood your ground there.
I gotta say, I don't want to make it all about me, but I will, because I put the most ridiculous prediction out there. I thought that they were sharp games, and I never dreamt that they would be just one Armageddon. 5 decisive games. Wow, so much energy, so much tension here in Finansparken in Stavanger. So let's have a look at how today's games impacted the standings in the women. And we have a new leader. It seems like every round we get given a new leader, and this time it is Anna Muzichuk. She is there, 15.5 points. She's got a 2-point lead over Humpy Kineru, but you mustn't write off Leiting J. She's still in with a shot, and maybe Jun perhaps has a chance.
Yeah, Jun isn't out of it yet. The maximum she can get is a playoff. She'll need all of the others to lose, but the top 3 in the standings right now, they play the bottom 3. So yeah, anything's still possible.
Anything's still possible. For Anna Muzychuk, definitely a bigger cushion than Magnus Carlsen has, right? That is a 2-point lead right there at 15.5. What a critical moment to get that big win. A 3-pointer against Zhu Wenjun today. And tomorrow she plays against Vaishali. And Vaishali's got to be feeling a little heartbroken after her loss to Sarah Khadem today. So I wonder what the psychological mindset as well will be. Anna feeling confident. She's looking great. I mean, what a beautiful, beautiful, stunning game she had just start to finish with the black pieces. Huge favorite going into that last round.
Yeah, you said it. Some huge matchups tomorrow. Everything on the line. And you have Erigaisi against Carlsen. I like how Magnus described him as Ivanchuk. Unpredictable, crazy. And we have Fabiano, Caruana, Gukesh, and Wei Yi against Nakamura. 4 players still in it, and there's so much tension.
I think for Fabi, right, it's not just fighting his opponent, but also fighting what's just happened to him in the last 2 rounds. Going down to Arjun from a situation where he was so much the one putting pressure and so close to getting such a critical classical win in. He loses that, goes to fight Magnus today also from, yes, feeling the pressure, Magnus putting that on, but holding his ground and then bungling it up with little time on the clock, the game slips. And now here he is. He needs so many things to go his way. It's been a bit of a heartbreak for Fabi, this one. Magnus, Gukesh at the top. After all the crazy things that have happened at Norway Chess, this is amazing. What a day it's going to be tomorrow.
It's amazing. And Magnus might be downplaying it, but I think he would love the tournament victory, especially because Gukesh is his nearest rival. And like you said, it would have been an almost perfect tournament if he just finished off that dominant game. But ultimately, it's more exciting for us as fans to see how neck and neck it is at the closing stages here, the final sprint.
It certainly is the final sprint, and so much energy here in the studio. And it's time for us to say goodbye. That's round 9 wrapped up in the books. Tomorrow, big one. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, David, for bringing all the energy, all the intensity, and just bringing every single game to life. And there we see the cars are driving off with the players, because tomorrow it is a big one. Thank you from us here in the studio to you guys in chat. You have made it all worthwhile for us. And tomorrow it's all on the line. The final day, the final battles. One last day here in Stavanger. So join us tomorrow and we will see you then. Goodbye.